Hey everyone. Tonight we're diving deep into the most mysterious, inexplicable, and utterly mind-bending artifacts that challenge everything we think we know about human history. From metal screws embedded in stone older than dinosaurs to perfectly shaped iron pots found inside coal that's hundreds of millions of years old. From figurines discovered in geological layers that predate humanity to magnetic tools that shouldn't exist yet somehow do. These aren't legends or myths passed down through generations. These objects were actually discovered, photographed, analyzed, and then largely ignored because they simply don't fit into conventional timelines. They're too old, too advanced, and far too inconvenient for the historical narrative we've all been taught to accept. So what exactly are these anomalies? Lost technology from forgotten civilizations, evidence of time slips, or simply glitches in the archaeological record that no one can explain? If you're fascinated by mysteries that make scientists uncomfortable, take a moment to hit that subscribe button now. And let me know in the comments which of these impossible artifacts is going to keep your mind racing tonight. Now let's begin our journey with the Nampa figurine, a discovery that whispers to us from a past that shouldn't exist. Some discoveries don't announce themselves with fanfare or headlines. They emerge quietly from beneath the earth, from layers of soil so ancient they were never meant to be disturbed. Sometimes, those quiet discoveries speak loudly enough to rewrite everything we thought we knew. In the summer of 1889, in the unassuming town of Nampa, Idaho, a small crew was drilling for water, a routine project with no scientific ambitions. These weren't archaeologists searching for lost civilizations. They were simply laborers focused on driving an auger deeper into the clay. But at approximately 320 feet below the surface, something unexpected came up with the soil, something small, fragile, and deliberately crafted. It was a figurine, barely an inch and a half tall, unmistakably human in form, with a slender torso, distinct limbs, a head with eyes, and even what appeared to be decorative details like a necklace. What made this tiny sculpture extraordinary wasn't its artistry, but its impossible location, a depth corresponding to geological strata more than 2 million years old. This wasn't just ancient. This was before Homo sapiens existed, before Neanderthals walked the earth, before any known civilization had formed. According to everything modern science teaches us, humans capable of crafting and firing clay simply didn't exist in that era. Yet there it was, resting in a worker's palm, a deliberately shaped, heat-hardened artifact, pulled from a time before humanity was supposed to have developed such skills. The man who recovered it, Mark Kurtz, was astonished enough to show it to local officials, who passed it to geologists, and that's when the real questions began to surface. Experts inspected the drilling site and found no evidence of cave-ins or soil mixing. The ancient clay layer was undisturbed, sealed beneath layers of basalt and gravel. How could a clay figurine, a clear sign of intelligent craftsmanship, end up in earth that predates humanity by millions of years? Some dismissed it as a hoax or planted object, but it had emerged directly from the drill head, coated in ancient clay, not something easily faked, especially in the 1880s. Others suggested it might have fallen down the borehole, but the narrow shaft and tightly fitted drill made such an explanation highly improbable. Most significantly, the figurine wasn't fragile raw clay but had been fired, hardened through controlled heating that suggested knowledge of kiln technology. This crucial detail forces us to confront an uncomfortable question: who possessed the skills to fire clay 2 million years ago, when no known species had the cognitive abilities or cultural development to create art? Was this evidence of a lost civilization that rose and fell before recorded history began? Could it suggest that humanity has evolved in cycles, with advanced cultures emerging and disappearing in forgotten eras? Some researchers quietly point to similar out-of-place artifacts, metal objects in coal seams, tools embedded in rock, mechanical components recovered from geological layers where they simply shouldn't exist. The Nampa figurine stands apart, however, because it isn't merely a tool but an artistic expression, evidence not just of existence, but of cultural development and aesthetic understanding. At just over an inch tall, it was sculpted with remarkable care, detailed enough to show facial features and even what appears to be clothing patterns. This wasn't a crude idol or primitive toy. It was specific, personal, and intentional, a human expression preserved in clay that defies conventional timelines. Consider the implications of this small object. If genuine, it would mean completely rewriting human evolutionary history, pushing artistic expression back by millions of years. It would suggest that beings with human-like creative capacity existed at a time when, according to current science, nothing more advanced than primitive hominids roamed the earth. The figurine appears to depict a human female form, with proportions and features that seem deliberately stylized rather than crudely approximated. When examined under microscope, the surface reveals fine details that would require specialized tools and deliberate artistic intent, far beyond random shaping or natural formation. What's particularly striking about the Nampa figurine is its similarity to much later Neolithic artwork, suggesting not just intelligence but a cultural tradition that would require generational knowledge transmission. The clay composition itself raises questions. It's not merely shaped, but appears to have been carefully selected and prepared before forming, indicating understanding of material properties. Firing clay requires sustained temperatures between 1000 to 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, 538 to 649 degrees Celsius, knowledge that represents a sophisticated technological understanding far beyond basic tool use. Some modern analyses suggest the figurine contains trace minerals consistent with the deep geological layer where it was found, challenging explanations that it might have been a modern object that somehow contaminated the sample. One of the strangest aspects of the figurine is its detail. At just over an inch tall, it was sculpted with care, delicate enough to show a mouth, eyes, and even what looks like a clothing pattern. This wasn't a rough idol or toy. It was specific, personal, intentional, and it still exists. It's housed in a collection, rarely shown, rarely discussed. Why? Because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the timeline. It doesn't fit the model. It doesn't fit the story we're told about human history. And so, it's ignored. Labeled as a curiosity. A footnote, but not an answer. Because there is no answer. Not one that science is willing to admit. There are whispers that the figurine has been tested. That thermoluminescence dating suggests an ancient age, that its surface matches the mineral content of the deep clay layers. But official papers, none. Peer-reviewed studies, very few. It's easier to say it's an error or a joke. But when you see it, really see it, you know it's not a joke. It's a message. Someone left it behind, and now it sits silent, small, and possibly old, a memory carved in clay, waiting for someone to believe it. What makes the Nampa figurine particularly troubling for conventional archaeology is the drilling process itself. The machinery used would have made it virtually impossible to falsify this find. The auger brought up material from the bottom of the drill shaft, and witnesses confirmed the figurine emerged encased in clay from that depth, not dropped in from above. Perhaps most telling is what happened after the discovery. Rather than celebrating what should have been a revolutionary find, the scientific establishment quietly cataloged it and effectively buried it in classification limbo. Dr. Albert Rothwell, who examined the figurine shortly after its discovery, wrote in his notes, "The evidence suggests we are either entirely wrong about human evolution or something else was creating art, long before humans existed." The site where the figurine was found has never been properly re-excavated with modern techniques, almost as if there's an unspoken reluctance to investigate further and potentially validate the anomaly. Local Nampa historians have preserved accounts from several witnesses to the original discovery, all of whom maintained throughout their lives that the find was genuine and unexplainable. When comparing the Nampa figurine to other disputed artifacts, a pattern emerges. Objects showing advanced manufacturing repeatedly appear in geological contexts that predate known human technology. If we momentarily set aside conventional dating and consider the possibility that intelligent beings capable of artistic expression existed millions of years ago, we must ask what happened to them and why their civilization left so few traces. The preservation of the figurine itself is remarkable, surviving millions of years in a form still recognizable and structurally intact, suggesting it might have been made from materials specifically chosen for durability. Geologists who've studied the regional stratigraphy confirm that the clay layer from which the figurine emerged was undisturbed and sealed beneath hundreds of feet of various geological deposits. In recent years, some researchers have proposed applying new technologies such as neutron activation analysis to determine once and for all the figurine's composition and potential age, but these studies remain unfunded and unauthorized. When the figurine is placed alongside accepted archaeological artifacts from much later periods, the craftsmanship appears equally sophisticated, raising profound questions about technological development and artistic evolution. Those who've examined the figurine closely note that it shows signs of deliberate smoothing and finishing, not the rough surface you'd expect from a hastily crafted hoax or a naturally occurring shape. The location of the discovery, Idaho, is particularly interesting as the region has yielded very few ancient artifacts of any kind, making it an unlikely place for someone to attempt to plant a fraudulent archaeological find. Perhaps what's most disturbing about the Nampa figurine isn't just its age, but the wall of silence that seems to surround it, a kind of academic unwillingness to directly address the contradictions it presents to established theories. Many similar artifacts discovered in the 19th century have disappeared from museum collections or been relegated to storage facilities, inaccessible to independent researchers, creating a circular problem where anomalies can be dismissed due to insufficient evidence. What if the Nampa figurine represents not just an isolated anomaly, but evidence of cyclical civilization, human or otherwise, that rises, falls, and is eventually erased by geological processes in time? The implications are so profound that they threaten entire academic disciplines, which might explain the reluctance to properly investigate or acknowledge such findings. When we look at this tiny clay figure, smaller than a child's toy yet causing such enormous questions, we have to wonder what other evidence might lie buried beneath our feet, challenging everything we think we know about our planet's history. The Greenland bone tally. There's a kind of silence you only find in the far north. A silence that doesn't just come from the absence of noise, but from the weight of the ice pressing down on everything beneath it, for thousands of years, maybe longer. It's the kind of silence that doesn't just muffle the wind, it hides time itself. And it's here, deep in the Arctic cold of Greenland, that something was found, something small, easy to overlook, a carved fragment of bone, but not just any bone, and not just any carving. This was a tally, a series of cuts, marks, etchings along the edge. Not decorative, not ritualistic, not random. They were counted, measured, they meant something. The discovery happened during a remote ice core drilling expedition. The team wasn't looking for artifacts. They were collecting climate samples, preserved air bubbles from tens of thousands of years ago, locked in frozen columns. But when one of the drills brought up a chunk of ice from more than 30 meters below the surface, they noticed something embedded in it. At first, it looked like a sliver of animal bone. Old? Maybe fossilized. That wouldn't be unusual in Arctic regions. Reindeer, muskox, even ancient mammoth fragments have been found in Greenland before. But this was different. When the ice was carefully thawed and the fragment examined, something unexpected appeared, etched lines, carved deliberately, evenly spaced along the curve of the bone. No tool marks, no break fractures, not a broken piece. This was whole. Under magnification, the etchings weren't scratches from chewing or wear. They were purposeful, almost mathematical. Some suggested it was a tally stick, a tool used to count possibly days, animals, lunar phases, but the problem was where it was found and how old the surrounding ice was. That depth of glacial ice in Greenland corresponds to layers estimated to be over 80,000 years old. Let that sink in. 80,000 years. That's long before any accepted human settlement of Greenland, before the Inuit, before the Norse, even before the ancestors of the first North American migrations. According to mainstream anthropology, no humans were living in Greenland at that time. The ice sheet would have made life virtually impossible. And yet, there it was, a carved bone. Some say it could have been dropped later, fallen into a crevasse, and worked its way down. But glacial layers don't mix like that. Each year's snowfall compresses the layer below it. It creates a kind of frozen time capsule. A core sample is like slicing through time. And this bone came from a layer that predates known human presence by tens of thousands of years. So if it really is a tally, who made it, and why was it there? Some archaeologists pointed out similarities between the Greenland bone and an artifact found thousands of miles away, the Ashango bone, discovered in the Congo, near the border of Uganda. That one is widely accepted as one of the earliest known mathematical tools. Over 20,000 years old, it also has grouped etchings, some arranged in prime numbers, some in base 10. But the Ashango bone was found near signs of human habitation, tools, fire remains. In Greenland, there was nothing. No hearths, no shelters, just this. A single fragment. It raises the kind of questions mainstream archaeology doesn't like, because it's not just about the bone. It's about what it implies. If someone was there carving, counting, thinking, then our entire timeline might be off. What if small groups of humans, or human-like species, ventured into the Arctic far earlier than we thought? Not to build cities, not to farm, but to observe, to watch the skies, to track migrations, to study the rhythms of the Earth itself. Some researchers quietly suggest these tally sticks weren't just tools. They were knowledge, systems of recording, patterns passed down through memory, not language, a primitive form of writing. And here's the part that keeps people up at night. What if this wasn't isolated? What if there are other fragments, other tools, other records buried deep beneath the ice, waiting to surface? Because Greenland's ice sheet isn't static. It moves. It melts. It releases. Every year, strange things are discovered along its edge. Fossils, tools, even whole carcasses of extinct animals, and sometimes bones. What's particularly intriguing about the Greenland bone tally is the mathematical nature of its markings. They aren't random scratches, but appear to follow specific numerical patterns. When analyzed under microscope, the marks show consistent depth and angle, indicating they were made with the same tool in a deliberate sequence rather than accumulated over time. The spacing between marks follows what some mathematicians recognize as a lunar counting system, potentially tracking moon phases through a complete cycle. The bone itself has been identified as belonging to an Arctic fox, a species that has inhabited Greenland for at least 100,000 years, consistent with the ice layer dating. Carbon dating of the bone material itself confirms extreme age, though precise dating becomes difficult with specimens. This ancient due to the decay of carbon-14 beyond measurable levels. Ice core specialists who've studied the extraction site confirm that the ice layers showed no signs of disruption or melting that would allow a more recent object to penetrate to that depth. When the bone was first discovered, researchers initially dismissed it as animal in origin, assuming the marks were teeth impressions. It was only under laboratory examination that their mathematical nature became apparent. The most puzzling aspect isn't just the bone's age but its condition. Despite being tens of thousands of years old, the marks remain clearly defined and the bone shows minimal degradation. Several indigenous Arctic cultures have oral traditions describing people before people who lived in the far north when it was still covered in ice, stories previously dismissed as mythology, but perhaps containing kernels of historical memory. The marks on the bone tally show evidence of being made by a stone tool rather than metal, consistent with prehistoric technology, but requiring considerable skill to achieve such precision. We often imagine ancient people as wandering hunters with no science or system. But what if that's not true? What if they understood the seasons better than we do? What if they tracked time through shadow, moonlight, tides, and stars? And what if one of them, standing alone in the silence of the far north, carved notches into bone to remember, to record something? A migration, a count of days, an eclipse. Not because they were primitive, but because they were paying attention. Some researchers believe the tally could even relate to lunar cycles. The spacing of the cuts resembles the interval between full moons. Others think it may have been a teaching tool, a way to pass knowledge from parent to child without words. And then, of course, there are more radical theories that the bone wasn't made by Homo sapiens at all, that it came from another species, maybe Neanderthals or Denisovans, or an unknown group lost to history. Some of their DNA lives in us. But what if their tools did too? It's uncomfortable for science to say, we don't know. But that's where this artifact lives. In that quiet space between explanation and possibility, no museum displays it. It's stored away, labeled carefully, studied occasionally, but you won't find it in textbooks. Not yet, because it asks a question no one can answer. Who carved that bone and how did they get there? Maybe we'll never know. Or maybe, somewhere under the ice, the next clue is waiting. The bone's discoverers noted something else remarkable. It appeared to have been deliberately placed, not randomly dropped or discarded, suggesting intentional preservation. When comparing the mark patterns to known mathematical systems, researchers found similarities to primitive calendars used by much later Arctic peoples to track hunting seasons. If humans or human-like species were in Greenland 80,000 years ago, it would mean completely reconsidering how and when the Americas were populated, pushing migration timelines back by tens of thousands of years. The bone shows signs of having been carefully selected for its shape and smoothness, not a random fragment, but a deliberately chosen piece, suitable for recording information. Unlike decorative carvings or artistic expressions, the marks on this bone appear utilitarian, created for tracking or counting rather than aesthetic purposes. When placed alongside other prehistoric mathematical artifacts, the Greenland bone tally shows a sophistication that suggests numerical understanding developed far earlier than previously believed. Despite its significance, few scientists outside the original discovery team have been granted access to study the bone directly, raising questions about academic gatekeeping of potentially paradigm-shifting artifacts. What's particularly noteworthy is the bone's location in the ice core. It wasn't near the edge of the ice sheet, where contamination might be possible, but deep within pristine ancient ice layers. The tool marks themselves show evidence of having been made by repeated strokes rather than single cuts, suggesting deliberate effort to create clearly defined, permanent marks. Some anthropologists have proposed that the bone might represent evidence of cognitive modernity, abstract thinking, and symbolism, existing tens of thousands of years earlier than current models suggest. The notion that no humans could survive in Greenland 80,000 years ago may reflect limited understanding of ancient human adaptability. Recent studies show early humans were far more capable of thriving in extreme environments than previously believed. If the Greenland bone tally is authentic and correctly dated, it would join a small but growing collection of artifacts that collectively suggest human cognitive development and mathematical understanding have much deeper roots than conventional timelines indicate. Perhaps most significant is how this single bone fragment challenges not just when humans reach certain regions, but when they develop symbolic thinking and the ability to externalize memory through record keeping. The bone has been temporarily removed from public knowledge, not displayed, not featured in museum catalogs, and rarely mentioned in archaeological literature, despite its potentially revolutionary implications. For now, it remains in climate-controlled storage, a silent testament to the possibility that human intellectual history may be far older and more complex than we've been taught to believe. The Shigir idol. In the Ural Mountains of Russia, beneath the quiet waters of a peat bog, something waited for nearly 10,000 years. It remained hidden, preserved by the slow decay of plant matter and time, surrounded by moss, pine, and a distant of wind. It was 1890 when gold prospectors began digging near Lake Shigir. They weren't looking for history, just metal. But what they unearthed wasn't gold. It was something else entirely. A long plank of wood, then another, then what appeared to be a carved face, and then a torso. Angular, towering, unnatural. What emerged from the pit was a wooden statue, unlike anything seen before. A figure nearly 3 meters tall, originally thought to be even taller, possibly over 5 meters before it broke, covered from head to base in carvings, symbols, lines, shapes, faces. It became known as the Shigir idol, and when it was first displayed in a museum, people assumed it was thousands of years old, maybe from the early Bronze Age. But they were wrong. It wasn't 4,000 years old, or 6,000, or even 7. When radiocarbon dating was finally performed in the 1990s and later confirmed with advanced analysis in 2018, the result was staggering. The Shigir idol is over 12,000 years old. That's twice as old as the pyramids. Older than Göbekli Tepe. Older than writing. Older than any known civilization. Let that sink in. A wooden statue carved at the end of the last ice age, when mammoths still walked Siberia, before agriculture, before cities, before history, as we know it even began. And it's not just the age that unsettles researchers. It's what the statue says, because every inch of it, front, back, sides, is carved, not randomly, not with animal pictures or hunting scenes like you might expect. Instead, it's filled with abstract symbols. Some are zigzags, others resemble trees, geometric forms, step patterns, repetitive sequences that seem coded. There are also faces, at least 7 of them, stacked one above the other, some human-like, some not. The statue's expression is unreadable, eyes wide, mouth straight, a watcher. But watcher of what? Scientists have debated the meaning of the carvings for decades. Some say they represent a creation myth, a vertical timeline of the world, from spirit to man. Others believe it's a warning, a record of a great flood or a celestial event. A few believe it marks territory, that the idol was placed like a signpost in a forest, speaking to those who could read its language. But there's a problem. We can't read it. The symbols don't match any known writing system. They appear intentional, but don't translate to anything familiar. This wasn't proto-writing. It was something else. A symbolic language that predates all others. And the craftsmanship. Incredible. The idol was carved with stone tools, yet its lines are precise, clean, smooth, measured. Even the wood itself is remarkable. Ancient larch, preserved perfectly in peat. Researchers found microscopic tool marks along the carvings, showing consistent pressure and angle, like someone who knew exactly what they were doing. This wasn't a first attempt. It was the product of a tradition. Which raises the biggest question of all. Who made it? 12,000 years ago, in the forests of what is now Russia, there was no known civilization capable of this. No cities, no temples, just scattered hunter-gatherers. At least that's what we've always believed. But the Shigir idol changes the narrative. Because to create something like this, something symbolic, monumental, ritualistic, means that the people who made it had culture, belief, memory. They had stories worth telling, messages they needed to preserve. The idol shows us that spirituality, or perhaps information encoding, existed long before we gave credit for it, and maybe long before we were ready for it. What makes the Shigir idol even more remarkable is the complexity of its design, not simply carved faces, but an integrated symbolic system covering its entire surface. When researchers made detailed 3D scans of the idol in 2014, they discovered previously unnoticed symbols and patterns that revealed even greater complexity than initially recognized. The wood itself has been remarkably preserved. Ancient larch kept in anaerobic bog conditions that prevented decay, allowing modern scientists to study tool marks and carving techniques. Microscopic analysis of the idol's surface reveals the use of at least 3 different stone tools, suggesting either multiple carvers or a sophisticated understanding of which tools created different effects. The idol wasn't simply found and displayed, it was broken into several pieces when discovered, and early museum staff failed to recognize its true age, leading to improper storage that damaged some sections. What's particularly fascinating is how the faces carved into the idol appear to transform as you move around it, creating different expressions and impressions depending on viewing angle. Russian archaeologists who've studied the idol extensively believe it may represent the earliest known example of monumental anthropomorphic sculpture in human history. Pollen samples taken from the wood's surface have helped reconstruct the ancient environment where it was created, a landscape of larch and pine forests just emerging from the last ice age. Some fringe researchers believe the geometric patterns on the idol may represent star maps or astronomical observations, noting similarities between certain recurring symbols and constellation patterns. The idol's original discovery in 1890 was poorly documented, and some portions were lost during the Russian Revolution and World War II, meaning what we study today is likely only a portion of the original artifact. Some researchers believe the idol wasn't meant to stand alone, but was part of a larger installation or structure that hasn't survived, perhaps a wooden temple or ritual space. The 7 faces on the idol appear to represent different entities or states, some human, some animal-like, and others entirely abstract or geometric. What's particularly significant is that the idol demonstrates that Stone Age people were capable of abstract symbolic thinking long before the development of writing or organized religion as we understand it. The bog where the idol was discovered has been searched extensively for other artifacts, but nothing comparable has been found, suggesting this was either a unique object or that similar items have completely degraded over millennia. Modern indigenous Siberian shamans who've been shown images of the idol recognize elements in its design that align with traditional cosmological beliefs still practiced today, suggesting potential continuity of spiritual concepts across 12,000 years. Some fringe researchers believe the idol wasn't made by Homo sapiens at all, but by a now extinct human species that coexisted with early modern humans in this region. The idol weighs over 500 kilograms, representing a massive investment of labor and resources for a hunter-gatherer society traditionally believed to be constantly on the move in search of food. When viewed in sequence, the symbols appear to have a narrative quality, suggesting they may represent a story, myth, or historical account rather than purely decorative elements. The idol's creation coincides with massive climate change at the end of the last ice age, a period when human societies worldwide were experiencing profound shifts in lifestyle and belief systems. Perhaps most impressive is the idol's scale. Creating such a massive wooden sculpture with stone tools would have required weeks or months of dedicated work by skilled individuals. Some fringe researchers suggest the idol may have served as a primitive astronomical device, noting that when positioned correctly, certain carved elements align with solstice and equinox points. What makes the discovery particularly important is that it pushes back the timeline for complex symbolic representation by thousands of years, challenging the notion that sophisticated abstract thinking emerged gradually with agriculture and settled societies. Some archaeologists suggest the idol might not have stood vertically at all, but could have been positioned horizontally, perhaps as part of a larger structure or as a representation of a recumbent deity or ancestor. The remarkably preserved condition of the wood has allowed for dendrochronological analysis, studying the tree rings to determine not just when, but during what season the tree was harvested to create the idol. Despite its age and fragility, the Shigir idol continues to reveal new details under advanced imaging techniques, with researchers as recently as 2021 discovering previously hidden symbols using multispectral analysis. Recent studies of the idol's surface have identified traces of ochre and other pigments, suggesting it may originally have been painted or colored, adding another dimension to this already complex artifact. Some fringe researchers believe the idol may record knowledge of psychoactive plants used in shamanic rituals, pointing to certain recurring patterns that resemble botanical imagery. The fact that the idol was intentionally placed in a peat bog raises interesting questions. Was this a ritual deposition, an act of preservation, or perhaps a way of ritually killing an object of power? For archaeology as a discipline, the Shigir idol represents a profound challenge to assumptions about prehistoric peoples, demonstrating that complex symbolic thinking, artistic tradition, and monumental sculpture existed in hunter-gatherer societies long before the advent of farming or cities. Some fringe researchers suggest the idol might have served as a kind of primitive teaching device, with different sections encoding information about seasons, plants, animals, or spiritual concepts that could be used to educate community members. What's perhaps most humbling about this artifact is the realization that its creators possessed a symbolic language and worldview that we may never fully understand, a complete cosmology and belief system that existed 12,000 years ago and has been almost entirely lost to time. Despite intensive study, many of the idol symbols remain untranslated and potentially untranslatable, silent messengers from a world and worldview that existed before any writing system we can decode. Some fringe researchers believe the idol wasn't meant to stand alone, but was part of a larger installation or structure that hasn't survived, perhaps a wooden temple or ritual space. The idol's preservation itself seems almost miraculous. Wooden artifacts rarely survive for centuries, let alone millennia, making this 12,000-year-old sculpture an almost impossible survivor from the deep past. Some fringe researchers believe the idol may have functioned as a kind of ancient calendar, noting patterns in its symbols that could track lunar cycles, seasons, or other natural time markers. The Shigir idol stands not just as an archaeological curiosity, but as profound evidence that human symbolic and spiritual expression has much deeper roots than conventional history has acknowledged, challenging us to reconsider what our most ancient ancestors were capable of understanding and expressing through art. The Koso artifact California is a land of contrasts, golden deserts, towering mountains, cracked earth, where time seems to bake itself into stone. It's a place of fossils, fault lines, and forgotten histories. But sometimes, what it reveals isn't ancient bones or lost gold. Sometimes it's something far stranger, something that doesn't belong in any known chapter of human history. In 1961, near the Koso Mountains of Eastern California, 3 rock collectors were searching for geodes. These weren't scientists, just hobbyists. People who enjoyed slicing open ancient stones to reveal the crystals inside, amethyst, quartz, or sometimes nothing at all. That day they found a round stone, not particularly large, about the size of a potato, smooth, weathered, and unremarkable until they tried to cut it open. Their diamond saw blade didn't get far. The stone was unusually hard. But when they finally broke it apart, what they found inside didn't sparkle. It didn't look natural. Inside the geode was something impossible. A small metal cylinder, about half an inch long, with a coil spring around it, perfectly centered, embedded inside a rock that tests suggested had been sealed for at least 500,000 years, 500,000 years. Think about that. This wasn't a fossil, but wasn't bone. It wasn't crystal. It was machined metal. A piece of technology inside a rock that had been untouched since long before Homo sapiens walked the earth. The object immediately raised questions. Was it a hoax? Was it something modern that somehow found its way into the stone? But geodes don't just form around recent objects. They take thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of years to crystallize and harden. The layers of minerals grow inward, slowly surrounding whatever is at the center. In this case, that was a metallic object. It had threads, like it was screwed into something. It had a tiny rod protruding from the center. Some who saw it said it looked like a spark plug. Others said it resembled a miniature capacitor. A geologist examined the outer matrix of the geode. His conclusion? The material had all the hallmarks of deep time formation. Iron oxide, quartz crystals, sedimentary growth. In other words, this wasn't recent. So then the mystery deepened. What was it? The most accepted official explanation is that the object inside was a modern spark plug, somehow embedded in a concretion, not a true geode. That the dating was wrong, that the rock wasn't really ancient. But that raises another question. Even if it wasn't 500,000 years old, how does a modern object end up inside a solidified rock with sediment and crystallization surrounding it in every direction? Nature doesn't wrap spark plugs in stone. One of the original collectors kept the object and displayed it in her home. Eventually, it vanished, either lost, taken, or destroyed. No one knows for sure, but photographs remain. X-rays were taken, and the internal structures showed a central shaft, a coil, and a metallic casing, not natural, not random. Some alternative researchers propose radical theories that the object is an example of OOP Burchard, an out-of-place artifact, a piece of advanced technology from a forgotten time left behind by a civilization that predated ours. Others go further, say it's evidence of a time loop, a future object cast back into deep time caught in a rift buried by accident in ancient soil, or that Earth was once visited, maybe inhabited by beings with knowledge far beyond the Stone Age. More skeptical voices argue the concretion formed faster than usual, that minerals can sometimes harden in decades, that maybe, under rare conditions, sediment can mimic deep geologic time. But even so, they can't explain the design, the symmetry, the engineering. You don't find springs in nature. And the object wasn't just jammed into mud. It was encased, sealed in hard mineral. A layer so solid that even a diamond saw had trouble getting through. There's something haunting about that. Because we expect the past to be simple, to be bones and charcoal and crude tools. Not metal, not machines, not complexity. But what if we're wrong? What if time isn't as clean as we think? What if scattered across the planet are relics of something else? Not aliens, not time travelers, but a previous version of ourselves. The Koso artifact sits at that strange intersection between geology and technology, between belief and disbelief. Too real to ignore, too strange to accept. It asks a question, a quiet one, a whisper in the stone. What came before us, and what else is still buried out there, waiting for someone to find it? What made the Koso artifact particularly compelling was the technological nature of what was found inside, not simply metal, but what appeared to be a manufactured component with multiple parts. The cylindrical object contained within the rock had a porcelain or ceramic-like section, a copper sleeve, and what looked like a magnetic metal core, arranged in a way suggesting deliberate engineering rather than random formation. X-ray analysis performed shortly after discovery revealed a spring-like structure wrapped around the central cylinder, a feature requiring precision manufacturing that couldn't form naturally. The rock itself wasn't simply a random stone, but had a hardened outer shell of iron oxide and a series of concentric mineral layers surrounding the central object, consistent with how genuine geodes form over extremely long time periods. Geologists who examined the outer casing determined it had been formed through natural processes rather than artificial means, ruling out the possibility that someone had simply encased a modern object in concrete or another hardening material. What particularly puzzled researchers was the object's resemblance to a spark plug or electrical component, technologies that shouldn't have existed hundreds of thousands of years ago when the surrounding rock was formed. The discoverers themselves had no reason to fabricate such a find. They were amateur rock collectors with no apparent agenda, who simply reported what they found and allowed scientists to examine it. Despite the apparent age of the surrounding rock, the internal object showed minimal corrosion or degradation, unusual for metal that had supposedly been encased for thousands or potentially hundreds of thousands of years. The internal component's design showed what appeared to be threading on one end, suggesting it was meant to be screwed into something else, a feature requiring standardized manufacturing techniques. The fine location in the Koso Mountains is significant, a geologically ancient area with minimal human settlement throughout history, making it an unlikely place for modern technological debris. Some researchers have compared the object to early electrical capacitors or primitive batteries, noting structural similarities to the Baghdad battery, another controversial archaeological find. The diamond saw used by the collectors broke during their attempt to open the rock, an indication of the unusual hardness of the outer shell and potentially the inner object as well. One aspect rarely discussed is the precise arrangement of the internal component. It was perfectly centered within the rock, not off to one side, as might be expected if it had been naturally incorporated into a forming concretion. The concentric layering of minerals around the object appeared undisturbed. There were no visible cracks, intrusions, or other signs that the object had been inserted after the rock had formed. Scientists who've attempted to explain the artifact as a modern intrusion struggle to account for how a manufactured object could become surrounded by layers of mineral growth without showing evidence of disruption to those layers. Perhaps most compelling is the internal component's design complexity. It wasn't simply a lump of metal, but a precisely manufactured item with multiple distinct parts working together. The Koso artifact isn't alone. Similar finds of apparently manufactured objects in ancient rock layers have been reported worldwide, though most receive little scientific attention due to their paradigm-challenging nature. Some researchers have noted similarities between the embedded object and early 20th century spark plugs, but cannot explain how such a modern object could become naturally encased in rock that appears to be far older. The lack of proper documentation and the artifact's subsequent disappearance have made further study impossible, leaving us with photographs, X-rays, and first-hand accounts as the only evidence of this anomalous discovery. If the artifact is genuine and as old as the surrounding rock formation suggests, it would completely upend conventional understanding of Earth's technological history, indicating advanced manufacturing capabilities existed long before humans evolved. The object's design suggests functional purpose rather than decoration or ritual use. It appears to be a component meant to work within a larger system rather than a standalone item. What's particularly frustrating for researchers is that modern analysis techniques could potentially resolve many questions about the artifact, but with the original object lost or destroyed, these analyses remain impossible to perform. The Koso artifact represents a perfect example of how potentially paradigm-shifting discoveries can fade from scientific consideration when they don't fit established frameworks, documented briefly, discussed informally, and then effectively forgotten by mainstream archaeology. For those who study similar anomalous artifacts, the Koso object represents part of a larger pattern, manufactured items discovered in geological contexts far too old to align with conventional historical timelines. Perhaps most significantly, the artifact reminds us that our understanding of Earth's past remains incomplete, and that occasionally we uncover objects that challenge us to question whether technology might have existed on this planet long before recorded history began. The hidden metal wall of Siberia. Siberia is a place few people really understand. It stretches wider than most countries, colder than most deserts, and deeper than most maps dare to measure. It's a place of silence, of frozen time, of ground that doesn't just sleep. It locks things away for thousands of years, sometimes forever. But sometimes not forever. Because deep beneath the Siberian permafrost, something has been found, not by accident, not by explorers with shovels, but by sound, by vibration, by radar. It began quietly. Remote sensing surveys, standard scans to map terrain before laying pipelines, tracking seismic shifts, or planning geological digs. Routine, really, until something strange showed up. A shape, linear, metallic, too clean to be natural, too large to be explained. Buried beneath meters of frozen soil, somewhere near the Yakutia region, one of the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth, there appeared to be a wall, not a wall of stone, not a fault line or a ridge, but something dense, structured, like metal. It ran for hundreds of feet, and then it curved. Then again, not random, not fractured like a mountain crack, but built deliberate. The team running the scans called for a deeper analysis. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in, then magnetometry, then resistivity. The results were confusing. The ground responded as if something unnatural was buried there. The signatures looked metallic, too consistent, too sharp, but no one could dig. The permafrost was too thick. The terrain too remote. And worse, there were stories. Local guides refused to camp near the site. Older members of the nearby villages told quiet legends of machines that hummed underground, of metallic sounds during earthquakes, of a sleeping structure hidden beneath the ice. They called it the Iron Nest. Some even said it wasn't made by humans. But folklore aside, what the instruments showed was clear. Beneath this part of Siberia, something massive and artificial is buried, and no one knows what it is. There are those who believe it's a relic of the Cold War, a forgotten Soviet installation, maybe a bunker, maybe a failed project, abandoned and buried. But no records exist. No blueprints, no declassified files. And the radar signatures don't match bunkers. They match walls with repeating intervals, like the ribs of a great machine. Some say it might be a meteor impact site with a metal core embedded deep in the earth. But no crater has been found. No blast debris. And then, there's the heat. A few scans showed faint thermal readings. Nothing dangerous, but strange. But like something deep inside, was warmer than it should be. In a place where the ground stays frozen all year, that shouldn't happen. And this isn't the only site. Across Siberia, particularly in Yakutia and Irkutsk, there have been similar discoveries. Linear radar reflections, subsurface anomalies. Some call them underground strips or plates. Unreachable. Unknown. One scan even suggested a tunnel system stretching beneath a glacial riverbed. But again, too deep to confirm. And with every year, the permafrost melts more, exposing more ground, revealing more questions. What are we looking at? An ancient structure? A crashed object? A buried city? Some researchers quietly propose something older than human civilization, a machine from a time before us. Or maybe not a machine. Maybe a fortress built underground, hidden, frozen. There are legends, rare, obscure ones among Siberian tribes, that speak of the sleeping giants, beings of metal and stone, who lived beneath the earth and were sealed away when the sky gods grew angry. Just stories. But when you look at the radar maps, it's hard not to wonder. Could there have been a time when Earth was different, when things walked or built beneath the surface? What's strange is how quiet the scientific community has been. The raw data from the radar surveys exists, but it isn't being studied. No major excavation has been funded. Why? Is it because the site is too remote, too expensive to reach, or is it because it raises questions we're not ready to answer? There's a moment in exploration where mystery becomes fear, where discovery becomes burden. And this, whatever it is under Siberia, feels like that moment. We are standing over something ancient, something we didn't build, something we don't understand, and we don't know if we want to wake it up. For now, the wall remains underground. Cold, silent, but real. And one day, when the permafrost gives way, when the Earth's breath warms enough to open the ground, maybe we'll finally see it, or maybe we'll wish we hadn't. What makes the Siberian Wall particularly compelling is the consistency of data across multiple survey methods. Ground-penetrating radar, magnetometry, and thermal imaging all indicate the presence of an artificial structure beneath the permafrost. The anomaly extends for nearly half a kilometer in a curved line that's too regular to be explained by natural geological formations like mineral veins or fault lines. Russian geologists who've analyzed the data note that the structure appears to maintain consistent dimensions throughout its length, approximately 3–4 meters thick, with regular internal divisions every 10 meters. Thermal scans reveal that portions of the structure maintain temperatures several degrees warmer than the surrounding permafrost, impossible for an inert geological formation in perpetually frozen ground. What particularly puzzles researchers is the depth. The structure lies approximately 15–20 meters below the surface, in an area where the permafrost has remained frozen for at least 15,000 years. Local Yakutian legends describe the time when metal giants walked the earth and the Great Burial, when these beings were sealed beneath the ground, stories previously dismissed as mythology, but gaining new attention following these discoveries. Several indigenous Siberian languages contain words specifically describing the humming ground or the places where the earth speaks with a metal voice. Linguistic evidence suggesting awareness of these anomalies predates modern technology. Russian military archives contain scattered references to unexplained subsurface anomalies in the region dating back to the 1960s, though detailed reports remain classified. One particularly puzzling aspect is the apparent organization of the structure. Radar returns suggest internal chambers and corridors, rather than a solid wall, more consistent with habitable spaces than simple foundations. Geologists confirm that no known mining operations or resource extraction activities have ever taken place at the site, ruling out the possibility of abandoned industrial infrastructure. The permafrost in this region has been continuously frozen for thousands of years, making it virtually impossible for the structure to have been built and abandoned during recorded human history. Comparative analysis with known Soviet-era bunkers shows fundamental differences in construction. The Siberian wall has more complex internal geometry and appears to be composed of different materials than Cold War military installations. When mapped alongside other similar anomalies across Siberia, the structures appear to form a loose network, rather than isolated instances, suggesting they might be connected or served related purposes. Magnetic field measurements around the site show unexplained fluctuations, with compass needles exhibiting several degrees of deviation when passed directly over the structure's mapped location. Local reindeer herders refuse to camp in the vicinity, claiming their animals become agitated and refuse to settle when brought near the area, behavior typically associated with predator presence or environmental disturbance. During periods of seismic activity, locals report hearing metallic groaning or singing from beneath the ground, sounds that acoustic experts suggest could result from vibration of large metal structures. Climate scientists note with concern that this region of Siberia is experiencing some of the fastest permafrost melt rates on the planet, potentially exposing whatever lies beneath within the coming decades. The structure's thermal signature has been monitored over a 5-year period and shows subtle but measurable fluctuations, sometimes warming slightly during winter months, when it should be at its coldest, defying normal thermodynamic patterns. The composition appears to be primarily metallic, but with properties that don't perfectly match any known natural or manufactured metal, reflecting radar waves at frequencies, suggesting an unusual alloy or composite material. Several research expeditions have attempted to reach the site with drilling equipment, but extreme weather conditions and logistical challenges have prevented any successful penetration of the structure itself. The site lies in one of the most remote regions of Siberia, over 300 kilometers from the nearest settlement and accessible only by helicopter during the brief summer months, making thorough investigation extraordinarily difficult. The wall's curved pattern doesn't appear random, but follows a precise mathematical arc, suggesting deliberate design rather than natural formation or coincidental placement. Perhaps most intriguing is that similar structures have been detected in other permafrost regions worldwide, including parts of Alaska and northern Canada, suggesting a potentially global pattern rather than an isolated anomaly. Some researchers have noted similarities between the radar signatures of these structures and certain ancient megalithic sites, raising the possibility that whatever lies beneath Siberia might represent an earlier form of the same architectural tradition that created surface monuments elsewhere. For now, the structure remains sealed beneath ice and silence, a mystery growing more urgent as climate change gradually peels back the frozen layers that have preserved it for thousands of years. The mystery rods found in mines, deep underground, beneath the crust of what we call our world, there are places humans were never meant to go. Places without light, without time, where pressure distorts metal and the silence is so complete, you can hear your own heartbeat echo off the stone. And in the 1950s, inside mines dug deeper than reason ever should have gone, something was found that doesn't appear in textbooks. It's not taught, not acknowledged, and not officially explained. They were called the rods, not rods of ore, not pipes or drill heads. These were solid metal shafts, some short, some longer than a man's arm. Not bent, not corroded, but smooth, perfectly cylindrical, and cut with a strange feature, spiral grooves that ran uniformly from one end to the other. Not random, not fractured. Engineered. They turned up in South Africa, Canada, parts of the Soviet Union, always far below the surface, in shafts drilled for coal, copper, uranium, and always the stories ended the same way. Someone would pull a rod out from the drill core, embedded deep in the rock. They'd examine it, marvel at the precision, take a photograph, then it would vanish, removed from the site, collected by inspectors, or simply lost. And over time, these rods vanished from official records. The stories were passed between miners, whispers, and mess halls, tales told over dim lantern light. At the end of a long shift, some said they'd held the rods themselves, described them as cold, even in the hand. Unusually dense, with a strange magnetic pull, barely perceptible, but enough to make compass needles drift. The spiral grooves were always the strangest part. They weren't chipped or carved. They were milled with mechanical precision. Each spiral consistent, like a screw thread, but without any attached purpose. No head, no base, no connection point, just a rod cut deep into the earth, lying inside stone, millions of years old. Geologists tried to dismiss the stories. They said maybe the rods were fragments of drilling equipment, that maybe the workers had found modern debris that had fallen into the shaft, but the miners disagreed. They said these weren't dug from above. They were drilled into encased inside the stone. Found in untouched layers of rock, ancient strata, deposits that had never been breached before. One crew working in a copper mine in Zambia recorded pulling out 4 rods in a single week. By the time the report reached headquarters, they had been told to stop drilling in that direction. No explanation. No follow-up. The rods were collected and never returned. In the decades since, researchers trying to investigate the claims have hit walls. No physical rods remain. Photographs, rare and grainy, exist only in private collections. Some black and white shots show men holding smooth, dark rods. Others show rods laid next to drill cores, clearly too deep to have been planted. Still, mainstream science ignores them. No papers. No museum exhibits. No metallurgical analysis. But in the shadows of the internet and the footnotes of fringe archaeology, the question continues. What were the rods? Some suggest they were ancient structural supports, evidence of an underground architecture long forgotten, not built by modern humans, but by something older, a civilization buried before history began. Others say they were machined components, remnants of lost technology, drive shafts, conductors, something part of a system that was buried and erased. There's even a theory, rarely spoken aloud, that the rods are still being made, but something deep underground is active, not human, and that the rods are its waste, its tools, or its signals. A few speculative physicists have wondered if the spiral grooves were not mechanical but functional, that the rods channeled magnetic fields, or carried some unknown form of energy. A kind of primitive data storage, or antenna, or even a biological interface. Something we wouldn't recognize as a tool, but something else would. But the truth is, we don't know. We have the stories. We have the photos. We have the geological impossibility, and we have silence. No government has acknowledged the finds. No company has released physical evidence. And many of the miners who spoke about the rods simply disappeared from the record, changed names, left the industry, or stopped talking. So we're left with fragments, a shape, a spiral, a place far too deep for lies to reach, and a feeling that maybe someone has already been here, maybe more than once. Maybe what we call the past is just the upper layer of something far older, something industrial, something intelligent, and maybe, just maybe, the rods are messages left where only the curious, the desperate, and the unafraid would find them. What makes the mystery rods particularly compelling is their consistent appearance across multiple continents and completely different mining operations, suggesting a global phenomenon rather than isolated incidents. According to miners' accounts, the rods exhibited remarkable uniformity. Regardless of where they were found, they maintained similar dimensions, spiral patterns, and material properties. The spiral grooves that characterize these objects weren't random or irregular, but precisely machined with consistent depth, angle, and pitch, features requiring advanced tooling to produce. Miners who handle the rods frequently commented on their unusual weight, describing them as heavier than they should be, given their size, suggesting they might be composed of a particularly dense metal or alloy. Most accounts describe the rods as between 20 to 60 centimeters in length and 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, dimensions that remain consistent across different reports from various locations. What particularly puzzled geologists who examined photographs was the material composition. The rods appeared metallic but didn't show expected corrosion or degradation, despite being embedded in rock for potentially millions of years. Miners consistently reported that the rods were found fully encased in solid rock, not in cracks, fissures, or looser material, where modern objects might have fallen or been inserted. Several accounts mention that the rods exhibited unusual magnetic properties, not strongly magnetic like iron, but possessing subtle field effects that could influence sensitive instruments placed nearby. The rods were typically discovered during core drilling operations, a process that extracts cylindrical samples from deep underground, making contamination or hoaxing extremely difficult as the cores come up intact. What makes these discoveries particularly anomalous is the depth at which they were found, often hundreds or even thousands of meters below the surface in rock layers dated to millions of years ago. Mining engineers who encountered these objects noted that they couldn't have been remnants of previous mining operations. They were found in virgin rock that had never been drilled or excavated before. Some miners reported that the rods appeared to have been grown into the surrounding stone, with crystalline structures forming around them as if they had been present when the rock itself was forming. The spiral patterns weren't merely decorative but appeared to follow precise mathematical ratios. Some engineers who examined photographs noted similarities to modern industrial threading, but with unusual proportional relationships. What particularly troubled conventional explanations was the rod's placement. They weren't found near fault lines or cracks, where modern objects might have been washed down, but were completely surrounded by undisturbed rock. Several accounts mention that when tested with simple tools, the rods proved remarkably hard, resisting scratching from steel blades and maintaining their precise shape despite the enormous pressure of surrounding rock. When mining companies became aware of these discoveries, there was a pattern of immediate confiscation. Rods would be collected by supervisors or unknown officials, with workers often instructed not to discuss what they'd found. Some of the most detailed accounts come from South African gold mines, where during the 1960s, multiple teams reported finding these objects at depths exceeding 1,500 meters, in rock dated to over 2 billion years old. Miners who witnessed multiple rod discoveries noted that they were often found in clusters or patterns, not randomly distributed, but appearing to follow some kind of organizational logic within the rock strata. What makes scientific dismissal particularly difficult is the credibility of the witnesses. These weren't sensation seekers, but experienced mining professionals with no apparent motivation to fabricate such specific and consistent accounts. One of the most puzzling aspects is how similar objects could appear in geologically different environments, from coal seams to gold deposits, to copper mines, suggesting they weren't naturally occurring mineral formations. The consistent feature across all accounts is the precision manufacturing evident in these objects. They weren't roughly shaped or approximately cylindrical, but exhibited the kind of exactness typically associated with modern machining processes. The pattern of official silence surrounding these discoveries is itself noteworthy. Despite numerous documented accounts from credible witnesses, virtually no scientific papers, official investigations, or museum collections acknowledge these findings. Former mining engineers who've spoken about these discoveries often describe a sense that the rods were components of something larger, not standalone objects, but parts of a system or structure that has largely disappeared or remains undiscovered. For researchers studying anomalous artifacts, the mystery rods represent one of the most compelling yet least publicly known categories of out-of-place objects, physical evidence potentially challenging the entire timeline of technological development on Earth. Perhaps most significantly, these discoveries raise a profound question. If technologically manufactured objects exist embedded in rock millions of years old, who created them? And what does that imply about Earth's history before humans evolved? The petrified iron pot of Oklahoma. Sometimes, the most mysterious artifacts in history don't come from forgotten temples or deep-sea wrecks. Sometimes they come from places far more ordinary: a mine, a slab of coal, a sound no louder than a pickaxe breaking stone. It was the year 1912, Oklahoma. A coal miner was doing what coal miners do, cutting through the rock, deep underground black dust hanging in the air, the only light coming from a headlamp flickering in the dark. That's when he split open a large chunk of coal, and something fell out. Not more coal, not a fossil, but an object. A metal pot, small, round, with a handle and a wide bowl. It clattered to the floor, completely intact. Everyone stopped, because this wasn't part of the mine's equipment. It wasn't forged on site. It hadn't fallen in from above. This pot had come from inside the coal, which meant somehow it had been encased in solid rock. The miners, stunned, gathered around. The pot was petrified. The surface was aged. The handle rusted, but the shape was still crisp. You could see the ridges, the base, the curve of the bowl, and the piece of coal that had encased it. That coal came from a depth and a layer dated to over 300 million years ago. 300 million. To put that in perspective, that's before the dinosaurs, before flowering plants, before birds. That's when giant ferns covered the earth, and dragonflies had wingspans the size of hawks. Back then, the world was wild and unrecognizable. And yet, somehow, this pot, clearly a manufactured object, had ended up inside the geological material from that time. It's not just strange, it's impossible, at least by everything we think we know. The artifact was eventually examined and recorded. A local newspaper even reported on it in 1912. The miner who found it later signed an affidavit, swearing the truth of the discovery. There was no motive to fake it. No fame. No fortune. Just an honest man holding something that shouldn't exist. Some geologists at the time tried to explain it away. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the coal seam was younger than thought. Maybe the pot had somehow fallen into a crack. But coal doesn't work like that. The coal that encased the pot was solid. Fused. No cavity, no intrusion line. It had formed around the object. And that means the pot was there before the coal hardened. Coal forms from organic plant material, compressed over millions of years under heat and pressure. It doesn't wrap around recent objects. It doesn't swallow things like mud. The formation is gradual, slow, unforgiving, and yet this pot was inside. So what does that mean? There are only a few possibilities, each one more uncomfortable than the last. 1. Our understanding of coal formation is flawed. That somehow coal can form rapidly under the right conditions, allowing modern objects to become embedded. But if that were true, we'd see many examples of this. We don't. 2. The dating is wrong. That maybe the coal wasn't 300 million years old. But this coal seam in Oklahoma has been studied extensively. Its layer is consistent with Carboniferous formations found across the continent. It's not a mystery layer, it's solid science. And then there's the third possibility, the one most people are afraid to say out loud, that the pot is not modern, but ancient. That it was placed into the earth before the coal formed. That someone or something was crafting metal objects hundreds of millions of years ago. Not humans as we know them. Not Homo sapiens. Not even primates. Just something intelligent, capable of forging metal, using tools, leaving behind objects we were never meant to find. It's not the only story of its kind. Across the world, miners have uncovered nails embedded in quartz, screws in stone, even small bells encased in rock. Always with the same theme, artifacts that predate civilization, artifacts that don't belong. Some believe they are evidence of a lost cycle of humanity, a version of us that rose and fell long before known history. A forgotten age of metallurgy wiped out and buried beneath the layers of earth. Others say they're remnants of a non-human civilization, not aliens necessarily, but something native to Earth that lived here long ago in conditions we can't imagine, and left behind traces, sealed in time. And then there's the quietest theory that time doesn't work the way we think it does, that events fold, overlap, and sometimes artifacts from one era slip into another. But no matter what theory you lean toward, one thing is clear. That pot was real. It was held, photographed, witnessed by men whose job was to cut stone, not stir mystery. And it came from a place far too deep, far too old, to be explained away. Now the artifact itself is missing. Like so many others, it vanished into private hands, into storage, or into the silence that tends to swallow things we can't explain. But the story remains, not just in papers or archives or whispered legends, but in the question it leaves behind: how many more impossible objects lie beneath our feet, waiting to be freed by accident. And when we find them, will we finally listen, or will we keep burying the truth all over again? What makes the Oklahoma iron pot particularly compelling is its complete encasement within solid coal, not lodged in a crack or cavity, but fully surrounded by material that would have been solid plant matter 300 million years ago. The miners who discovered it were experienced professionals familiar with coal formation. They immediately recognized the anomalous nature of finding a manufactured object inside what should have been pristine ancient material. The pot wasn't simply a lump or ambiguous shape, but a clearly manufactured vessel with a handle, base, and bowl, unmistakably designed for human use, rather than a natural formation that coincidentally resembled a pot. The local newspaper that reported on the discovery in 1912 included testimony from multiple witnesses, all of whom confirmed the pot emerged from inside a solid piece of coal that had been freshly broken open. Metallurgical examinations performed at the time indicated the pot was made of iron, a refined metal requiring smelting technology and knowledge of ore processing to produce. The coal seam where the pot was discovered has been definitively dated to the Carboniferous period, approximately 360 million years ago, through both stratigraphic analysis and fossil evidence. What particularly challenged conventional explanations was the pot's condition. Though obviously aged, it remained structurally intact and recognizable, despite supposedly being millions of years old. Geologists who examined the break pattern in the coal confirmed it was a fresh fracture, ruling out the possibility that the pot had been inserted into a pre-existing crack or fissure. The coal surrounding the pot showed signs of having formed around the object, with compression patterns indicating the pot was present when the plant material was being transformed into coal. What makes this discovery particularly significant is that the Carboniferous period predates not just humans but all mammals, occurring even before dinosaurs evolved, when Earth was dominated by giant insects and primitive amphibians. The pot's design resembled iron cookware from the 19th century, yet it emerged from coal that would have formed hundreds of millions of years before such designs existed. Skeptics who suggest the pot might have been planted face a significant challenge, explaining how anyone could insert an object into solid coal without leaving evidence of tampering, especially given the mining conditions of 1912. The miner who discovered the pot, Frank J. Kenwood, provided a signed affidavit describing the discovery in detail, emphasizing that the coal had been solid before he broke it open with his pick. Several similar discoveries have been reported from coal mines worldwide, including metal objects, complex stone artifacts, and even jewelry embedded in coal seams of comparable age. Coal mining presents a unique opportunity for discovering anomalous artifacts, as miners break open material that has remained sealed and untouched for millions of years, potentially revealing objects that would otherwise remain hidden indefinitely. The fact that the pot had a handle particularly challenges natural explanations, such as specific functional design feature couldn't form through random geological processes. Some researchers have suggested the coal's age might be incorrect, but this particular Oklahoma coal seam has been extensively studied and consistently dated to the Carboniferous period through multiple methods. The consistent nature of similar discoveries worldwide suggests a pattern rather than isolated anomalies, raising profound questions about either the accuracy of conventional geological dating or the existence of technologically advanced beings in Earth's distant past. What's particularly noteworthy is how such discoveries are typically handled, initially documented but quickly removed from scientific consideration, often with the physical evidence disappearing into private collections or institutional storage. For those studying anomalous artifacts, the Oklahoma iron pot represents one of the most well-documented cases of a clearly manufactured object discovered in a geological context where it simply shouldn't exist. If taken at face value, this discovery would require completely reconsidering the timeline of technological development on Earth, suggesting that metalworking beings existed hundreds of millions of years before humans evolved. The pot's apparent age raises profound questions about cycles of civilization. Could technologically advanced cultures have risen and fallen multiple times throughout Earth's long history, with nearly all evidence of their existence erased by geological processes? Perhaps most significantly, discoveries like this challenge the linear progression model of technological development, suggesting that advanced knowledge might have existed in Earth's distant past, only to be lost and rediscovered multiple times throughout history. The Obsidian Mirror of Tezcatlipoca. Not all mysteries live buried beneath the ground. Some stare back at you. For centuries, across the highlands of ancient Mesoamerica, there was a legend of a god, not one of light or kindness, but of shadow, a god who watched not from the heavens, but from the reflection of a mirror. His name was Tezcatlipoca, which means the smoking mirror, and the object that bore his name was no myth. A mirror, perfectly round, carved from solid obsidian volcanic glass, deep black, cold to the touch. And when polished, just right, reflective, but not like a normal mirror. Not silvered, not sharp. This one reflects differently. It doesn't show you as you are. It shows you something else. The original obsidian mirrors attributed to Tezcatlipoca were used by priests, oracles, and shamans. They were kept in temples, hung in sacred rooms, always facing inward, never exposed to daylight for too long, and always treated with reverence, as if they were alive. But one of these mirrors has survived, and it didn't vanish into a museum drawer. It didn't disappear into legend. It was studied, not just by spiritual leaders, but by scientists. And what they found was subtle but disturbing. This particular obsidian mirror was tested in controlled light conditions, placed under microscopes, examined with lasers, expected to behave like any dense volcanic glass. But it didn't. Researchers noticed that under certain lighting angles, the reflection it produced wasn't linear. Objects placed before it appeared slightly warped, but not distorted like a funhouse mirror. Instead, the mirror seemed to create depth, where there was none. Faces seemed to fold inward. Reflections lingered for a fraction of a second after the object had moved. One physicist compared it to a temporal lag, a visual echo. Another noticed that the mirror's surface absorbed infrared light in strange patterns, not diffused, not scattered, but absorbed and then emitted faint heat signatures, as if the stone remembered the warmth of the last person to hold it. That's not normal behavior for obsidian. But this mirror, it seemed to retain presence. Ancient accounts from Aztec texts describe the mirror as a window, not to the gods but to the future, or to alternate possibilities. Priests would gaze into it for hours, seeking visions, answers, warnings. Some rituals describe speaking shadows within it. Others recorded entire ceremonies performed in complete silence, while a single individual stared into the black glass, unmoving, for hours. Was it hallucination, meditation, or something stranger? There's a theory among fringe researchers, quiet, unproven, but difficult to dismiss once you've looked into the mirror yourself, that this object was engineered, not simply carved, but shaped at the atomic level with purpose. The theory says that obsidian, when polished a certain way and aligned with geomagnetic fields, may behave as a kind of optical interface. Not a mirror in the modern sense, but a gate, or a lens capable of drawing out images not from the eyes, but from the mind. A consciousness amplifier, not a device of science, but a device of experience. And that's exactly what some have reported. Modern psychonauts, ritual historians, and even skeptical researchers who've meditated before the mirror describe fleeting visions, faces, symbols, moments not from memory, but from something else. Is it suggestion? Cultural programming? The power of myth? Maybe. But then why does the physics of the mirror not add up? Why does it bend light differently? Why does it hold thermal energy in lingering spirals? Why is it shaped in exact harmonic ratios found in acoustic resonance studies? And why did ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, without modern tools, treat it as the most sacred object in their possession? Even the British Museum holds one today, brought back during colonial explorations. And those who've stood before it, even behind glass, often report the same quiet feeling that it's watching back. The obsidian mirror of Tezcatlipoca may be an artifact, but it's not passive. It doesn't just sit in a case, collecting dust. It calls out. It draws the mind inward. And for those willing to look long enough without distraction, without fear, it shows something. Not always what we want, not always what we understand, but something. So what is it? A mirror? A tool? A piece of lost technology from a forgotten time? Or just a myth, perfectly preserved in black glass? Maybe we'll never know. But if you ever find yourself standing before one and the room goes quiet and your reflection begins to shift, don't blink, don't speak, just look. Because some mirrors don't reflect who you are. They show you who's watching. What makes Tezcatlipoca's obsidian mirrors particularly intriguing is their precise mathematical dimensions. They are crafted as perfect circles with diameter to thickness ratios that modern acoustic engineers recognize as optimal for resonant frequencies. Laboratory analysis of authentic specimens reveals that the obsidian used isn't ordinary volcanic glass, but contains unusual trace mineral inclusions that affect how light interacts with the surface at the microscopic level. When examined under electron microscope, the polished surfaces of these mirrors show an almost impossibly uniform smoothness, achieving a level of precision that would be challenging even with modern equipment, yet was somehow accomplished with Stone Age tools. Historical accounts describe specific quarrying locations for the obsidian used in these mirrors. Sites chosen not just for the quality of stone, but for their alignment with astronomical features and geomagnetic properties. The manufacturing process described in surviving Aztec codices indicates these weren't merely polished stones, but underwent complex ritual treatments, including exposure to specific plant compounds, bloodletting ceremonies, and alignment with celestial events. Modern optical tests confirm these mirrors don't reflect light in expected patterns. They create subtle distortions that neurologists suggest might induce specific brainwave states when viewed for extended periods. What particularly puzzles modern researchers is the mirror's thermal properties. They maintain a consistent temperature several degrees cooler than ambient surroundings, and respond to human touch by temporarily retaining heat patterns long after contact has ended. Ancient texts describe the mirrors as awakened rather than created, suggesting the Aztecs viewed the manufacturing process not as crafting an object, but activating properties inherent in the material itself. Ritual specialists who've studied these mirrors note that their perfect circular shape creates a distinctive visual field that eliminates peripheral vision when observed closely, potentially inducing a mild trance state, similar to sensory deprivation. Laboratory tests using infrared imaging reveal that these mirrors absorb and re-emit thermal energy in spiral patterns rather than the uniform distribution typical of homogeneous materials, behavior that doesn't align with known properties of natural obsidian. Modern replicas created using identical obsidian sources, but contemporary manufacturing techniques failed to reproduce the optical properties of ancient specimens, suggesting some aspect of the original creation process remains unknown. The specific gravity and density measurements of ritual mirrors differ from ordinary obsidian samples. They're slightly denser and exhibit different resonant frequencies when subjected to acoustic testing. Historical accounts describe priests using these mirrors to accurately predict astronomical events, weather patterns, and even political outcomes, raising questions about whether the reflective properties might somehow enhance pattern recognition or intuitive cognition. The surfaces of ancient specimens show evidence of repeated ceremonial use, subtle wear patterns consistent with regular handling during rituals, rather than display or decorative purposes. Modern neuroscientists studying consciousness alteration have noted similarities between brain activity patterns during extended mirror gazing and those observed during certain meditative states, suggesting these objects might indeed function as consciousness-altering tools. What particularly distinguishes Tezcatlipoca's mirrors from ordinary reflective surfaces is their reported ability to show images or visions not physically present, a property consistently described across centuries of Mesoamerican literature. The obsidian sources used for these mirrors often contain naturally occurring magnetite inclusions, minerals that respond to Earth's magnetic field, and potentially create subtle electromagnetic effects when polished and shaped in specific ways. Contemporary physics recognizes that certain crystalline structures can exhibit quantum entanglement properties, raising the speculative possibility that these mirrors might operate on principles that bridge classical and quantum behavior in ways not fully understood. Archaeological evidence shows these mirrors were treated differently from all other ritual objects, stored in specialized containers, wrapped in particular fabrics, and handled only by specifically trained individuals, suggesting recognition of unique or potentially dangerous properties. The mirror's reported effects on consciousness aren't limited to Mesoamerican cultures. Similar black mirrors have been used for scrying and divination across multiple unconnected civilizations worldwide, suggesting they may exploit universal properties of human perception. Perhaps most intriguing is that even today, individuals viewing authentic specimens often report similar subjective experiences, sensations of depth beyond the surface, subtle movement within the reflection, and a distinctive feeling of being observed rather than observing. For researchers studying consciousness and perception, these mirrors represent potentially valuable tools for understanding how the human mind processes visual information and constructs reality, operating at the intersection of physics, neuroscience, and anthropology. The most compelling aspect of these mirrors isn't just their unusual physical properties, but the consistency of subjective reports across cultures, time periods, and individual experiencers, suggesting they may indeed function as interfaces between ordinary perception and something else entirely. The wedge of Trieste, northern Italy, where the Alps slope down into quiet valleys, and the soil holds memories far older than the cities above it, has always had layers of history, layers of civilization, and sometimes something that doesn't belong in any of them. This chapter begins near the port city of Trieste, where a discovery was made not by explorers or scientists, but during a routine excavation. It was in the 1980s. During a routine excavation, miners were digging through layers of soil during a restoration project near an old estate. One of them uncovered an object. Small, heavy, partially coated in calcified sediment and shaped like a pipe connector. That alone was strange enough because the object didn't look ceremonial. It didn't resemble pottery, jewelry, or sculpture. It looked manufactured. A wedge precisely angled, with ridges at both ends, made from a metallic alloy that didn't match what was common in that region's Bronze Age. Initial thoughts suggested it was a modern contamination, something dropped recently and buried by accident. But when archaeologists returned to the site and examined the stratigraphy, the layers of soil compressed over time, it became clear. The wedge had come from below the layer containing Bronze Age tools, which meant it had been there for over 4,000 years. And that changed everything. Because now, it wasn't just strange, it was impossible. The wedge, roughly 6 inches in length, hollow and precisely cast, showed machining marks. Smooth inner surfaces, threading, like it had been turned on a lathe or poured in a mold, with techniques no one in that region or era should have had. Metallurgical analysis suggested a complex mix, copper, zinc, traces of tin, and even a hint of nickel, which implied intentional alloying, a recipe not used in the region until modern times. So what was it? The mainstream explanation, as expected, leaned toward coincidence, that perhaps the object had slipped into the soil during the modern era and confused the dating. But sediment dating showed no signs of disturbance. No cracks. No intrusion lines. The layer had been sealed for thousands of years. Another suggestion was that the object was part of a natural concretion, a mineral buildup that happened to form in a tubular shape. But copper doesn't behave that way. It doesn't flow like that. And it doesn't gather itself into smooth, hollow cylinders, especially ones with parallel walls and tool-like uniformity. This object wasn't an accident, and so it remains what researchers quietly call an anomalous artifact. Like the Koso artifact, like the Antikythera mechanism, like so many other pieces that show up exactly where they shouldn't, not in ruins, but in the ground itself. If the wedge of Trieste is real and ancient, then it tells a story we haven't written yet. One where advanced metallurgy existed thousands of years earlier than we believed. Where someone, somewhere, was creating components, not statues, tools, not symbols. But for what? The wedge's design is too precise for decoration. Its form fits perfectly with what we would use today in piping, pressure systems, or mechanical joints. Could it have been part of something larger? A machine? A structure long since decayed? Or are we looking at survivor technology? A piece from a civilization erased by time, buried by floods, or folded under layers of war and silence? There's another layer to this mystery. In that same region, going back to Roman and even Etruscan times, there are stories, oral traditions of objects found in stone that made no sense. Things that were taken, hidden, passed down as curiosities, or locked away in family collections. Could this wedge be one of those? An heirloom of a forgotten chapter, a remnant of something lost. And why does it echo so closely the design of our own modern systems? Some scientists believe there's a reason that form follows function, and that once you reach a certain level of understanding, certain shapes always return. So maybe the wedge of Trieste isn't a miracle. Maybe it's a memory, not of a singular object, but of a pattern, a design repeated across time by different minds in different ages, trying to solve the same problem. That's what makes it more than a curiosity. That's what makes it haunting. Because it suggests we are not the first, and we will not be the last. Somewhere beneath our feet may lie entire skeletons of forgotten engineering, and this small, quiet wedge, dull, metallic, unremarkable to the untrained eye, may be one of the only surviving clues. And like so many ancient objects pulled from the earth, it doesn't speak. It just waits. What makes the wedge of Trieste particularly puzzling is its precision engineering. The object features uniform wall thickness, consistent threading, and perfectly formed angles that suggest industrial manufacturing rather than handcrafting. Metallurgical analysis revealed an alloy composition that includes copper 78%, zinc 15%, tin 5%, and traces of nickel 2%, a formulation resembling modern brass that wasn't developed in the region until thousands of years after the artifact's stratigraphic dating. Archaeological context places the wedge in a soil layer definitively dated to approximately 4,000 years ago, the early Bronze Age period when metallurgy in the region was limited to simple copper and tin bronze casting. The object's design serves no apparent decorative or ceremonial purpose. It appears purely functional, resembling a pipe fitting or mechanical component rather than jewelry, weaponry, or ritual items, typical of the period. Microscopic examination of the surface revealed tool marks consistent with lathe turning, a manufacturing technique that wouldn't be developed in the region until the Roman period, thousands of years later. The wedge's hollow interior features threading, similar to modern pipe fittings, screw threading technology that wasn't standardized in Europe until the Industrial Revolution. Soil compression analysis confirmed the artifact was not inserted into the archaeological layer after excavation. The surrounding soil showed natural, undisturbed stratification, consistent with thousands of years of compression. The region around Trieste has yielded other anomalous metallic artifacts over centuries. Local folklore describes impossible metal objects found by farmers and builders since at least the Etruscan period. What particularly distinguishes this find from other unusual archaeological discoveries is its clear industrial purpose. Unlike decorative or ritual objects that might be explained as unique artistic expressions, this appears to be a standardized component designed to connect to other similar pieces. The wedge's dimensions follow precise mathematical ratios. Its proportions maintain consistent relationships that optimize mechanical function rather than aesthetic appeal. The hollow interior shows evidence of having been drilled or bored with remarkable precision, creating a perfectly cylindrical channel with smooth walls, unlike anything that could be achieved with Bronze Age tools. Comparative analysis with modern industrial components reveals striking similarities to standard pipe fittings used in pressure systems. Specifically, the object resembles a reduction coupling used to connect pipes of different diameters. The threading pattern inside the wedge follows a helical path with consistent pitch and depth, characteristics requiring specialized tooling and standardized measurement systems not known to exist in the Bronze Age. Material density testing showed the wedge had been cast rather than hammered into shape, but using techniques that eliminated air bubbles and impurities in ways not typically seen in ancient metallurgy. When tested for hardness, the alloy proved significantly more durable than typical Bronze Age metals, suggesting sophisticated understanding of material properties and heat treatment. The surface showed evidence of machining after casting fine circular marks, indicating the object had been finished on something resembling a lathe, technology not developed until thousands of years later. Archaeological context rules out modern contamination. The wedge was discovered during a controlled excavation by professional archaeologists who documented its position within undisturbed soil layers. Similar artifacts have occasionally been discovered throughout Europe, often dismissed as anomalies or misidentified as more recent objects, despite their archaeological context. What makes this discovery particularly significant is that the object appears to be a component rather than a complete item, suggesting it was part of a larger mechanical system that would have included other similarly manufactured pieces. For archaeologists and historians, the wedge represents a profound chronological anomaly, either challenging our understanding of Bronze Age technological capabilities or suggesting the object somehow transferred across time. Perhaps most significantly, the wedge appears to be designed according to principles of standardization. Its dimensions and threading suggest it was made to connect with other identical components, implying mass production rather than one-off crafting. The wedge remains in storage at an Italian university research facility, occasionally studied but rarely displayed or discussed in mainstream archaeological literature, despite its potentially paradigm-shifting implications. The inscribed boulder of Altai. There's a place where Russia touches the sky, where the Altai Mountains rise in jagged silence, windswept and ancient. It's a land of permafrost, wild rivers and whispers, where time moves slowly and the earth feels old, very old. And hidden within these mountains, in a remote valley seldom visited even by locals, lies a stone, not a shrine, not a monument, just a boulder. 12 tons, roughly cube-shaped, dark gray, smooth on its flattest face. And for decades, it was just there. A curiosity to passing hikers, a landmark to nomads, a resting point for herders. But the mystery began when someone looked closer, much closer. A visiting geologist, curious about the way the sunlight reflected off one side of the stone, brought out a hand lens and saw something that made him stop breathing for a moment. The surface was covered in etchings, tiny grooves, too small to see with the naked eye, so faint they vanished in shadow. But under magnification, they were unmistakable. Lines, curves, patterns, symbols, not random weathering, not scratches from ice or stonefall. These were deliberate. The boulder was inscribed, but not in the way we usually find ancient writing, not in sweeping petroglyphs or bold carvings. This was something else, something that required tools of precision. Under high-powered microscopy, the etchings formed geometric sequences. Some resembled mathematical graphs, others, unknown scripts. There were repeating shapes, spirals nested inside squares, wave patterns aligned with the grain of the stone, and even tiny dot clusters arranged in numerical sequences. So small, in fact, that many of the markings measured less than a millimeter wide, which begs the question, who could have carved this? And more importantly, why? The Altai Mountains are home to petroglyphs dating back thousands of years. They're filled with ancient cave art, ritual stones and burial sites, but nothing like this. This boulder, now called the Inscribed Boulder of Altai, has no surrounding ruins, no temples, no paths leading to it. It sits alone in a rocky basin, half buried in moss and silence. The style of inscription doesn't match any known regional language, not Mongolic, not Turkic, not Scythian, or Pasoric, or Bronze Age. The symbols appear original. What's even stranger is the tooling marks. Some of the grooves seem to have been made with something similar to a laser or ultrasonic carving method. Not chipped or hammered, but melted. Smooth at a microscopic level. Modern material scientists examined the etchings and found no signs of mechanical abrasion, no metal fragments, no chisel scars. The edges of the grooves are too clean, as if the stone had been cut with heat or vibration or something else. And yet the stone itself has not been moved. It sits exactly where it was found, likely untouched for thousands of years. So what does it mean? One theory suggests the markings are not meant to be seen by humans, not with our unaided eyes. They require enhancement, magnification. Some believe they were carved for the benefit of beings with enhanced vision, or for those who possess technology we no longer have. Another theory is more symbolic, that the inscriptions are a kind of encoded language, a message stored in physical matter, like a microscopic scroll. A message meant to last, to survive flood, fire, war, and time. Because this isn't a fragile material. It's not on papyrus or clay. Stretched into a 12-ton monolith, in one of the most geologically stable places on Earth. The boulder has sat there unmoved for possibly 10,000 years or more, and the message, whatever it is, hasn't faded. Instead, the question that keeps surfacing in research circles is this: what were they trying to preserve? And for who? The boulder doesn't show signs of local religious use. There are no offerings, no rings of stones, no signs of animal sacrifice. Tucson appear to be sacred in the traditional sense. But maybe that's the point. Maybe it was never meant to be worshipped, only found, decoded, remembered. And maybe the reason we haven't translated it is because we're not reading it the right way. Some suggest that the markings are multidimensional, that when layered in digital space, they form shapes or animations. Others believe they correspond to star patterns or sound frequencies, and yet no theory has cracked it. No one knows who made it, or when, or how. It simply sits there in the cold wind of the alt range, heavy, silent, waiting. Maybe one day the right person will bring the right lens, the right algorithm, the right idea. Maybe one day we'll finally hear what this boulder has been trying to whisper for ages, or maybe it was never meant for us. What makes the inscribed boulder of Altai particularly extraordinary is the scale contrast, massive 12-ton stone covered with engravings, so minute they require magnification to view, some measuring less than 0.5 mm in width. Microscopic examination reveals the engravings aren't random scratches, but organized into distinct patterns, geometric designs, mathematical sequences, and what appear to be symbolic representations arranged in deliberate layouts. Material scientists who've studied photographs of the markings note that the incisions don't show typical tool marks expected from Stone Age carving. Instead, they have smooth, precise edges, as if cut with high-frequency vibration or concentrated heat. Some of the microscopic patterns appear to follow mathematical principles, including Fibonacci sequences, golden ratios, and fractal patterns, suggesting whoever created them possessed sophisticated mathematical understanding. What particularly puzzles researchers is the required precision. Creating legible symbols at sub-millimeter scale would require tools capable of extraordinary accuracy and control, far beyond what's believed possible for ancient cultures. Geological analysis dates the boulder itself to approximately 14,000 years old, formed during the last major glacial retreat in the region, but providing no clear indication of when the engravings might have been added. The boulder shows no evidence of having been moved from its original position, suggesting the engravings were created in situ rather than the stone being transported after carving. What distinguishes these markings from natural weathering or random scratches is their deliberate organization. They form geometric grids, concentric circles, and spiraling patterns that couldn't occur naturally. The engravings don't match any known writing system. Ancient or modern, they appear to utilize a unique symbolic language or notation system, not documented in any other archaeological context. Local indigenous traditions contain no references to the boulder's significance, unlike other regional monuments and petroglyphs that feature prominently in folklore and tribal histories. Some of the microscopic symbols appear to represent celestial arrangements. Certain patterns have been tentatively identified as matching star configurations visible from that latitude thousands of years ago. Modern attempts to replicate the engravings using primitive tools have failed, even with magnification assistance. Creating such precise microscopic markings in hard granite proves virtually impossible without advanced technology. What particularly intrigues researchers is the three-dimensional aspect of some engravings. They appear to have been carved at varying depths with extreme precision, creating multi-layered information that changes appearance depending on lighting angle. The boulder sits in an area with no evidence of permanent settlement, no pottery fragments, no dwelling foundations, no burial sites, making it even more mysterious why such an elaborate object would exist in such an isolated location. Some of the engravings appear to utilize optical principles. Certain patterns become visible only when viewed from specific angles or under particular lighting conditions, suggesting deliberate use of light physics in their design. The sheer number of engravings is staggering. Preliminary estimates suggest the boulder contains over 10,000 individual symbols or geometric elements, representing an enormous investment of time and precision work. Modern imaging techniques continue to reveal new patterns. As technology improves, researchers discover additional layers of information that weren't visible under earlier examination methods. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the apparent technological sophistication required. Creating microscopic, precision engravings in granite would challenge even modern microengraving equipment. The boulder sits at an altitude of approximately 2,300 meters in extremely rugged terrain, making the creation of such precisely detailed work even more remarkable, given the harsh environmental conditions. For archaeologists and epigraphers, the boulder represents a profound mystery, evidence of extraordinary precision craftsmanship in a prehistoric context where such capabilities shouldn't have existed according to conventional understanding. Some researchers have suggested the engravings might represent an ancient form of data storage, a durable method of preserving complex information in a format that would survive for millennia. Perhaps most significant is the boulder's isolation. Unlike most ancient monuments that exist within cultural contexts or along trade routes, this elaborately inscribed stone sits alone in wilderness, as if intentionally placed away from human settlement. The Baltic Sea anomaly disk. There's something unsettling about deep water. It isn't just the darkness. It's the sense of weight, the quiet pressure, the idea that entire worlds exist just a few 100 feet below the surface, and we've only seen the edges of them. In the summer of 2011, a group of treasure hunters was scanning the seafloor of the Baltic Sea, hoping to find shipwrecks. The usual old iron, maybe coins, lost cargo. But what they found was something else entirely. Something no one expected. And to this day, no one's been able to explain. The sonar image came first. Rough, grainy, just a sweep of data lines, rendering a shape in shades of gray. At first, it looked like a disk. Not a perfect circle, but round, deliberate, and large, over 200 feet across, bigger than a commercial airliner, resting silently on the ocean floor. But the shape wasn't natural. It had sharp edges, grooves, symmetry, lines too clean to be random, angles too precise to be caused by ice or time. It didn't just sit there like a rock, it rose slightly, like a platform, with a slope on one side, like a ramp, and deep cuts across the surface, geometric grooves that curved inward like machinery. It came to be known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. Immediately, theory surfaced. Some said it was a natural formation, glacial deposits, smooth and shaped by time. Others whispered about crash technology, something not human, or at least not modern. Because this object didn't just look strange, it acted strange. When divers approached the site, their electronics began to fail. Cameras cut out, lights flickered. Even compasses behaved erratically, spinning without direction. The closer they got, the worse it became. One diver described it like approaching a magnetic field that seemed to push back, as if the site didn't want to be touched. When they finally got near enough to collect samples, they found something else odd. The rocks around the structure weren't typical for the region. Some were blackened, almost melted. Others had metallic traces, a mixture that geologists couldn't identify easily. The sonar images were reviewed by multiple analysts. Each time, the conclusion was the same. The object was not just a rock. It had form, symmetry, elevation, like architecture. But no one could explain who or what put it there. The team that discovered it, Ocean X, attempted a few more dives. They tried to film. They tried to map the area, but the interference never stopped. To this day, clear underwater footage of the anomaly is incredibly rare. Some say it's being hidden. Others say it's just too hard to capture. Either way, the site remains one of the most mysterious sonar discoveries ever made. Skeptics argue that it's a glacial deposit, a drumlin shaped by ice movement, that the grooves are just erosion, that the ramps and ridges are chance. But that doesn't explain the perfect circle, the 90-degree angles, or the fact that the object appears to cast a shadow as if slightly elevated, resting on pillars or supports. Some even claim that beneath the disk lies a long runway, a trench in the seabed leading up to it, as if it slid into place, or was parked there. But parked by who? And when? Because the Baltic Sea has been around for a long time. Tens of thousands of years ago, the entire area was under ice. Before that, it was land. Whatever this object is, it didn't just fall there last week. It's been there a long time, possibly longer than human history. So what are we looking at? Some believe it's the remnant of an ancient civilization, maybe a megalithic structure, like a Stonehenge of the sea, long buried, long forgotten. That idea raises a bigger question. Was the Baltic once home to an advanced culture, wiped away by glacial floods? Others are more speculative. They say it could be a crashed craft, alien or otherwise. But the metallic traces and interference are signs of technology we don't understand. And then there are the stranger ideas that this object was never built. That it's not an object at all, but a kind of portal, a place where physical space behaves differently. That the ocean has layers, and this is a scar between them. Mainstream science won't commit. They say it's interesting, but inconclusive. Because the truth is, they don't know. And maybe that's why the Baltic Sea anomaly is so haunting. It sits there miles from shore, too deep for casual divers, not deep enough for full secrecy, just out of reach, unresolved. It's been over a decade, and still there's no definitive answer. No blueprint, no data that confirms or denies. Just silence and sonar and a shape on the ocean floor that looks too much like a machine and too little like a rock. As of now, it waits beneath the waves, alone, unmoving, unexplained, and perhaps not entirely dormant, the underwater dome of the Bahamas. What makes the Baltic Sea anomaly particularly compelling is its geometric precision, featuring 90-degree angles, straight lines, and symmetrical proportions unlike anything that forms naturally on the seafloor. Sonar imaging reveals the object measures approximately 60 meters 200 feet in diameter, roughly the size of a Boeing 747 aircraft, with a distinctive circular shape that appears deliberately formed rather than randomly deposited. Multiple independent sonar passes confirm the same unusual features, ruling out the possibility of equipment malfunction or misinterpretation of a single scan. What particularly distinguishes this formation from natural structures is its apparent elevation from the seafloor. It doesn't simply rest on the bottom, but appears raised on supports, casting shadows in sonar images. Professional sonar technicians who've analyzed the data note the anomaly's reflective properties differ significantly from surrounding natural formations, suggesting different material composition or density. Divers who've attempted to reach the site consistently report electronic malfunctions, compasses spinning erratically, camera equipment failing, and communication devices experiencing interference when approaching within approximately 200 meters of the anomaly. These electronic disturbances follow a consistent pattern. Equipment functions normally until reaching a specific proximity threshold, then progressively deteriorates the closer divers approach, suggesting some form of electromagnetic field surrounds the object. What particularly puzzles researchers is the precise circular shape. Natural formations created by glacial movement typically show irregular edges and random orientation, not the perfect geometry evident in sonar images. Geological samples collected near the anomaly have revealed unusual compositions, including metallic elements not typically found in Baltic Sea floor, sediments, and evidence of extreme heat exposure, unlike anything in the surrounding area. Multiple witnesses from the original OceanX dive team have consistently described the formation as appearing artificial rather than natural, citing its geometric precision, symmetrical layout, and structured features visible even through limited visibility conditions. The anomaly sits at a depth of approximately 90 meters, 300 feet, deep enough to have remained undisturbed by surface activities, but shallow enough for specialized diving equipment to potentially reach, creating a tantalizing yet challenging target for investigation. What particularly distinguishes this object from known shipwrecks or other underwater debris is its size and apparent integration with the seafloor. It doesn't appear to have crashed or sunk, but rather seems deliberately positioned or constructed in place. Side-scan sonar reveals what appears to be a runway or straight path, extending from the circular formation, a linear feature approximately 300 meters long that resembles an approach corridor or entrance path. The Baltic Sea region has undergone dramatic geological changes. Approximately 12,000 years ago, during the last ice age, this entire area was either dry land or under glacial ice, rather than seawater, raising questions about when and how such a structure could have been placed there. What makes natural explanations particularly challenging is the object's internal composition. Certain sonar frequencies reveal what appear to be corridors or chambers within the structure, rather than solid mass throughout. Marine biologists note the anomaly appears surprisingly free of normal sea life growth, unlike shipwrecks or natural formations that quickly become covered with algae, coral, and other marine organisms. Parts of this structure remain unusually bare. The Swedish government has shown little interest in funding official exploration. Despite the potential historical significance, no major scientific expedition has been authorized to thoroughly document and analyze the site. Professional archaeologists remain divided. Some dismiss the formation as natural, while others acknowledge its unusual characteristics warrant proper scientific investigation rather than dismissal. The Baltic Sea has a long history of strange phenomena, from unexplained lights above the water to navigational anomalies, leading some researchers to question whether this object might connect to other regional mysteries. What makes definitive analysis particularly difficult is the challenging diving environment. Cold water, limited visibility, and depth constraints restrict the time investigators can spend examining the anomaly during any single dive. Perhaps most compelling is the consistency of the object's appearance across different scanning technologies. Magnetometers, side-scan sonar, and multi-beam echo sounders all reveal the same distinctive circular formation with similar unusual features. Despite over a decade of awareness, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains largely unexplored, a profound mystery sitting just beyond our comfortable reach, challenging our assumptions about what might lie beneath the waves along coastlines we thought we understood. There are places in the ocean where maps go quiet, where sonar returns strange signals, and where divers descend not just into water, but into mystery. Just off the coast of the Bahamas, beneath layers of turquoise shallows and sudden deep drops, lies a formation that has no easy explanation. It's not coral. It's not volcanic. It's not modern. They call it the underwater dome. It was first spotted during a routine survey flight in the late 1980s. A research team, flying a small twin-prop aircraft over the Bahama banks, noticed something odd below, a perfectly round shadow sitting at the ocean floor, far deeper than any reef system should go. At first, they assumed it was a trick of light, or maybe an illusion caused by currents. But sonar confirmed it. A solid object, geometrically precise, a dome, nearly 200 feet in diameter. Its surface appeared smooth. Too smooth. With curvature that didn't match any known natural dome formation, especially at that depth. What made it stranger was the material. Initial scans showed a dense composite, reflective to sonar in an unusual way, not like stone, not like coral, not like sand or metal, something else. The dome rests at a depth of over 4,500 feet, which means it couldn't have been constructed during any known period of human history. Even today, placing such a large structure at that depth would require advanced submersible technology, and yet there it is, still silent, massive. Submarine teams dispatched in the early 2000s reached the site and managed to record footage, blurry, low-light video of the dome's top, showing a smooth curve rising gently from the seafloor in what appears to be a single circular depression at the center, like an eye or a hatch. The material is still a mystery. It doesn't erode like limestone. It doesn't attract marine growth. It seems to resist colonization by life forms, like it was treated or protected or made of something entirely alien to the ecosystem. Geologists have no record of such a formation in the region's volcanic history. Engineers say it doesn't match any known underwater construction, and historians, well, they don't know what to do with it. Because if it's artificial, then it's impossibly old. The last time this region was above sea level was more than 10,000 years ago, during the end of the last ice age, which would place the dome's creation in a time when humans were still considered hunter-gatherers. So how could such a structure exist? One theory links the dome to the many legends of lost civilizations in the Atlantic, Atlantis, the Mini Road, and other underwater anomalies. But the dome doesn't match those ruins. It's not rectangular. It's not stone blocks. It's purposeful, engineered. Some believe it may have been part of a larger complex, a pressure vessel, perhaps, or even a containment structure. Something designed to hold, protect, or store. Others suggest it was a habitat, a structure once built on land, overtaken by rising seas. But that still doesn't explain the material or the preservation, because the dome hasn't degraded. It's not collapsing. There are no cracks, no signs of wear, beyond the surface, scouring caused by current. Its shape remains perfect. One group of researchers tested acoustic response, sending sonar pulses into the dome, listening for echoes. They reported strange harmonics, echoes that didn't behave like normal bouncebacks. Instead, they came back layered, as if the interior structure had chambers. That led to another theory, that the dome is hollow, a shell with something inside. But if so, no one has opened it. No one's drilled. No one's dared. Because whatever it is, it doesn't belong. The Bahamas is littered with myths and disappearances, strange compass behavior, missing ships, transient fog banks. The dome sits right in the middle of those accounts. Could it be a relic from a forgotten age? Could it be more than that? Some fringe theorists go further. They suggest the dome is a record, a storage unit, a data vault, or even a beacon. A few say the shape is too familiar to be coincidence, like the top half of a sphere embedded in the ocean floor with technology buried beneath, like something waiting. But that's speculation. What we know is this: there is a massive dome beneath the Bahamas. It was not formed by any known natural process. It's composed of material we can't identify, and it's been sitting untouched for thousands of years. The official reports exist, but are incomplete. Photos have leaked, but remain inconclusive. The footage is grainy, almost dreamlike, which leaves us with only the mystery. A dome under miles of water, watching, waiting, refusing to erode, refusing to explain itself, and maybe it never will. Because sometimes the past doesn't want to be found. Sometimes it hides. And all we can do is float above it in our boats and planes, never knowing what sleeps beneath. What makes the Bahamian underwater dome particularly compelling is its perfect geometrical shape, a hemisphere with apparently precise dimensions that appears deliberately constructed rather than naturally formed. Marine geologists who've studied sonar mapping of the dome note it has an almost perfectly smooth surface, with consistent curvature, characteristics that don't match any known natural formation processes in underwater environments. The material composition remains unidentified, despite sample analysis. It doesn't match known stone, concrete, metal, or any conventional building material, yet has remained structurally intact at extreme depth for what must be thousands of years. The dome's location at over 4,500 feet below sea level places it well beyond the diving range of conventional scuba equipment, requiring specialized deep-sea submersibles that weren't available until the mid-21st century, yet the structure appears far older. What particularly puzzles researchers is the dome's resistance to marine colonization. Unlike shipwrecks or natural formations that quickly become covered with algae, coral, and other sea life, the dome's surface remains relatively clean, suggesting its material somehow inhibits biological growth. Acoustic testing has revealed the dome is not solid, but appears to contain internal chambers or spaces. Sound waves directed at the structure return, echoes suggesting a hollow interior with possible partitions or divisions. The circular depression at the dome's apex appears deliberately formed, approximately 3 meters in diameter, with smooth, regular edges that some researchers suggest resembles an entrance or access point rather than random damage. Geological dating of the surrounding seafloor indicates the area has been underwater for at least 10,000 years, since the end of the last ice age, when rising sea levels submerged vast portions of what is now the Bahama Banks. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the dome size at nearly 200 feet in diameter. It represents a massive construction project that would have required substantial resources and engineering knowledge to create. The structure shows no signs of having been built in stages, unlike many ancient monuments that show evidence of different construction phases. This appears to have been created as a single unified project. Temperature readings from submersible probes have detected slight thermal anomalies. The dome maintains a temperature approximately 2-3 degrees warmer than the surrounding water, suggesting either different thermal properties or possibly some form of internal energy source. The depth at which the dome sits has remained essentially undisturbed by human activity throughout history. At 4,500 feet, it lies far deeper than any historical shipping, fishing, or exploration could have reached prior to modern technology. Magnetic field measurements taken near the structure show subtle but consistent deviations. Compass readings shift slightly when brought within proximity, suggesting either metallic components or some other field-affecting property. What particularly distinguishes this structure from natural formations is its isolation. It sits alone on an otherwise unremarkable section of seafloor, with no associated structures or features that would suggest natural geological processes. Deep sea currents in the region should have caused erosion over thousands of years, yet the dome maintains its precise shape with minimal degradation, suggesting either extraordinary durability or relatively recent placement, despite the ancient seafloor surrounding it. Local Bahamian traditions include stories of underwater lights and sleeping places beneath the sea, folklore previously dismissed as superstition, but gaining new interest following the dome's discovery. Maritime records from the colonial era include scattered references to ships experiencing unusual compass behavior and electrical storms in this precise region centuries before the dome's discovery by modern technology. What makes scientific investigation particularly challenging is the extreme depth. Even modern research submersibles can only remain at such depths for limited periods, making thorough documentation and sampling difficult. The limited footage that exists shows the dome has a perfectly level base where it meets the seafloor, not sinking into sediment, as would be expected if it had been placed on the soft sea bottom, suggesting it either rests on a prepared foundation or was somehow constructed in situ. For oceanic archaeologists and geologists, the Bahamian Dome represents one of the most perplexing underwater discoveries, a massive, geometrically perfect structure sitting at a depth that should have been inaccessible to any known ancient civilization, composed of unidentifiable materials that have withstood thousands of years of deep ocean conditions without significant degradation. The giant screw of China, in the western provinces of China, where the land rolls out in endless hills of red sandstone, and dry wind sculpts the rocks into spires and plateaus. There is a place not known for secrets, but for silence. And in that silence, in a quarry near a rural village in the 1990s, something was found, something no one could explain. It looked, at first, like a fossil, a spiral shape, partially embedded in a sandstone wall, curved, threaded, long. But it wasn't bone, and it wasn't plant. It was metallic, roughly 6 inches in diameter. The object curved into the rock like a bolt, a screw frozen in time. And the rock itself, it wasn't new. It dated back several 100 million years. That's what makes the story so strange. The object would become known as the giant screw of China. Researchers arrived. Photographs were taken. The screw-like shape was real. The rock encasing it was solid sandstone, dated between 200 to 300 million years old, long before humans, before mammals, before even the dinosaurs we recognize. So how did a screw-shaped object end up inside it? To find out more, a team from a local institute brought in X-ray imaging equipment. They scanned the rock. They traced the outline, and what they saw confirmed their suspicions. The spiral continued into the stone, deep and consistent. It wasn't surface level. It wasn't decorative. It was embedded. One theory was that it could be a fossilized crinoid, an ancient sea creature with a spiraling stalk, sometimes mistaken for artificial structures. But the patterns didn't match. Crinoid fossils have soft, segmented rings. This object had sharp threads, even spacing, precision angles, and X-ray cross-sections revealed metallic densities not present in organic fossils. Something in the mineral matrix was interfering with signal. So if it wasn't a fossil and it wasn't a fake, what was it? That's where the story begins to drift into the unexplained, because this wasn't an isolated case. Across China, especially in rural construction zones, there have been sporadic reports over the decades of metallic shapes and stone, twisted rods, tube segments, even joint-like structures. Most are dismissed, explained away as tool marks, misidentified fossils, or outright hoaxes. But the giant screw? It wasn't easy to dismiss. Multiple teams reviewed the data. Each came to a hesitant conclusion. The object was not naturally formed. It was engineered. But by who? And when? Because the sandstone surrounding it is not soft clay or soil. It is solidified sediment, layered and compressed over hundreds of millions of years. To insert an object into it without cracking the surrounding stone would require one of two things: that the object was already there when the rock formed, that the rock itself is not as old as it appears. But neither explanation is satisfying, because if the object was there when the stone formed, it would mean something intelligent created metal hardware hundreds of millions of years before humans evolved. And if the rock is younger than dating suggests, then why does it contain fossils from the Permian period? Even more unsettling is the suggestion by some researchers that the metal may not be pure iron or steel, but something composite, possibly an alloy. But testing has been restricted. The site was closed off shortly after the scans. The artifact itself never removed. It still sits in the quarry wall behind a sealed fence, slowly weathering in the wind. Photos exist, blurred and low res. A few X-ray frames were leaked online, showing the faint spiral inside the stone. But beyond that, the giant screw has faded from mainstream discussion. Why? Some say it challenges too much. Others believe it's been left untouched because it doesn't fit the timeline. And some whisper that it's not the only one, that other anomalies like it have been found and quietly reburied. Whatever the truth, the giant screw of China stands as a quiet defiance, a small, precise shape inside a very old stone, a whisper from a past we don't remember, or a future we haven't reached yet. Because if a screw sits inside a rock, older than time, it means someone was building before we were born, and we've only just begun to find the pieces. What makes the giant screw of China particularly compelling is its precise threading pattern, not random spirals, but uniform, mechanical-looking grooves, with consistent pitch and depth, resembling modern machine-threaded bolts. X-ray analysis revealed the object extends at least 16 inches into the solid rock face, maintaining the same precise spiral pattern throughout its length, rather than just appearing on the surface. Geological dating confirms the sandstone formation dates to the Permian period between 250 to 300 million years ago, a time when Earth was dominated by primitive reptiles and amphibians, hundreds of millions of years before mammals evolved. The surrounding rock contains clearly identifiable Permian-era fossils, making it virtually impossible that the formation has been misdated or is a recent creation disguised to appear ancient. Material density scans indicated the embedded object has significantly higher density than the surrounding stone, with readings consistent with metallic rather than organic material. Microscopic examination of the exposed portion showed no evidence of tool marks or modern manipulation. The junction between the object and surrounding stone appears seamless, as if the stone formed around the object rather than being carved or altered later. What particularly puzzles geologists is the lack of fracturing in the surrounding rock. If something had been forced into the stone after formation, there would be evidence of cracking or disturbance in the layering, yet the sedimentary layers appear undisturbed. The object's spiral pattern maintains perfect mathematical consistency. The distance between threads remains proportional throughout the visible portion, suggesting precision manufacturing rather than random natural formation. Close examination of the exposed surface revealed textures inconsistent with fossil material. Instead of organic patterns, the surface showed uniform, seemingly machined characteristics. The quarry where the object was discovered had no history of previous excavation. The rock face was being newly exposed for the first time when workers uncovered the anomalous spiral. Local authorities initially encouraged scientific investigation, allowing researchers to document and examine the find before abruptly restricting access and declaring the site off-limits to further study. Attempts to remove a sample from the object for laboratory analysis were reportedly blocked by government officials, leaving researchers limited to non-invasive scanning and surface examination. Comparison with known fossilized crinoid spiral-shaped marine animals showed fundamental differences. Crinoid fossils have segmented structures with visible biological features, while this object displays mechanical uniformity throughout. The object's diameter of approximately 6 inches remains consistent along its length, unlike organic structures that typically taper or show irregular dimensions. What makes this discovery particularly significant is its in situ location, found embedded within undisturbed rock rather than in loose sediment, where contamination or misidentification would be more likely. Several geologists who examined photographs and scans noted that the object appears to have been cast rather than carved, showing characteristics of having been formed through liquid metal cooling rather than mechanical shaping. The quarry site's remote location in rural China meant few international researchers were able to examine the object directly, leading to limited peer-reviewed documentation and reliance on photographs and local scientific reports. Perhaps most compelling is that the object was discovered by ordinary quarry workers with no apparent motive for fabrication or hoax, individuals who simply reported what they found during routine stone extraction. For paleontologists and archaeologists, the giant screw represents a profound anomaly, either challenging our understanding of Earth's technological history or requiring new explanations for how metal-like objects could form naturally with such precise geometric patterns. The most troubling aspect for conventional science is the object's apparent age. If genuinely embedded in 300-million-year-old Permian sandstone, it would predate not just human civilization, but mammals, dinosaurs, and even most reptiles, suggesting technological activity at a time when only primitive life existed on Earth. The electromagnetic skull fragment, high in the Andean cloud forests, where the mountains scrape the sky and the air tastes thin and ancient, there lies a burial field almost no one visits. There are no signs to mark it. No structures above ground, only patches of moss, wind-worn stones, and whispers passed down through the local Quechua communities. They call it a place of silence and memory, and it was here during a quiet archaeological survey in the late 1990s that a discovery was made, one that still has no clear answer. A fragment of a human skull, darkened with age and nearly fossilized by time, was gently unearthed from a shallow grave. The burial itself was simple. No gold, no pottery, no writing, just woven fibers, fragments of animal bone, and this partial cranium tucked beneath a stone. At first no one thought much of it, but when researchers returned to the lab and began routine cataloging, something strange happened. One of the instruments, a proximity scanner meant to measure bone density, began giving off irregular readings, not on the table, not in the air. Only when pointed at the skull fragment. The readings were faint, barely above background noise, but they were consistent. Short bursts of electromagnetic pulses, measured in milligauss emanating from within the bone itself. The fragments seemed to emit tiny pulses of EM energy spaced irregularly, but repeatable, not static, not environmental, internal. No other human remains in the lab produced this effect. At first the team assumed contamination, maybe a nearby device or a material in the storage bag, so they isolated it. They placed the skull in a Faraday cage, a shielded enclosure that blocks all electromagnetic interference, and the pulses still appeared. They tried cooling it, heating it, scanning it, but the energy remained subtle, persistent, and untraceable. When the fragment was subjected to X-ray tomography, no metal implants or inclusions were visible. No shrapnel, no fillings, nothing modern. It was in every visible way an ordinary piece of prehistoric bone. Except it wasn't, because it kept emitting. Some pulses were strong enough to be recorded with EM field monitors. Tiny spikes, blips of energy lasting less than a second, then silence, then another. Over time, a pattern emerged. The spikes weren't random. They occurred in odd intervals, like Morse code missing its key. Almost rhythmic, but not quite like a signal or a remnant of one. The skull fragment was reanalyzed using spectral frequency scanning. Nothing. No artificial materials. No embedded technology. Just ancient bone and something inside it that shouldn't be there. Geochemical analysis revealed slightly elevated traces of magnetite, a naturally magnetic mineral sometimes found in the human brain in small quantities. But not like this. The magnetite was clustered, forming an uneven band near the base of the skull, a configuration not known in any other Andean human remains. Some scientists now believe that under rare conditions, certain types of magnetite can create weak EM signatures when exposed to thermal or atmospheric changes. But why only this skull, and why in such a patterned way? There are no written records from the culture it came from. No language, no books, just oral stories. And one of those stories, still whispered by the elders in the nearby villages, speaks of a time when some among the dead could still speak, though not with words. They were called the stone listeners, buried high in the earth, so their souls could remain close to the sky, able to hear storms, and sometimes respond. The elders don't speak of them directly, only in metaphors. But when researchers returned to the site and surveyed surrounding burials, they found no other skull fragments with magnetite traces, only this one. The theory that the skull might have been ritually treated emerged, that perhaps these people understood how to embed magnetic materials into bone, maybe even as a form of spiritual preservation. But that idea seems beyond their known technology, yet the pulses remain even today. The skull fragment now rests in a magnetic containment case stored in a climate-controlled vault in Cusco, still monitored, still emitting. Every few days, it releases a pulse, soft, measurable, deliberate. What's causing it? No one knows. Could it be piezoelectric stress from bone crystals reacting to pressure and temperature? Possibly, but those effects decay quickly. This one has lasted over a decade. Some researchers now suggest the skull may hold remnants of a natural bioelectric field fossilized somehow, preserved in a way that defies modern understanding. Others whisper more quietly that the skull is a relic, not just of bone, but of memory, and that those pulses are not echoes, but messages, residual thoughts, preserved intention. Still others suggest something more speculative, that certain people in ancient cultures may have had magnetic implants or naturally elevated magnetite levels that served a purpose: navigation, sensing, or even ritual communication with the Earth's field. But if that's true, we've lost the knowledge, forgotten it completely, and now only the skull remembers. Whatever the truth, one thing is clear. Something is inside that fragment, and it hasn't gone silent. What makes the electromagnetic skull fragment particularly extraordinary is the consistency of its emissions. The pulses have continued uninterrupted for over 2 decades since discovery, without weakening or changing pattern. Laboratory measurements confirm the emissions are genuinely coming from within the bone itself, not from surrounding equipment, environmental factors, or contamination on the surface. When placed in a Faraday cage, specifically designed to block all external electromagnetic fields, the skull fragment continues to emit its distinctive pulses, confirming they originate from the bone rather than external influences. Spectrographic analysis of the emissions reveals they occur in a narrow frequency band around 7.8 Hz, coincidentally similar to Earth's Schumann resonance, the planet's natural electromagnetic heartbeat. Carbon dating places the skull at approximately 3,000 years old, belonging to a pre-Incan culture that inhabited the high Andean regions long before any known civilization in the area developed writing or advanced metallurgy. The pattern of emissions follows what mathematicians identify as a non-random, non-repeating sequence, suggesting either deliberate coding or a natural process with complex underlying organization, rather than random energy discharges. Microscopic examination reveals the magnetite concentrations are not randomly distributed throughout the bone, but arranged in distinct linear patterns along certain regions of the skull fragment, appearing almost like primitive circuitry. The magnetite particles themselves show unusual properties. They're smaller and more uniform in size than naturally occurring magnetite, typically found in human brain tissue, suggesting possible refinement or processing. What particularly puzzles researchers is that the emissions require an energy source, yet there's no apparent mechanism for how a 3,000-year-old skull fragment could continue generating electromagnetic pulses without an identifiable power supply. When the fragment is subjected to changing environmental conditions, such as temperature fluctuations, barometric pressure changes, or electromagnetic storms, the pulse patterns subtly shift, suggesting the emissions respond to environmental stimuli. Laboratory attempts to reproduce similar effects in other ancient bone samples have consistently failed, even when artificially introducing magnetite in identical concentrations and patterns. No other specimen generates comparable electromagnetic activity. Ethnographic research in local Quechua communities revealed traditional beliefs about certain individuals who were lightning-touched, people struck by lightning who survived, and were believed to retain special connections to natural energies. The burial site where the skull was discovered sits at an unusual geomagnetic location, one of several spots in the Andes where Earth's magnetic field shows localized anomalies and stronger than typical intensity. Comparative analysis with other ancient human remains worldwide has found no parallel examples, making this skull fragment unique among all known archaeological specimens in its electromagnetic properties. Local oral traditions describe special burial practices for certain individuals, including positioning their heads toward specific mountain peaks and performing rituals involving iron-rich materials and exposure to lightning storms. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is that magnetite alone shouldn't produce organized pulsed emissions. Natural magnetic materials can create fields, but not the distinct rhythmic patterns observed in this specimen. The skull fragment shows no evidence of artificial modification, drilling, or insertion of foreign materials. Whatever causes the emissions appears to have been incorporated into the bone through a process that left no visible evidence of manipulation. Neuroscientists who've studied the phenomenon suggest it could represent an unknown form of biomagnetic preservation, perhaps the mineralization of neural pathways that somehow retained electromagnetic properties of the living brain. For archaeological science, this skull fragment represents a profound anomaly, physical evidence of electromagnetic properties in ancient human remains that cannot be explained through known natural processes or technological interventions of the time. The magnetic fossil tools of Namibia, in the sunburned heart of southern Africa, where the earth splits into red dunes and fossil beds stretch like open scars, lies a site that doesn't get much attention. Namibia is best known for its wildlife, its deserts, and its ancient rock art. But buried in the ochre layers near Twyfelfontein, an area already famous for Neolithic carvings, a discovery was made that no one quite expected. Not bones, not pottery, but tools. Stone tools. Perfectly shaped, flakes, scrapers, and blades. Roughly 12,000 years old. Clearly man-made. That's not the mystery. It's what they do that caught everyone off guard. Because when a researcher placed a handful of iron filings near one of the blades for cleaning, they moved. The filings responded, clumped, shifted, as if pulled by a magnet. But these weren't magnets. They were stone. Tests began immediately. Geologists assumed they contained magnetite, a naturally magnetic mineral. But when they analyzed the composition, they found something strange. Yes, a small amount of magnetite was present, but not enough to explain the strength of the pull. And more than that, the distribution of magnetic properties wasn't natural. In ordinary magnetic rocks, the polarity is random. But in these tools, the magnetic force was focused at the tip or the edge, exactly where the tool would make contact, almost as if it had been intentionally charged. And yet, these tools were ancient, dated reliably to before known metallurgy, before compasses, before even the earliest use of refined iron. Still, they behaved as if engineered. Further testing revealed more. These tools weren't made from standard stone. They were composed of a composite, a mix of quartz, feldspar, and a dark mineral that remains unnamed in official papers. This dark inclusion behaves strangely under electron microscopy. Its crystal structure shows signs of repeated heating and cooling, as if forged, not shaped by nature. But how and why? No known culture in the region at that time had the technology to produce high-heat composite materials. Yet here it was. And this wasn't a one-off. Over 40 such tools have now been recovered from different excavation layers, some as far as 30 kilometers apart. Each one shows magnetic alignment. Each one is weighted toward the working edge, and each one appears to be more than just a cutting instrument. One theory is that they were part of a ritual set, designed not just for function, but for energy manipulation. Another, more controversial idea is that the tools were used for working with ferrous materials, perhaps in shaping soft metals before smelting was known. A third theory suggests they were part of early electrical experiments, using the Earth's magnetic field or the piezoelectric qualities of the stone to create resonance. Sounds far-fetched, but the stones don't lie. The most bizarre aspect came when one blade was subjected to an artificial magnetic field. The tool's magnetic profile increased as though it remembered polarity. When the field was turned off, it retained the charge for over a week. Modern materials with this property are used in memory storage. Yet here it was, in a 12-year-old flake. So now we're left with a question. Did these ancient people discover something we've forgotten? Was magnetism once seen not as a scientific curiosity, but practical force, part of everyday life, embedded in tools, rituals, even survival? And if so, who taught them? Because magnetized stone tools require not just knowledge, but intent. An understanding of polarity, of force, concentration, of materials that act together, stone and metal, earth and energy. Today, most of the magnetic tools are housed in a climate-controlled lab in Windhoek, not on display, not part of museum tours. Too strange? Too out of place? A few casts have been made for public exhibits, but not the originals. Those remain under study. No inscriptions have been found. No guides. Just these ancient blades that tug ever so slightly at passing metal and at something deeper. Because in the silent stone of Namibia, there lies a memory of force. Not violence, not war, but of precision, of understanding, and maybe of a science that once whispered through hands long forgotten. What makes the magnetic fossil tools of Namibia particularly extraordinary is their consistent magnetic properties, not just one anomalous specimen, but over 40 separate tools, all exhibiting similar magnetic characteristics. Laboratory measurements confirm these tools generate magnetic fields measuring between 0.5 Mises 2.0 Gauss weak compared to modern magnets, but remarkably strong for stone objects with no apparent metallic components. What particularly puzzles researchers is the directional nature of the magnetism. Unlike natural magnetic stones that typically have randomly oriented fields, these tools consistently show magnetic concentration at their working edges or tips. Microscopic analysis reveals a composite structure unlike typical Stone Age tools, featuring distinct layers of different minerals precisely arranged in patterns, suggesting deliberate manufacturing rather than natural formation. The tool's magnetic properties become even more perplexing when considering their age, reliably carbon dated to approximately 12,000 years ago, long before humans were believed to understand magnetism or have technology to manipulate it. Electron microscopy reveals the dark mineral component contains unusual crystalline structures, showing evidence of having been repeatedly heated to temperatures exceeding 1,200 degrees Celsius and then rapidly cooled, a process beyond the technological capabilities believed available at that time. Geologists confirm the magnetic properties aren't the result of natural processes like lightning strikes or volcanic activity. The specific concentration and alignment of magnetic fields indicates deliberate manufacturing techniques. What particularly distinguishes these tools from natural magnetic stones is their ability to magnetically remember. When exposed to stronger magnetic fields, they retain the enhanced magnetization for days or weeks, a property called remanence that's typically only found in specially engineered modern materials. The tools show evidence of being manufactured through a sophisticated, multi-stage process, starting with careful selection of specific mineral combinations, followed by precise shaping and apparently some form of heat treatment to enhance magnetic properties. Archaeological context confirms these tools were genuinely used by ancient peoples. They were found in association with other artifacts and showware patterns, consistent with practical use rather than ceremonial purposes. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the tool's composite nature. They contain precisely arranged layers of different minerals that wouldn't naturally occur together, suggesting deliberate engineering for specific properties. The magnetic properties appear intentionally optimized for specific functions. Tools designed for cutting show strongest magnetization along their edges, while scraping tools have magnetic fields concentrated on their broad surfaces. The tool's magnetic strength hasn't significantly diminished, despite thousands of years buried in varying conditions, suggesting they were created through a process that produced remarkably stable magnetic properties. Chemical analysis reveals traces of iron oxides in precisely controlled distributions throughout the tools, not random inclusions, but carefully integrated components that enhance magnetic functionality. What particularly challenges archaeological understanding is that these tools predate the earliest known human use of magnetism by thousands of years. The first documented human use of magnetic compasses didn't occur until around 1000 CE in China. Some tools show evidence of having been recharged during their period of use, with patterns suggesting they were periodically subjected to processes that restored or enhanced their magnetic properties. The tools were recovered from multiple archaeological layers spanning several centuries, indicating this wasn't a brief technological experiment, but a sustained tradition passed down through many generations. Modern attempts to replicate these tools, using only technologies believed available 12,000 years ago, have consistently failed, suggesting either the ancient manufacturers possessed knowledge and techniques lost to history, or had access to natural resources no longer available. Perhaps most significantly, these tools suggest prehistoric peoples possessed a sophisticated understanding of physics, not just how to shape stone for cutting and scraping, but how to manipulate invisible forces for practical advantage. The Nampa magnetic tools represent one of archaeology's most perplexing discoveries, concrete evidence of advanced technological understanding, existing thousands of years before such knowledge was believed possible, challenging conventional timelines of human technological development. The codex that reacts to light. Deep within the lowland jungles of Central America, where the canopy breathes mist and the ruins of forgotten empires crumble beneath vines, a discovery was made that still refuses to explain itself. It was found in a shallow limestone cave, half collapsed by centuries of erosion, just north of the Guatemalan border. No grand temple stood nearby. No tomb, just a dark, narrow crevice that had once been sealed by fallen stone. And inside, resting atop a slab of carved basalt, was a bundle wrapped in layers of bar cloth, dry, intact. Inside that bundle was a codex. Not Maya, not Mixtec, not any known civilization script. The codex was roughly the size of a large notebook, its pages stiff, made from a bark-based paper, coated in something that gave them a smooth, almost leathery feel. Most unusual, however, was what was on the pages. Not just drawings, but symbols. Thousands of them. Neither fully pictographic nor alphabetic. A hybrid script, and one no one has yet decoded. But the script alone wasn't the mystery. What truly caught researchers off guard was what happened when they examined the codex under ultraviolet light. The pages shifted, not dramatically, not like a disappearing ink trick, but subtly, unmistakably. Lines brightened. Margins glowed faintly blue. And in the margins, once invisible shapes began to appear, geometric, faint, like sketches drawn in moonlight, almost like the book was responding. This wasn't expected. Mesoamerican codices were typically created using natural dyes, pigments, and mineral-based inks. They don't glow. They don't shift under UV light. But this one does, Toda. And what's stranger? Every time the codex is exposed to light, it changes slightly. One set of symbols will brighten. Another will fade. Lines that were dim one day seem clearer. The next. Even temperature appears to affect the glow. It's like the codex is dynamic, not quite alive, but aware in a way that no ancient artifact should be. Analysis began immediately. The writing was unlike any other. Researchers attempted to match the symbols to known scripts, Olmec glyphs, Zapotec carvings, even early Amazonian pictograms, but nothing aligned. Even the structure of the language defied traditional patterns. There were no repeats, no sentence-like formatting, yet the symbols were clearly deliberate. A team from Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology ran a full chemical breakdown of the ink. What they found was baffling. The ink contained photoactive compounds. Some of these are found in certain tropical plants, but others, unidentified. One compound showed a response curve similar to phosphorescent proteins found in deep-sea organisms. But how would such a compound have ended up in a Central American manuscript? And more importantly, why? One theory is that the codex was created not to be read, but to be performed. That is, its contents only fully appear under specific conditions: light, temperature, maybe even sound or humidity. If true, then the codex may represent an early form of interactive knowledge designed to reveal information only to those who knew how to unlock it. To imagine a ritual performed under torchlight, with the codex glowing faintly in the shadows, symbols pulsing as chants echoed. That's not a book. That's an experience. Others believe the codex is a time-locked document, that it's meant to change slowly, with exposure over weeks, months, years, revealing new information over time. Some indigenous oral traditions speak of singing scrolls or dream leaves, objects that change with the moon, the voice, or the light of a fire. Could this codex be one of those? A physical piece of memory, but one that only unfolds when treated the right way. Today, the codex remains under controlled conditions in a secure archival facility in Belize. No scans have fully captured its glow. No translations have unlocked its language. And every test raises more questions. Could the compounds in its ink represent a lost understanding of bioluminescence? Did these ancient people learn to bind organic light into writing? Were these documents encoded for vision, for spirit, for something beyond explanation? Some even suggest the codex is not historical, but predictive. That the shifting patterns record celestial alignments, climate phases, or other natural cycles too vast to grasp in a single glance. A few researchers believe it may even contain a code 1 that unfolds only under the right environmental sequence, like a safe cracking open slowly over time. But most just look at it in silence, at its delicate pages, at the glowing margins, at the symbols that seem to breathe when no one's looking. When the light is right, a language of shadows and glow, memory and mystery. And as you sit in the dark, watching its edges brighten ever so slightly under your lamp, you start to feel something that maybe it's not just us reading the codex. Maybe it's reading us too. The impossibly layered knife blade. What makes the Photoactive Codex particularly extraordinary is the dynamic nature of its content. Unlike any known ancient manuscript, its text and images physically change, depending on the type and duration of light exposure. Laboratory analysis confirms the inks contain compounds that fluoresce under specific light wavelengths, including ultraviolet, infrared, and certain narrow bands within the visible spectrum that produce different visual effects. What particularly puzzles researchers is the chemical composition of these inks. Some compounds match known plant-based substances, but others contain molecular structures not documented in any known Mesoamerican pigments. Spectroscopic analysis identified at least 3 distinct photoactive compounds in the inks, each responding to different light wavelengths and producing unique visual effects when illuminated. One compound shows remarkable similarity to choliners, a bioluminescent protein found primarily in marine organisms that shouldn't have been available to inland Mesoamerican cultures. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the codex's reactivity patterns. The same page exposed to identical lighting conditions on different days will reveal slightly different imagery, suggesting an almost algorithmic response system. Carbon dating places the codex's creation between 800–1000 CE, corresponding to the late Classic Maya period, yet its writing system matches no known Mesoamerican script from any era. The bark paper substrate itself has been treated with an unidentified substance, a coating that gives the pages unusual preservation properties and enhances the photoactive effects of the inks. Microscopic examination reveals that inks were applied in multiple precise layers, with different compounds deliberately placed in specific sequences to create complex reactive patterns when exposed to light. The codex's reactivity isn't limited to light. Subtle changes in temperature, humidity, and possibly even sound vibrations appear to influence which symbols become visible or prominent. Conservation scientists note the extraordinary preservation state. Despite being potentially over 1,000 years old, the photoreactive properties remain fully functional, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of chemical stability. When documented under time-lapse photography with changing light conditions, the codex reveals sequential patterns. Symbols appear to activate in specific orders, suggesting an intentional reading sequence controlled by environmental factors. What particularly distinguishes this manuscript from known forgeries is the microscopic structure of its reactive compounds. The materials appear to have been incorporated into the inks at a molecular level, not simply applied as a modern chemical treatment. Ethnographic research among indigenous communities in the region uncovered oral traditions describing living documents that spoke only when asked correctly, possibly referring to knowledge of photoactive texts that has survived in cultural memory. The symbolic system used in the codex contains over 600 unique glyphs, far more complex than most Mesoamerican writing systems, and arranged in patterns that suggest mathematical or astronomical significance rather than purely linguistic content. Some symbols become visible only after the codex has been exposed to a specific sequence of different light sources, suggesting it may have functioned as a form of knowledge protection, revealing certain information only to those who knew the correct unlocking procedure. The photoreactive properties aren't random or decorative but appear deliberately integrated with the content. Certain symbols consistently appear together under specific conditions, suggesting conceptual relationships encoded through chemical properties. Researchers have identified what appear to be astronomical references within the changing patterns, symbols that align with solar, lunar, and planetary cycles, potentially functioning as a complex calendar or predictive system. For archaeologists and chemists studying ancient technologies, the codex represents a profound anomaly, concrete evidence of sophisticated chemical engineering and a pre-industrial civilization that shouldn't have possessed such knowledge according to conventional historical understanding. Perhaps most significantly, the codex challenges fundamental assumptions about information storage in ancient cultures, suggesting that some knowledge may have been intentionally encoded in ways that remain inaccessible unless the precise environmental keys are applied. There's a small burial mound on the outskirts of Eastern Europe, one of thousands scattered across the old steppe. It's not famous, it's not tall or dramatic, just a low rise in the earth, surrounded by flat fields and sky. But beneath that mound, something waited. When archaeologists excavated it in the early 1980s, they expected the usual bones, pottery, maybe a few beads or remnants of clothing, and they found those, but they also found something else. Something sharp, something dark, something far too advanced. A knife blade. It wasn't large, just 8 inches long, blackened with age. But the moment they picked it up, the dig changed. Because this wasn't an ordinary Bronze Age blade, this wasn't even typical iron. This blade had layers, not 2, not 10, thousands. The blade was sent to a metallurgy lab. At first they assumed it was a type of Damascus steel, known for its wavy patterns and layered strength. But as they began cross-section analysis under a scanning electron microscope, their assumptions quickly fell apart. This wasn't ancient Damascus. This blade had microlayers, some just a few microns thick, each one distinct, bonded, not folded. Damascus blades from known history, such as those from medieval Syria, show anywhere from 50 to 300 layers. This blade, over 2,000. And what's more, the layers weren't just decorative, they were functional. Some layers were high-carbon steel, others were low-carbon, almost iron-like. Still others were unidentifiable. Metallic, yes, but with microscopic crystalline alignments not seen in traditional forging. Modern metallurgists were stunned. It would take precise temperature control, multiple forging cycles, and advanced tooling to produce this. Even today, in modern knife making, achieving that level of micro-layered complexity requires automated furnaces and controlled atmosphere chambers. And yet this blade came from a burial site dated to around 3,800 years ago, well before Damascus steel, well before modern metallurgy, well before anyone should have known how to do this. The blade had no handle left, just rivet holes. It wasn't ornate, no carvings, no markings, which made it even stranger. This wasn't a ceremonial object. It was functional and sharp. So sharp, in fact, that when tested, it cleanly sliced through modern leather with almost no pressure. The edge retention was exceptional. The metallurgy team noted that the blade had undergone differential hardening, a technique used in Japanese swordsmithing to create harder edges and softer spines. But there were no kilns, no forges, no written records in the region at that time that describe anything remotely close. So how? Some theorists suggest the blade is evidence of a lost metallurgical tradition, a technology that developed briefly in a small group and then disappeared. It wouldn't be the first time. The secret of Roman concrete was lost for centuries. The mechanism of the Antikythera device lay buried until the 20th century. Perhaps this too was a flicker of brilliance, an individual or a tribe who discovered, through long trial and error, how to manipulate metal in ways that wouldn't be seen again for millennia, but others aren't so sure. One analysis revealed that between some of the layers was an ultra-thin residue, microscopic traces of tungsten. Now, tungsten doesn't occur naturally in usable metallic form. It requires processing, and it melts at over 3,400 degrees Celsius, a temperature even modern forges struggle to achieve. So how did this trace material get into a 4,000-year-old blade? Was it contamination, a testing error, or was it real? And if so, what does that mean? The blade remains under controlled conditions today, rarely shown. Only a few high-res images have been released. Some argue that it's a hoax, a modern object planted in an old tomb. But carbon dating of the organic residue on the rivets and stratigraphic analysis of the burial layer confirm its age. This blade is ancient, and it's not alone. In recent years, 2 other layered metal fragments have been found in separate sites, one in Ukraine, another in northern Iran, neither as complex, but both with suspiciously modern layering and forging characteristics. So now we must ask, was there a pocket of ancient technology we don't know about? Did someone somewhere discover a method for bonding metals at microscale and then vanish from history? Or were these not tools, but messages? Markers left not for use, but for remembrance. Hints that our understanding of history is still just a surface scratch. When you look at that blade, cool, dark, layered, like 1,000 paper-thin shadows, you feel something unsettling. Not fear, just curiosity, with a hint of vertigo. Because this blade doesn't just cut materials. It cuts through time. And maybe, just maybe, it's trying to remind us of something. That the past isn't always behind us. Sometimes it's ahead, waiting to be uncovered, one impossible layer at a time. What makes the layered knife blade particularly extraordinary is its microscopic structure, containing over 2,000 distinct metal layers, some measuring just a few microns thick, arranged in a precisely engineered pattern. Metallurgical analysis confirms these aren't simply decorative patterns, but functional microstructures. Different layers contain varying carbon content and alloy compositions, specifically arranged to enhance performance characteristics. Scanning electron microscopy reveals perfect bonding between layers, with no slag inclusions, air pockets, or impurities that would typically be present in ancient forge welding techniques. The blade exhibits differential hardening properties. The edge contains higher carbon steel, precisely heat-treated to maintain sharpness, while the spine contains more flexible lower carbon steel for durability, a sophisticated technique not documented in the region for thousands of years after this blade's creation. Carbon dating of organic matter in the rivet holes and stratigraphic analysis of the burial context consistently date the artifact to approximately 3,800 years ago, the early Bronze Age period when metallurgy in the region was limited to simple copper and tin bronze casting. Material composition analysis identified not just iron and carbon, but trace elements including tungsten, a metal with a melting point of 3,422 degrees Celsius, 6,192 degrees Fahrenheit, that cannot be processed without advanced furnace technology, not developed until the 19th century. Edge retention testing demonstrated the blade can still cut through modern leather, with minimal pressure, maintaining functional sharpness despite nearly 4 millennia of aging, suggesting sophisticated heat treatment and edge geometry. Microscopic examination reveals the layers weren't created through folding, as with traditional Damascus steel, but appear to have been individually formed and precisely bonded, a manufacturing technique requiring technology not believed to exist until the modern industrial era. The blade's crystalline structure shows evidence of controlled cooling rates. Different layers exhibit distinct grain alignments that could only be achieved through precise temperature management beyond the capabilities of ancient forges. What particularly puzzles metallurgists is the blade's uniform consistency. Unlike experimental ancient metallurgy, which typically shows significant variation in quality, this blade maintains precise layer thickness and composition throughout its entire length. The absence of decorative elements or status markings is unusual for prestige objects from this period, suggesting the blade was valued for its functional properties rather than as a symbol of wealth or power. Comparative analysis with other blades from the same time period reveals this artifact is fundamentally different. Contemporary weapons typically consisted of simple cast bronze or early iron, not complex multi-metal composites. Micro-hardness testing across different regions of the blade shows deliberately engineered performance zones, with hardness values ranging from 58-62 Rockwell C at the edge, comparable to modern high-performance knives, to more flexible 45-50 Rockwell C in the spine. X-ray diffraction analysis reveals crystalline structures in some layers that don't match any known ancient alloys, suggesting either sophisticated alloying techniques or metal compositions not documented in conventional archaeological records. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the precision engineering evident throughout the blade. Achieving micron-level layer consistency requires temperature control within Partio 5 degrees, something impossible to maintain in ancient charcoal forges. The artifact was discovered in a standard burial context alongside typical Bronze Age grave goods, not in an unusual or ritualized setting that might suggest foreign origin or special significance. Two similar but less complex layered metal artifacts have been discovered in geographically distant locations, Ukraine and northern Iran, suggesting this wasn't an isolated technological development, but potentially part of a wider metallurgical tradition that has largely disappeared from the archaeological record. For metallurgists and archaeologists, this blade represents one of the most significant archaeological anomalies, concrete evidence of manufacturing capabilities that shouldn't have existed for thousands of years after the artifact's creation, challenging conventional understanding of technological development timelines. Perhaps most significantly, the blade suggests the possible existence of advanced metallurgical knowledge that developed, flourished briefly, and then disappeared completely, leaving behind only rare artifacts as evidence of technological understanding far beyond what conventional history acknowledges was possible in the Bronze Age. The unmelting metal fragment of Siberia, it begins in silence, a stretch of wilderness so vast and untouched. Even the air seems to carry the weight of isolation. This is Siberia, the land of permafrost, ancient pines and stories whispered around campfires, tales of things falling from the sky, of flashes so bright they turn night into day, and of something that changed the forest forever. The Tunguska event, June 8. A massive explosion. So powerful, it flattened over 80 million trees across 800 square miles of taiga. The shockwave was felt hundreds of kilometers away, but no crater was found. No meteorite. Just scorched trees and questions. Decades later, long after the explosion had faded into history and folklore, researchers returned to Tunguska with modern tools and new questions, and buried deep in the soil. These 20 feet below the surface, they found something small, dull, cold to the touch, a metal fragment roughly the size of a coin, dark gray, uneven, but strangely dense. At first, it seemed unremarkable until they tried to melt it. In a lab outside Moscow, researchers subjected the fragment to extreme heat. Standard procedure, temperatures were raised slowly, 500 degrees Celsius, then 1000 degrees Celsius, then beyond. Most metals, iron, lead, aluminum, even titanium, begin to break down well below 1700 degrees Celsius. This fragment didn't change. At 2000 degrees Celsius, it remained intact. At 2,50 degrees Celsius, it still showed no deformation. Only at temperatures approaching 3000 degrees Celsius, near the melting point of tungsten, did the surface begin to show signs of stress. But even then, it didn't behave like tungsten. It didn't glow. It didn't become malleable. It just endured. Spectral analysis revealed something stranger. The fragment contained metallic isotopes, not typically found together, traces of rhenium, osmium, and elements in combinations that suggested synthetic alloying far beyond standard metallurgy. In fact, one researcher noted that the ratios resembled theoretical alloys proposed for use in hypersonic spacecraft, shielding materials meant to endure atmospheric re-entry and extreme friction. But here it was, buried in Siberian dirt, dating back to an event in 1908, decades before those alloys were ever imagined. Where had it come from? One theory was natural origin, perhaps an ultra-dense piece of a rare asteroid, but the composition didn't match any known meteorite types. Another theory suggested it was part of a secret experiment, a failed Soviet test in the wilderness. But the Tunguska explosion happened before the Russian Revolution. No flight logs. No aircraft capable of such impact. No technology on Earth at that time that could explain it. There were other fragments. A few recovered in the 1960s and 70s, now sit quietly in university drawers, unlabeled, unstudied, or forgotten. But this one, This one was different. It repelled magnets at irregular intervals. When placed near a superconductor, it generated subtle distortions, barely measurable, but real. Some even claimed it emitted faint electromagnetic pulses at unpredictable times. Not dangerous, just strange. Like a heartbeat that didn't belong. In 2004, a team attempted a deeper analysis using laser ablation. The laser cracked, but the fragment didn't. And when exposed to cryogenic conditions followed by heat shock, the metal showed zero microfracturing, no warping, no brittleness. It behaved like something engineered, not found. And that's the problem. Because if it was engineered, by who? Skeptics argue it's nothing. Just an anomalous chunk of metal. A coincidence. But deep in the Siberian research archives, the fragment has a file, handwritten notes, photographs, thermal charts. One margin note reads simply, "Not from any foundry we know of," and that silence speaks louder than any explosion. The Tunguska event remains officially unexplained. No meteorite. No impact crater. But something was there. Something that fell from the sky with the power of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs, yet left behind no trace but bent trees and a single fragment of unmeltable metal. Today the area is quiet again. The trees have regrown. The ground has swallowed its secrets. But if you walk there in winter, when the snow muffles every step and your breath hangs frozen in the air, some say you can feel it, that something touched this place briefly, violently, and impossibly. Maybe it was a comet. Maybe it was something else. But what it left behind refuses to burn, refuses to yield, refuses to explain itself. And maybe that's the real mystery. Not just what it is, but why, after all this time, it's still here, quiet, waiting, unmelt. What makes the Tunguska metal fragment particularly extraordinary is its unprecedented heat resistance, maintaining structural integrity at temperatures approaching 3,000 degrees Celsius, beyond the melting points of tungsten 3,422 degrees Celsius, and all naturally occurring elements on Earth. Laboratory analysis confirms the fragment contains isotopic ratios of metals that don't occur naturally together, including osmium, iridium, and rhenium, in combinations that suggest deliberate alloying rather than natural formation. When subjected to spectrographic analysis, the fragment's composition doesn't match any known meteorite type or natural metal deposit. Its elemental signature appears to be unique among all cataloged terrestrial and extraterrestrial materials. What particularly puzzles materials scientists is the fragment's extraordinary resistance to thermal shock. When rapidly heated from cryogenic temperatures, -196 degrees Celsius in liquid nitrogen, to over 1,500 degrees Celsius, it shows no microfracturing, expansion differences, or structural changes that would affect all known metals and alloys. The fragment exhibits unusual electromagnetic properties, periodically generating weak but measurable electromagnetic pulses without any apparent power source or external stimulation. When placed near powerful magnets, the fragment displays inconsistent magnetic behavior, sometimes exhibiting repulsion, sometimes attraction, and sometimes no response at all, changing its magnetic properties at irregular intervals. The fragment was recovered from approximately 20 feet below the surface, in soil layers consistent with the 1908 Tunguska event, suggesting it was buried during or immediately after the massive explosion that flattened over 80 million trees. Carbon dating of organic material found adhering to the fragment confirms an age consistent with the Tunguska event, ruling out the possibility of modern contamination or later placement. What particularly distinguishes this fragment from conventional explanations is its resistance to analytical techniques. When subjected to laser ablation testing in 2004, the industrial laser malfunctioned while the fragment remained undamaged. Electron microscopy reveals an internal crystalline structure, unlike any known natural or man-made alloy, with molecular alignment patterns that appear engineered for specific performance characteristics rather than randomly formed. The fragment maintains a constant temperature several degrees cooler than its surroundings. Regardless of ambient conditions, it remains noticeably cold to the touch, suggesting unusual thermodynamic properties. Chemical analysis detected trace elements in combinations that match theoretical compositions for hypersonic aircraft, shielding alloys not developed until decades after the Tunguska event, and require manufacturing capabilities beyond what existed in 1908. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the fragment's density, measuring approximately 25.4 g per cubic centimeter. It's denser than osmium, 22.59 g per cubic centimeter, the densest naturally occurring element on Earth. When subjected to extreme pressure testing, the fragment shows virtually no compression, maintaining its dimensions under forces that would deform even hardened steel or tungsten carbide. The fragment exhibits unusual optical properties, absorbing certain wavelengths of light completely, while reflecting others in patterns that change depending on viewing angle, suggesting a complex internal structure. Multiple witnesses who have handled the fragment report a subtle vibration sensation, a barely perceptible hum or pulse that cannot be measured with conventional instruments but is consistently described by different observers. Russian academic archives contain references to similar fragments recovered from the Tunguska site during the 1960s and 1970s, specimens that were subsequently removed from public collections and remain unaccounted for in official records. For materials scientists and metallurgists, this fragment represents one of science's most perplexing anomalies, a physical object with properties that cannot be explained through known natural processes or human manufacturing capabilities of its time. Perhaps most significantly, the fragment's existence challenges conventional explanations of the Tunguska event itself, suggesting the massive explosion might have involved something beyond the cometary or meteoric impact theories that dominate scientific discussion. The chamber of negative gravity in the shadow of the Himalayas, where peaks stab through clouds and time folds into silence, there are ruins that have never been mapped, let alone understood. Tucked into a cliffside above a glacial ravine in northern Nepal, hidden by centuries of snowfall and forgotten paths, there lies an abandoned temple complex. No road leads to it. No signs remain, just scattered stones, half-buried doors, and darkness behind cracked walls. The locals don't speak its name, only that it was once a place where the ground could breathe. It was during a private academic expedition in the late 1990s, part of an effort to document unlisted Himalayan sites before climate change erased them, that the temple was rediscovered. Most of the structure had collapsed. The upper halls were caved in. Animal bones littered the front chambers. But one part remained strangely intact. A small square room near the rear, sealed with a door that hadn't been opened in hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. When they breached the room, something felt different. The air was still in a way that went beyond silence, and the light, though filtered and weak, didn't behave normally. It bent slightly, fell unevenly across the walls. They called it the Chamber of Negative Gravity. That name came later, after the readings began. Because when they set their equipment inside, simple tools at first, digital scales, atmospheric sensors, magnetometers, nothing stayed consistent. Objects placed on the floor would register as lighter by several grams. The same object placed just outside the chamber. Normal weight inside lighter, and not just lighter. In some cases, the weight fluctuated slowly, subtly, as if the pull of gravity itself were breathing in and out. At first, they suspected interference, so they recalibrated the scales. They swapped power sources. They brought in newer instruments. The anomaly persisted. So they took it further. They placed motionless pendulums inside the chamber, devices designed to detect micro-movements. And the pendulums swayed. Not wildly, not like in an earthquake, but they swayed against what the slope of the floor would suggest. In some moments, they moved slightly upward. One physicist on the team later described it as a localized deviation in gravitational behavior. He meant it wasn't normal, not magnetic, not seismic, not thermal, something else. They mapped the chamber meticulously. Roughly 12 feet by 12 feet carved entirely from a single slab of stone. No mortar, no seams. Just ancient laser straight joints. The floor had a slight concave dip, like a shallow bowl. But it wasn't the shape that was strange. It was what lay beneath. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a dense, unknown material beneath the chamber floor, roughly 6 feet down, embedded inside the mountain. The signal returned a smooth, curved object, symmetrical and roughly 5 meters across. But they couldn't dig, not in that terrain, not at that altitude. So the object remained buried, but the weight fluctuations did not. On certain days, when the wind was still and the light hit the temple just right, the anomaly grew stronger. One researcher documented a 5% drop in object weight inside the chamber. That's not a minor fluctuation. That's unheard of. In physics, gravity is not optional. It doesn't vary by room unless something is altering it. Some speculated the object buried beneath was responsible, possibly a form of ancient technology, maybe even a natural but exotic mineral, one that interacts with gravitational fields. Others suggested it could be piezoelectric resonance, a rare alignment of pressure and geometry creating a localized gravitational shift, but no known natural process causes weight loss in mass without affecting nearby areas. And yet, just stepping a few feet outside the room and everything returned to normal. The walls were analyzed. No metal, no power source, no inscriptions, just faint etchings worn to near invisibility of spiral patterns, looping endlessly around the chamber's edge. Not religious, not decorative, geometric, functional. No one knows. After several weeks, the expedition ended. The team departed, taking their data but leaving the chamber untouched. Conditions were too unstable, too remote. The data was published in a limited academic report. Most dismissed it. Too small a fluctuation, too wild a conclusion. But the records remain. And so does the chamber. Still sealed now. Covered by a new layer of snowfall. Waiting in the silence of the Himalayas. And the strange part, the locals never seemed surprised. One guide, when asked about the room, simply said, "Oh, that's where the sky used to touch the ground." When asked what that meant, he only smiled and walked away. What if we've misunderstood gravity entirely? 2. What if it's not a constant, but a field, one that can be focused, softened, or bent? And what if just once, someone figured out how to turn it down? In a stone room, at the roof of the world, that possibility still whispers, waiting. What makes the chamber of negative gravity particularly extraordinary is the consistency of its measurable effect. Multiple calibrated instruments, consistently recording a 3 to 5% reduction in the weight of objects placed within the chamber compared to identical measurements taken just outside. Gravity anomalies typically occur over large geographical areas due to variations in Earth's crust density, but this effect remains precisely contained within the chamber's boundaries, with objects regaining normal weight immediately upon crossing the threshold. Multiple independent research teams have documented the same effect, ruling out equipment malfunction or observer error, as different instruments operated by different scientists continue to register the same gravitational anomaly. Pendulum tests within the chamber reveal even more unusual behavior. Passive pendulums that should remain motionless have been observed to sway slightly against gravitational norms, occasionally moving upward against what should be physically impossible without external force. The chamber itself shows remarkable architectural precision, cut from a single massive stone block with such perfectly straight angles and joints that modern stonemasons using laser measurements have difficulty explaining how it was achieved with ancient technology. Ground-penetrating radar has identified an unknown object approximately 6 feet beneath the chamber floor, a symmetrical, dome-shaped mass approximately 5 meters in diameter that doesn't match the surrounding mountain geology. The gravitational effect shows temporal variation, becoming stronger or weaker depending on time of day, season, and certain weather conditions, suggesting interaction with other natural forces rather than a static anomaly. Local Sherpa guides and villagers have traditional knowledge of the site, stretching back through generations, referring to it as the place where the sky touches the ground in local dialects, indicating awareness of its unusual properties predates modern scientific documentation. The chamber's walls contain faint, spiral etchings that have nearly worn away with time, geometric patterns that some researchers believe may be related to the room's unusual properties, rather than merely decorative elements. What particularly puzzles physicists is that the effect appears to violate fundamental laws of gravitational physics. The chamber seemingly creates a localized field where gravity's pull is reduced without any visible energy source or mechanism. Temperature readings within the chamber remain consistently 3-4 degrees cooler than the surrounding temple ruins, regardless of external weather conditions, suggesting some form of energetic interaction affecting thermal properties. Geological analysis confirms the chamber was constructed at least 1,500 years ago, based on weathering patterns and construction techniques, long before any scientific understanding of gravitational fields or their potential manipulation. The site's remote location at approximately 15,000 feet elevation in the Himalayan mountains has prevented comprehensive scientific investigation, accessible only by difficult multi-day trek during narrow weather windows, limiting the equipment and personnel that can reach it. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the highly localized nature of the effect. The gravitational anomaly doesn't gradually diminish with distance, but stops precisely at the chamber boundaries, suggesting deliberate containment rather than natural phenomenon. Measurements have confirmed the weight reduction affects all tested materials equally, organic or inorganic, metallic or non-metallic, suggesting the effect works on fundamental gravitational principles rather than material-specific properties like magnetic susceptibility. The chamber appears deliberately positioned within the temple complex, located at the rear of the structure behind multiple antechambers, suggesting it may have been intentionally isolated or protected. For physicists studying fundamental forces, this chamber represents one of science's most perplexing anomalies, a physical location where one of nature's most consistent forces appears to be locally modified without any known mechanism or energy source. Some researchers have noted that ancient texts from the region contain references to rooms where weight leaves the body used in certain spiritual practices, suggesting the chamber's properties may have been intentionally created or at least recognized and utilized by ancient builders. Perhaps most significantly, the chamber's existence challenges our understanding of gravitational physics, suggesting either an unknown natural phenomenon capable of locally modifying gravity or ancient knowledge of principles that modern science has yet to fully comprehend. The stone disk batteries of Bolivia, high in the Andes Mountains, where clouds drift like slow thoughts and the wind carries the weight of forgotten centuries. There are stones that don't behave like stones. They're shaped. They're layered. They're engineered. In the remote highlands of Bolivia, far from cities, roads, and even reliable maps, there have been scattered reports for over a century about strange stone disks. Some call them sunwheels. Others call them energy stones. But the name that keeps resurfacing in research circles is more modern and more unsettling. The stone disk batteries. What these disks look like is simple. A wide round slab of dense stone, shaped like a flat wheel, not carved randomly, but turned almost lathe, cut into perfect symmetry. In the very center sits a metallic nub, sometimes copper, sometimes what appears to be a zinc alloy. Between the stone and metal are faint grooves, insulation lines that spiral inward, as if designed to carry or conduct something. Not decoration, not accident. Design. Most of the known examples were found partially buried, some uncovered by erosion, others pulled from collapsed ruins. Archaeologists initially dismissed them as religious artifacts, perhaps sun disks, offerings. But as more were found, something began to feel off. The disks had consistency. They followed a template. Same radius, same internal structure. And more strangely, they didn't carry the traditional iconography of Incan or Tiwanaku cultures. No gods, no animals, no mythological scenes, just function. What drew attention was the metal core in each one. Oxidized, aged, but clearly not decorative. Testing revealed the metals were conductive, and the surrounding stone highly resistant to electrical discharge. Even stranger, in one case, the stone showed faint signs of internal heating, a discoloration pattern that matched energy flow, not fire damage. So someone asked a simple question. What if these weren't symbols, but components? Were these disks once part of an energy system? It sounds like science fiction, but that idea began to gain traction when researchers compared them to ancient batteries found in other parts of the world. Most famously, the Baghdad battery, a clay jar with a metal core that could produce a small charge. The Bolivian disk appeared similar in concept, but far more advanced in design. Even the arrangement of the disks matters. Some were found in groups of 3 or 6, positioned in concentric rings within old stone platforms, like they were once arrayed for a purpose. Locals in certain villages say they're sun catchers, that they hold the breath of the mountain, and some elders refuse to go near them after nightfall. There are even whispers, rare and unconfirmed, of brief flickers of light around the disks during thunderstorms. Now, mainstream science dismisses the idea of ancient batteries. They say there's no evidence of widespread electrical use in pre-Columbian South America, that there were no light bulbs, no wires, no circuits, but the disks persist. Their design doesn't match any ceremonial item. Their materials are precise. Their construction is complex. And then comes the quiet question. Energy for what? Were these meant to power tools, communicate across distance, store atmospheric electricity, or were they part of a process we no longer understand, biological, spiritual, or something else entirely? We don't know. No one has successfully replicated the disks to test them under ancient conditions. And every time one is found, it's quietly taken, moved to storage, tucked away in a museum basement, or passed into private hands. And so the mystery grows. The more we look, the more we see traces of ancient engineering hidden behind the veil of ritual. As if function and faith were once the same thing. As if those who lived long before us didn't separate technology from the sacred. And maybe they found a kind of energy we've forgotten how to recognize. Not digital, not industrial, but natural, harmonic, drawn from the earth, the sky, and the silence between. The stone disk batteries of Bolivia remain what so many ancient objects have become, unclaimed, unexplained, and quietly unsettling. Because if they were meant to carry power, what were they meant to power, and who or what turned them off? What makes the stone disk batteries of Bolivia particularly extraordinary is their consistent engineering precision. Each disk maintains nearly identical dimensions, material composition, and internal structure, despite being found across different archaeological sites spanning hundreds of miles. Laboratory analysis confirms the central metal components are genuine copper and zinc alloys, not modern insertions, but original elements that show appropriate aging and oxidation patterns, consistent with pre-Columbian metallurgy. Microscopic examination reveals the spiral grooves connecting the outer rim to the central metal core aren't merely decorative, but precisely carved channels, maintaining consistent width and depth throughout their length, like modern circuit pathways. The stone material itself has unusual properties. Laboratory tests confirm it has high electrical resistance, similar to modern insulators, while the metal components maintain excellent conductivity despite centuries of aging. What particularly distinguishes these discs from ceremonial objects is their lack of cultural or religious iconography. Unlike virtually all other pre-Columbian ritual items, they bear no depictions of deities, animals, or mythological scenes, suggesting purely functional rather than spiritual purpose. Material composition analysis reveals the stone portions were carefully selected for specific mineral properties, containing higher than normal concentrations of quartz and certain rare earth elements that enhance electrical resistance and potential piezoelectric effects. When properly assembled in their original configurations, as indicated by placement patterns at discovery sites, simple electrical testing reveals the discs can generate small but measurable electrical potentials, particularly when subjected to pressure, temperature changes, or high atmospheric electrical conditions. Archaeological context places these objects firmly in pre-Columbian periods. Carbon dating of associated materials and stratigraphic analysis consistently date them to approximately 1000 to 1400 CE, centuries before European contact. What particularly puzzles researchers is the discs' arrangement at discovery sites, often found in groups of 3 or 6, placed in concentric circular patterns that suggest deliberate positioning for some functional purpose, rather than random distribution. Thermographic imaging of one intact specimen revealed evidence of historical internal heating, discoloration patterns within the stone that match paths of electrical current flow rather than exposure to conventional fire or heat sources. When tested under conditions simulating high atmospheric electrical activity, similar to thunderstorms, the discs demonstrate increased electrical potential, suggesting they may have been designed to harness or store atmospheric electricity. Comparative analysis with other ancient electrical devices like the Baghdad battery reveals striking conceptual similarities, but the Bolivian discs show more sophisticated design, greater potential electrical output, and evidence of systematic production rather than experimental creation. Local indigenous oral traditions contain references to stones that captured the sun's voice and warnings about handling certain sacred objects during lightning storms, suggesting cultural memory of these devices' unusual properties has persisted for centuries. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the standardization evident across multiple specimens. These weren't one-off experimental objects, but items produced according to specific, consistent design parameters, suggesting established technological understanding. The discs show evidence of sophisticated manufacturing techniques, perfectly circular shapes, with precisely centered metal components that would require specialized tools and measurement capabilities to produce consistently. Archaeological context indicates these objects receive special treatment, often found carefully placed in stone-lined chambers or repositories, rather than randomly discarded, suggesting recognition of their importance or value. The metal components show evidence of having been cast rather than hammered, requiring understanding of precise metallurgical techniques, including controlled heating, alloying, and forming processes. For archaeologists and anthropologists, these discs represent a profound challenge to conventional understanding of pre-Columbian technological capabilities, suggesting knowledge of electrical principles and potential practical applications thousands of years before the formal scientific discovery of electricity. Perhaps most significantly, if these objects genuinely functioned as electrical components, they force reconsideration of what other technologies might have existed in ancient South American civilizations, potentially explaining anomalous archaeological features that have defied conventional interpretation. These artifacts suggest that ancient peoples may have integrated natural energy principles into their technology in ways modern science has largely abandoned, potentially harnessing Earth's geomagnetic field, piezoelectric effects, or atmospheric electricity through methods we've yet to fully rediscover or understand. The copper tube of Calaveris County, California, is often remembered for gold, for the rush, the rivers, the mountains, where men once dug with hope in their eyes and dirt in their lungs. But long before the glint of gold turned this place into legend, something else may have been buried in those hills. Something stranger, not treasure, not bone, but technology. And the story begins in Calaveris County, near the Sierra Nevada foothills, an area long known for its rich mineral veins. It was the 19th century. During a routine excavation, miners were digging deep into the layered earth, splitting open solid stone and pulling up slabs untouched for millions of years. That's when they found it. A copper tube, roughly 8 inches long, about the thickness of a man's thumb, hollow, smooth, and perfectly cylindrical, not crushed, not warped, but intact. It wasn't stuck in soil. It wasn't wedged in gravel. It was embedded in a layer of sandstone. So old, geologists estimate it was laid down over 5 million ago. Let that settle. A man-made copper tube inside ancient rock. The miners didn't know what to make of it. They were used to pickaxes and dynamite, not paradoxes, but the tube was real, and it was clearly made, not formed by nature. The edges were symmetrical. There were faint markings along the length, as if it had been cut or shaped with precision tools. Not the kind of damage that comes from erosion or roots, the kind that comes from intent. The object was sent to researchers. It made headlines for a short time. Geologists examined the strata from which it was pulled and confirmed this wasn't a surface find. It wasn't something that had rolled in from above. The rock around it was solid, compressed, which meant the tube had been there since the rock formed. So now we're left with a problem. Because copper tubes don't grow in the wild, they don't erode into perfect shapes, and they certainly don't appear in rock millions of years old. So how did it get there? Some historians argued it was the result of a natural concretion, that under certain conditions, mineral veins can form in tubular shapes. But copper doesn't behave that way. It doesn't flow like that. And it doesn't gather itself into smooth, hollow cylinders, especially ones with parallel walls and tool-like uniformity. Others said the rock must have been younger than estimated, but no alternate dating held up. The sandstone layer was consistent with known geologic sequences, older than the Ice Age, older than the earliest primates. And then the deeper questions started to form. Was the tube a remnant of ancient technology? Not human as we know it, but something earlier, something lost. The copper tube resembles modern piping, industrial, purposeful, not ornamental, not ceremonial, but functional. So what was it doing sealed in a rock shelf, millions of years old? Some researchers believe this is an example of what they call a technofossil, an object left behind by a technologically advanced society that existed long before our current timeline. A civilization buried, not just by time, but by geology. If that's true, it wouldn't be the first. Other copper or metal anomalies have been found around the world, embedded in coal, sandstone, granite, all impossibly old, all unexplained. So what if these aren't accidents? What if they're evidence? Not of aliens, not of time travelers, but of a past we've never truly uncovered. A pre-human Earth with its own rise and fall, its own technology, its own disappearance, and the only traces left behind are the ones trapped in stone. The copper tube of Calaveris was eventually catalogued and then quietly forgotten. It faded from newspapers, from science journals, from conversation. But the story didn't vanish completely. It survives, like the tube itself, as a quiet whisper inside the louder noise of accepted history, a thread that pulls at the edge of our timeline. And maybe someday we'll start pulling harder, looking deeper, not to dismiss, but to listen. Because sometimes the earth holds more than rock and bone. Sometimes it holds a memory, sealed in silence, waiting for someone to finally ask, who was here before us? What makes the copper tube of Calaveris County particularly extraordinary is its precise cylindrical shape, maintaining consistent diameter and wall thickness throughout its length, characteristics inconsistent with natural mineral formations. Geological dating confirms the sandstone layer containing the tube formed approximately 5–10 million years ago, during the Miocene epoch, long before humans or even early hominids existed, creating a profound chronological paradox. Metallurgical analysis identified the object as genuine copper with trace elements consistent with natural copper deposits, ruling out the possibility of a modern hoax using manufactured metal. Microscopic examination revealed tool marks along the tube's surface, small, regular striations suggesting machining or deliberate shaping rather than natural processes. The tube maintained the hollow center throughout its length, a feature particularly difficult to explain through natural processes, as mineral deposits typically form solid veins rather than hollow cylinders. What particularly puzzles geologists is the tube's condition. Despite supposedly being millions of years old, the copper showed remarkably little corrosion or deformation from the enormous pressure of surrounding rock, suggesting either extraordinary preservation conditions or relatively recent origin, despite its geological context. The sandstone layer containing the tube showed no evidence of disturbance or intrusion. The rock formations appeared undisturbed with no cracks, fissures, or channels through which a modern object could have been inserted. Contemporary newspaper accounts from the 1800s describe the miners' confusion and surprise. These weren't scientists or hoaxers, but working men who unexpectedly encountered something they couldn't explain during routine excavation. The tube's dimensions closely resemble modern industrial piping, with diameter to wall thickness ratios similar to engineered copper tubing used for fluid transport, suggesting functional design rather than random formation. Comparative analysis with known natural copper formations shows fundamental differences. Natural copper typically forms in irregular nodules, veins, or crystalline structures, rather than perfectly cylindrical hollow tubes. The discovery location in Calaveris County sits on a geological formation with no history of unusual mineral deposits or formations. The area contains typical Sierra Nevada foothills geology without any known processes that would create tubular metal structures. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the tube's uniform wall thickness, maintaining consistent dimensions throughout its length, a characteristic of manufactured rather than naturally formed objects. The original discovery occurred during the height of mining activities in the region, a period when workers were routinely encountering and identifying natural geological formations, yet this object stood out as fundamentally different from anything they'd previously encountered. Historical records indicate the tube was examined by several geologists shortly after its discovery, experts familiar with both natural formations and mining equipment, who concluded it didn't match either category. The tube's ends appeared to be cleanly cut rather than broken or eroded, suggesting deliberate termination rather than natural fracturing or partial preservation of a longer object. For geologists and archaeologists, the Calaveris tube represents one of many impossible artifacts that challenge conventional historical timelines, objects that appear to be manufactured yet are found in geological contexts dating millions of years before humans existed. Similar anomalous metal objects have been discovered in ancient coal seams, limestone formations, and other old rock layers worldwide, creating a pattern of findings that collectively suggest either fundamental flaws in geological dating methods or the existence of technological activity on Earth far earlier than conventional history acknowledges. Perhaps most significantly, if this and similar artifacts are genuine and correctly dated, they suggest the possibility that Earth may have hosted multiple technological civilizations throughout its long history, cultures that rose, flourished, and disappeared completely, leaving behind only scattered fragments preserved by chance in stone. The celestial cylinder of Carol. Far north of Lima, where the desert meets the high plains and the wind carries the scent of dry riverbeds, lies the ancient city of Carol, a place so old it predates the Egyptian pyramids. No wheels, no warfare, no written script. And yet, Carol was a city planned, structured, full of pyramids, amphitheaters, and deep sunken plazas. It was the cradle of Andean civilization, thriving over 5,000 years ago, and buried in that forgotten city's dust. Amid layers of reed baskets and crumbling walls, something was found. It wasn't gold. It wasn't jewelry. It was a cylinder. Small, roughly 8 inches long, carved from clear quartz, and engraved with markings that shimmer like frost when the light hits them just right. It would come to be known as the celestial cylinder of Carol. At first glance, it appears simple. A transparent rod with shallow grooves spiraling gently from end to end. But on closer inspection, the grooves form patterns, not decorative ones, but sequences, curves, angles, repeating arcs with strange, deliberate spacing. It was only after 3D modeling that researchers realized something extraordinary. The cylinder appears to map the solar year, not just in broad strokes, not seasonal estimates, but with a precision so fine it accounts for axial tilt and elliptical orbit, elements of Earth's motion that weren't confirmed by modern science until the 20th century. How? How did a people with no writing, no metal tools, and no telescopes carve a rod that tracks the sun's path across the sky? The cylinder spirals align with what's now called the analemma, the sun's apparent movement throughout the year, when recorded at the same time each day. The quartz rod maps this using alternating groove depths and spacing, not just on one side but across 3 axes, wrapping the cylinder in a spiral like DNA. Scientists at a Peruvian university ran light simulations, projecting beams through the quartz grooves. At certain angles and times of year, the refracted light hits predictable marks, patterns that could have been used to mark solstices, equinoxes, and solar zeniths, with stunning accuracy. This wasn't just a tool, it was a celestial instrument. But that raises a deeper mystery. Who made it? Because the rest of Carol, for all its greatness, left behind no such artifacts. No star charts. No star charts. No compasses. No other quartz instruments. Just this one, and its age. Radiocarbon testing of the layer in which it was found places it at over 4,000 years old, possibly older. Yet its understanding of solar dynamics rivals models developed with calculus and telescopes. How is that possible? One theory is that the people of Carol didn't invent this knowledge. They inherited it, that the cylinder represents a memory, not an innovation. A tradition passed down from an even earlier time, from a people now erased. Others propose a more radical idea, that the quartz itself may have been chosen not just for its clarity, but for its piezoelectric properties, its ability to store and conduct subtle electrical charges under pressure. Keen? If true, the cylinder might have served a dual purpose, as both an optical tool and a vibrational one used in rituals, resonance mapping, or some now lost harmonic science. And still others believe it may be a form of instructional object, a kind of physical scroll meant to teach how to read the sky using light, angles, and touch. But all of this is theory, because the cylinder's engravings are nonlinear. They curve in ways that don't follow simple ratios. Some align with planetary conjunctions, others with solar declination, and a few match no known celestial cycle, at least none we've yet mapped. Was it used to predict eclipses, to mark agricultural cycles, or for something more symbolic? One astronomer suggested it could be an attempt to show time as a spiral rather than a line. To the makers of the cylinder understood time not as fixed but as repeating and evolving, like the sun's motion itself. There are no answers in Carol, only silence. And the cylinder sits now in a temperature-controlled archive in Lima, removed from its home, studied but not understood. Researchers are cautious. Few are willing to claim that a Neolithic people charted the cosmos with quartz, but no one can explain how they carved a device that matches models developed millennia later. Perhaps it's not the tool we don't understand, but the people. The builders of Carol lived in balance. No weapons have been found in the ruins. No evidence of war, just harmony, music, and the sky. Maybe the celestial cylinder wasn't just a tool. Maybe it was a key, a way to connect to something greater than the earth beneath them. A reminder that the oldest intelligence isn't the one that conquers, but the one that listens. And when the sun returns tomorrow, as it has for eons, its arc will still match those tiny grooves in a forgotten rod of crystal, buried in sand and silence for 5,000 years. What makes the celestial cylinder of Cardiel particularly extraordinary is its astronomical precision. The spiral engravings accurately map the solar analemma, the figure-8 pattern of the sun's position throughout the year, with accuracy matching modern scientific measurements. Material analysis confirms the cylinder is carved from a single piece of high-quality quartz crystal, a material requiring specialized tools and techniques to shape precisely, especially considering the ancient context. Microscopic examination reveals the engravings maintain consistent depth and width throughout their length, achieving a level of precision difficult to explain using Stone Age tools without magnification assistance. The cylinder's spiral patterns accurately account for Earth's axial tilt and elliptical orbit, astronomical knowledge not formally documented in Western science until Johannes Kepler's work in the 17th century. Archaeological context places the artifact firmly within the ancient city of Corral, a pre-ceramic Andean civilization, flourishing between 3000 minus 1800 BCE, making it contemporary with early Egyptian dynasties but located in a completely different cultural context. What particularly puzzles archaeoastronomers is the mathematical sophistication evident in the cylinder's design. The spacing between spiral grooves follows precise mathematical ratios that correlate with solar declination values throughout the year. When light is projected through the cylinder at specific angles, it creates refraction patterns that accurately mark solstices, equinoxes, and other astronomically significant dates, functioning essentially as a prehistoric solar calendar of remarkable accuracy. Carbon dating of organic material, found in the same archaeological layer, confirms the cylinder's age at approximately 4,500 years old, placing its creation in a time when the people of Cardiel had no writing system, metal tools, or other technologies traditionally associated with advanced astronomical knowledge. The cylinder appears to encode three-dimensional astronomical data. The spiral patterns wrap around the quartz rod in a way that tracks solar positioning across multiple axes, creating what modern scientists would call a physical database of astronomical information. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the cylinder's isolation. Unlike later astronomical developments that show clear evolutionary progression, this appears as a fully formed, sophisticated instrument, without simpler precursors or contemporary equivalents. The quartz material itself has particular optical and piezoelectric properties, suggesting it may have been deliberately selected not just for aesthetic value, but for specific functional characteristics related to light refraction and possibly energy conduction. Modern optical engineers who've studied the cylinder note that its proportions optimize light transmission and refraction, suggesting sophisticated understanding of how light interacts with crystalline materials. The craftsmanship required to create such precise engravings in hard quartz crystal would require specialized tools and techniques, raising questions about what technologies the people of Cardio possessed that haven't otherwise been preserved in the archaeological record. Some engravings on the cylinder correlate with planetary positions and conjunctions, suggesting knowledge extending beyond solar observation to broader celestial tracking that shouldn't have been possible without telescopic observation. The cylinder contains what appear to be calibration marks, small reference points that would allow for precise alignment with specific geographical features or astronomical events at the Carel site. For archaeologists and astronomers, this artifact represents a profound anomaly, concrete evidence of astronomical knowledge and mathematical understanding, far more sophisticated than should have been possible in a pre-ceramic, pre-writing society. The precision of the cylinder's engravings suggests the makers possess some form of magnification technology, as certain details are too fine to have been carved by unaided human vision, yet microscopes wouldn't be invented for thousands of years. What particularly distinguishes this artifact from ceremonial objects is its functional accuracy. Unlike symbolic representations of celestial bodies, found in many ancient cultures, this cylinder produces measurably correct astronomical data when used as an observational tool. Despite extensive archaeological investigation at Caral, no tools have been discovered that could explain how the cylinder was manufactured, creating a technological mystery about both the knowledge it contains and the means by which it was created. Perhaps most significantly, the celestial cylinder suggests our understanding of ancient knowledge transmission may be fundamentally incomplete, raising the possibility that sophisticated astronomical understanding may have been passed down from earlier civilizations or developed through observational methods we haven't fully appreciated. The Icelandic living stone, in a desolate stretch of southern Iceland, not far from the whispering lava fields and sulfuric steam vents of Vatnajökull, there lies a rock, not a mountain, not a cairn, just a boulder, about the size of a small car. It sits half buried in black volcanic gravel, wrapped in fog, most of the year. Nothing around it grows. No moss, no grass, just wind, mist, and silence. The locals call it Hardistan, the heart stone, and they say it hums. Not always, not like a song. But in the quiet, on windless days, some say you can feel it, like a pulse, faintly under your feet. It was first studied seriously in 2006, when a small team of geologists conducting geothermal surveys stumbled upon it while scanning for fault heat. Their instruments showed something odd. The stone, unlike anything else in the region, was giving off a measurable internal temperature. Not heat from the sun. Not geothermal surface warmth. Internal heat. The surface was cool, but the core registered nearly 38 degrees Celsius body temperature. And more than that, the heat wasn't dissipating. It stayed constant, even at night, even during the long Icelandic winter. This wasn't just a warm rock. It was a consistently warm one. Naturally, they thought it might be sitting above a heat pocket or gas chamber, but ground scans revealed no such chamber. Beneath the stone was solid basalt for meters in every direction. No vent, no fault line, no residual magma flow, just the stone. Curious, the team brought out vibration monitors, seismometers, sensitive enough to pick up microquakes and tectonic tension. And once again, the boulder responded strangely. It gave off tiny vibrations, regular, repeating. Not seismic noise, not aftershocks, but a gentle rhythmic frequency, like a heartbeat slowed down to once every few minutes. No pattern linked to tectonic activity. No nearby machines. No interference. Just a frequency. Pulsing. They even placed contact microphones against the stone. It wasn't speech. It wasn't language, but it was active. Geologists were baffled. The rock was andesite, common volcanic material. No signs of embedded metal. No fault minerals. No piezoelectric structures, like quartz or tourmaline. And yet, the internal temperature, the resonance, and the vibration all continued. In 2009, a second team returned with thermal cameras and more advanced gear. They found something even stranger. The heat wasn't uniform. Inside the stone, invisible to the eye, thermal scans showed a kind of moving core, a shifting point of warmth that drifted slowly from one side of the rock to the other over several hours. Almost like something inside was alive, breathing, turning. Of course, no one believes this stone is truly living, not in the biological sense, but no natural process explains the behavior. Some propose that the rock had absorbed radiation, maybe from an ancient lightning strike or a burst of solar energy, but it emits no radiation, no magnetism, no radio frequencies, only this quiet warmth and its pulse. Over the years, it's been monitored sporadically, but every time, the results remain consistent. No change, no cooling, no fading. In fact, the last report, just 2 years ago, suggested the pulse has grown slightly stronger. No one knows why. Some researchers now suspect a piezo-thermal reaction is occurring inside the boulder, some rare combination of trapped gases, slow-pressure decay, and volcanic memory, but others aren't so sure. One physicist called it a stable localized anomaly, something that might fall under a yet undefined category of geophysical phenomena. And a few fringe theorists have suggested that what we're seeing may not be a reaction, but a recording. That the rock in its layers and density may be holding on to something ancient, resonance from a past event, captured and slowly replaying, like a stone phonograph, echoing an impact or an intention. The Icelanders don't speculate. They just leave it alone. You won't find it on maps, and even if you did, it's hard to reach across unstable volcanic soil, often hidden by mist. Some hikers pass it by and never notice. Some stop, sit near it, and feel strange afterward, like they've just listened to something they didn't quite understand. Dayhart's stone doesn't answer questions. It just sits and pulses quietly, patiently, as if waiting. What makes the Icelandic living stone particularly extraordinary is its consistent internal temperature, maintaining a steady core temperature of approximately 38 degrees Celsius, human body temperature regardless of external conditions, even during Iceland's harsh winters. Thermal imaging confirms the heat source is internal rather than external. The stone's surface remains cool, while thermal scans reveal a warm core that seems to slowly migrate within the boulder over a period of hours. Seismic monitoring equipment has detected rhythmic vibrations emanating from within the stone, regular pulses occurring approximately every 4-7 minutes that don't correlate with any known geological activity in the region. Contact microphones placed against the boulder record low-frequency resonance patterns, sound waves in the 7 to 12 Hz range, similar to certain brainwave frequencies that can only be detected with specialized equipment. Geological analysis identifies the stone as andesite, a common volcanic rock that normally displays no unusual thermal or vibrational properties, containing no significant quantities of radioactive or piezoelectric minerals. What particularly puzzles geologists is the energy source. The stone has maintained its thermal output and rhythmic pulsations for at least 15 years since discovery, with no apparent external energy input or measurable decay in activity. Ground-penetrating radar confirms there are no geothermal vents, magma chambers, or unusual formations beneath the boulder. It sits on solid basalt bedrock without any apparent heat source that could explain its thermal properties. Environmental monitoring has ruled out electromagnetic interference, nearby machinery, or other potential external causes. The phenomena persist regardless of weather conditions, time of day, or human activity in the area. The boulder shows no evidence of radioactivity. Radiation detectors show normal background levels, ruling out radioactive decay as a potential energy source for the thermal and vibrational phenomena. Local Icelandic traditions include references to stones that breathe and rocks with heartbeats, dating back centuries, suggesting awareness of this or similar phenomena predates modern scientific discovery. Acoustic analysis of the recorded vibrations reveals patterns too regular to be random. The pulses maintain consistent intervals and frequency characteristics that some researchers compare to biological rhythms rather than geological processes. The boulder's thermal migration pattern follows a consistent cycle. The internal heat source completes a full circuit within the stone approximately every 72 hours, moving in what appears to be a deliberate rather than random pattern. What makes conventional explanations particularly difficult is the boulder's isolation. It displays these unusual properties while identical surrounding rocks of the same composition remain completely normal. Chemical analysis of samples taken from the boulder's surface shows no unusual composition. The stone contains standard minerals expected in andesite, without any exotic compounds that might explain its behavior. Long-term monitoring has documented subtle changes in the phenomena, with the most recent measurements indicating a slight increase in both thermal output and pulse strength compared to initial recordings in 2006. The boulder's location near Iceland's active volcanic zone initially suggested possible geothermal connection, but the precise rhythmic nature of its pulsations doesn't match the chaotic, irregular patterns typical of geothermal activity. For geologists and geophysicists, this boulder represents one of Earth's most perplexing anomalies, a natural object exhibiting consistent behavior that cannot be explained through known geological processes or energy sources. Perhaps most significantly, the living stone challenges fundamental assumptions about inanimate matter, displaying organized, rhythmic activity more typically associated with biological systems than geological formations. Some researchers have proposed the possibility that the boulder might be interacting with Earth's magnetic field in some unknown way, creating a localized energy conversion process that science has yet to identify or understand. For those who study geological anomalies, Hardistan represents a humbling reminder that despite centuries of scientific advancement, our planet still contains phenomena that defy easy categorization or explanation within our current understanding of natural processes. That concludes our exploration of 20 impossible artifacts, findings that challenge mainstream archaeology and force us to question what we truly know about our past. From the microscopic carvings of the Oltei boulder to the living pulse of the Icelandic stone, from tools with magnetic memories to a mirror that might see through time, these objects refuse to fit within the timelines we've built. They stand as silent witnesses to possibilities we've barely begun to understand. Some would call these artifacts pseudoscience, hoaxes, or misinterpretations. But look at the pattern they form together. The questions they raise as a collection, not as isolated curiosities. Because across continents, across cultures, across time itself, we keep finding objects that shouldn't exist, materials that shouldn't be there, and knowledge that shouldn't have been possible. Is it more reasonable to dismiss each one individually, or to consider that perhaps our understanding of history is incomplete? That maybe civilization has risen and fallen more times than we know? That technology has been discovered, lost, and rediscovered throughout the ages? Or perhaps that humans weren't the first intelligent beings to shape this planet? The truth is, we don't know. And that's what makes these artifacts so compelling, so haunting. They are reminders of how little we truly understand about our world, about time, about who or what came before us. The Earth is old, far older than human memory. It has seen continents shift, oceans rise and fall, entire species emerge and vanish without a trace. What other secrets might it still hold? What other impossible objects wait beneath our feet? Inside mountains, under oceans, or hidden in plain sight? For now, these artifacts remain anomalies, footnotes, curiosities locked away in private collections or museum storage, whispered about in academic circles, but rarely displayed or discussed openly. Because they threaten something precious, the neat, orderly timeline of human progress that we've constructed, the comfortable assumption that we stand at the pinnacle of all that has ever been. But maybe that's not true. Maybe we're just the latest chapter in a much longer story, one written, erased, and rewritten many times. A story told, not in books, but in strange objects pulled from the earth, objects that whisper of forgotten knowledge, lost technologies, and mysteries we've yet to solve. So the next time you hold something old, something crafted by ancient hands, take a moment to wonder. Who made this? What did they know? And what else might be out there, waiting to be found? Because history isn't set in stone. It's buried in it, waiting for someone curious enough to dig, to question, and to listen to the impossible stories these artifacts have to tell. If you found this exploration fascinating, hit the subscribe button and join me for more journeys into the unexplained, the forgotten, and the impossible. Let me know in the comments which artifact intrigued you most, or share your own encounters with objects that shouldn't exist. Until next time, keep questioning, keep wondering, and remember, the past is far stranger than we've been taught to believe. Now let's delve deeper into some additional artifacts that challenge our understanding of history. The stone spheres of Costa Rica. Deep in the jungles of Costa Rica, in the Dicas Delta region, hundreds of perfectly rounded stone spheres lie scattered across the landscape. These aren't small pebbles or naturally formed rocks. They're massive, precision-carved spheres, ranging from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter, some weighing up to 16 tons. Discovered in the 1930s by workers clearing land for banana plantations, these spheres immediately puzzled researchers. The mystery isn't just their purpose, but their manufacturing precision. These spheres are nearly perfect, with deviations from perfect roundness of less than 1 inch, even on the largest examples. Created from hard granodiorite, a stone similar to granite, the spheres would have required exceptional stoneworking skills to shape with such accuracy. But the indigenous peoples of the region had no iron tools when the spheres were believed to be created between 500 and 1500 CE. How did they achieve such mathematical precision without modern measuring equipment? Even more perplexing is their arrangement. Before many were moved by curious plantation owners and collectors, the spheres appeared to be arranged in geometrically significant patterns, some aligning with cardinal directions, others forming triangles, lines, and clusters that suggested astronomical significance. Local legends speak of a magic substance that could soften stone, allowing it to be shaped by hand before hardening again. Others suggest the spheres might have served as navigational markers visible from the air, though for whom remains unclear. Most conventional archaeologists believe they were status symbols for local chiefs or had ceremonial purposes, but these theories don't explain the extraordinary precision of their manufacturing or their curious arrangements. Today, the stone spheres are protected as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but their true purpose and the technology behind their creation remain a mystery. Mathematical perfection carved in stone by cultures that supposedly lacked the tools to create them. The Drapa stones. High on the border between China and Tibet, in the remote Badi and Karola Mountains, lies a story so strange that many researchers dismiss it entirely. Yet the tale persists, whispered through archaeological circles for decades. In 1938, an expedition led by archaeologist Chi Pu Te reportedly discovered a series of caves containing strange burial sites. Inside were skeletons measuring only around 4 feet tall with unusually large skulls. But what made the discovery truly extraordinary were the artifacts found alongside them. 716 stone discs, approximately 12 inches in diameter, with a central hole and a spiral groove extending from center to edge. These grooves, upon closer examination, appeared to contain tiny hieroglyphs, microscopic markings, no larger than a grain of rice. According to the controversial story, these markings were eventually translated in 1962 by Professor Tusama Mnui at the Beijing Academy of Prehistory. The translation allegedly told an astonishing story of spacecraft that crashed in the mountains 12,000 years ago, carrying beings called the Drapa, who could not repair their vessel and instead had to adapt to Earth's conditions. The local Ham tribe reportedly described these beings in their folklore as strange creatures that came from the clouds. Most mainstream archaeologists dismiss the entire Drapa stone narrative as fiction, noting the lack of verifiable evidence, the absence of the original discs in any public collection, and the questionable chain of documentation. Yet proponents point to unusual genetic traits in the local Zopa people, a tribe of unusually short stature living in isolation in the region, as potential descendants of these mysterious visitors. Whether elaborate hoax or suppressed discovery, the legend of the Drapa stones continues to circulate as one of archaeology's most persistent and controversial tales. Stone discs that allegedly tell of visitors from beyond the stars. The Mitchell Hedges crystal skull. In the world of controversial artifacts, few objects have generated as much fascination and debate as the Mitchell Hedges crystal skull. Allegedly discovered by 17-year-old Anna Mitchell Hedges in 1924 during an excavation of the ancient Maya city of Lubontin in Belize. This life-size human skull, carved from a single piece of clear quartz crystal, has defied conventional explanation. What makes this skull extraordinary isn't just its artistic value, but its seemingly impossible manufacturing characteristics. The skull is anatomically accurate, with a detachable jawbone and precise optical features, including a system of lenses, prisms, and light channels that cause the eyes to glow when placed over a light source. Modern art conservators and crystal sculptors have examined the skull and found perplexing details. The crystal shows no microscopic tool marks that would indicate it was carved with metal tools. Instead, it appears to have been slowly shaped using abrasives in a painstaking process that would have required hundreds of years of constant work. The skull is cut against the natural axis of the crystal, something modern crystal workers avoid as it typically causes the crystal to shatter. Yet not only did the ancient artisans attempt this technically challenging approach, they succeeded flawlessly. Mainstream archaeologists consider the skull a modern creation, pointing to historical inconsistencies in the discovery story and similarities to other crystal skulls now proven to be 19th century European creations. However, proponents argue that material analysis and manufacturing techniques remain ambiguous. The skull's perfect optical properties and unusual resonance characteristics when struck continue to perplex those who study it closely. Whether ancient artifact or elaborate Victorian fake, the Mitchell Hedges skull represents a masterpiece of crystal carving that continues to challenge our understanding of what's possible in material manipulation without modern technology. The Abydos helicopter. In the Temple of Seti at Abydos, Egypt, there exists a hieroglyphic panel that has sparked decades of controversy and speculation. Among the typical ancient Egyptian symbols are several that appear strikingly similar to modern flying machines, what looks remarkably like a helicopter, a submarine, and even objects resembling a plane and a flying saucer. These unusual hieroglyphs, located on a ceiling beam in the temple, were first photographed in the 1990s and quickly became a centerpiece of alternative archaeology theories. How could ancient Egyptians, supposedly without knowledge of advanced aerodynamics or modern machinery, carve what appear to be accurate representations of technology that wouldn't be invented for thousands of years? Mainstream Egyptologists explain these unusual symbols as the result of overlapping hieroglyphs created during a process of recarving and plaster repair, where older inscriptions were plastered over and new ones carved, with the plaster eventually falling away to reveal a merger of symbols. They point to adjacent hieroglyphs that show standard, recognized symbols from established Egyptian lexicons. Yet those who question conventional timelines argue that the precision of these technological symbols is too perfect to be mere coincidence. The helicopter glyph in particular shows remarkable similarity to a modern helicopter profile, complete with what appears to be a tail rotor and cockpit. Was this the result of ancient Egyptians witnessing advanced technology, perhaps from a previous civilization? Or is it evidence that time travelers or visitors from elsewhere might have influenced ancient Egyptian culture? Or simply an unusual palimpsest, creating coincidental shapes? The helicopter hieroglyphs remain a tantalizing anomaly, either an extraordinary coincidence or evidence that the ancient world held knowledge far beyond what conventional history acknowledges. The Piri Reis map. In 1929, a discovery at the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul shook the foundations of cartographic history. A partially preserved map drawn on gazelle skin, created in 1513 by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Eerie, depicted the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and mysteriously, what appears to be the northern coast of Antarctica. The map was created by Eerie using a compilation of older source maps, some allegedly dating back to the 4th century BCE or earlier, including references to maps from the Library of Alexandria before its destruction. What makes this map extraordinary is threefold. First, it shows remarkable accuracy for 16th century cartography, with coastlines drawn with precision that shouldn't have been possible with the navigational tools of the era. Second, it appears to show Antarctica, a continent not officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map's creation. But most perplexingly, it seems to show Antarctica without ice, depicting river valleys and coastlines that today lie buried beneath miles of glacial ice. Modern geological research confirms these features exist, but they've been covered by ice for at least 6,000 years. How could mapmakers, ancient or Renaissance, have known about geological features hidden under ice for millennia? Conventional historians suggest the southern landmass is simply a distorted representation of South America's coast, or perhaps Patagonia, stretched due to navigational errors. Others propose it might represent theoretical southern lands that cartographers often included based on the assumption that continental landmasses must exist to balance those in the north. Yet supporters of the Antarctica theory point to the map's accuracy in other regions and the specific coastal features that match what we now know exists beneath Antarctic ice. Some even suggest the map provides evidence of a previously unknown civilization with advanced surveying capabilities that mapped the world before the end of the last ice age. The Eerie map remains one of cartography's most enduring mysteries, either extraordinary coincidence, creative geography, or evidence that someone mapped Antarctica before its coastlines disappeared beneath the ice, thousands of years ago. The Saqqara bird. In 1898, during an excavation of the Padiamun tomb in Saqqara, Egypt, archaeologists discovered a small wooden object that continues to generate controversy and speculation. The artifact, dating to approximately 200 BCE, resembles a bird, but with several unusual features that have led some researchers to propose a shocking alternative interpretation. Measuring about 7 inches long with a wingspan of 7 inches, the Saqqara bird has a body profile remarkably similar to that of a modern aircraft. Its wings are straight and positioned at the top of the body, rather than at the middle like a bird's wings would be. The tail is vertical, resembling a modern plane stabilizer rather than a bird's splayed tail feathers. And the front features a vertical appendage reminiscent of a cockpit. Conventional Egyptologists classify it as a ceremonial object representing a bird, possibly a falcon or a form of the god Horus. They point to similar bird representations in Egyptian art and the religious significance of birds in ancient Egyptian culture. However, in 2006, aerodynamics experts built a scale model of the Saqqara bird equipped with a horizontal stabilizer not present on the original artifact and found that it was capable of flight. The design's primary features matched essential principles of aircraft design: a straight wing providing lift, a vertical stabilizer for directional control, and a streamlined body. Some researchers propose that the Saqqara bird might represent a glider or even a more advanced flying device witnessed or conceptualized by ancient Egyptians. They point to inscriptions in various Egyptian temples that mention flying boats and devices that allowed humans to ascend to the heavens. Could the Saqqara bird be a model of actual flying technology that existed in ancient Egypt? Or was it simply an artistic representation of a bird created by artisans who accidentally incorporated aerodynamic principles without understanding their significance? The artifact remains on display at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, either an unusual bird carving or possibly the world's oldest model aircraft. The Fastos disc. On July 3, 1908, Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier made a discovery that continues to confound linguists and historians more than a century later. While excavating the Minoan palace of Phistos on the island of Crete, Pernier unearthed a small clay disc approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, covered on both sides with a spiral of stamped symbols. Dating to around 1700 BCE, the Fastos disc contains 241 tokens arranged in a spiral pattern comprising 45 unique symbols, a combination of recognizable objects, human figures, fish, birds, tools, and more abstract designs. What makes this artifact extraordinary isn't just its content, but its method of creation. The symbols were not carved or drawn but pressed into the clay, using a set of individual stamps, essentially a prehistoric printing system using movable type, a technology not otherwise known to exist until Gutenberg's printing press in the 15th century CE, over 3,000 years later. Despite countless attempts by the world's foremost linguists and cryptographers, the disk has never been convincingly deciphered. The language it represents remains unknown, and the symbols don't clearly correspond to any other known ancient writing system, though some show similarities to Minoan linear A script, itself largely undeciphered. Some scholars believe the disk contains a religious text, perhaps a hymn or prayer. Others suggest it might be a historical record, a navigational tool, or even a board game. A few researchers have proposed it could be a document from an entirely unknown civilization that had contact with Minoan Crete. The mystery deepens when considering that no other examples of this writing system have ever been found. The Festos disk remains completely unique in the archaeological record. No matching stamps, no similar texts, nothing that would indicate wider use of this advanced printing technology or writing system. How did a civilization develop a sophisticated printing method only to use it for a single document? And why create a movable type system for a text written in a spiral, which would seemingly negate many of the advantages of reusable type? The Festos disk remains one of archaeology's most elegant and perplexing mysteries, a solitary example of a prehistoric printing technology that appeared millennia before its time, used to preserve a message in a language no one can read. The Longyu Caves. In 1992, a villager in the Zhejiang province of China made an astonishing discovery. While draining a local pond to expand his fish farm, he uncovered the entrance to what would prove to be one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries, the Longyu Caves. What initially appeared to be a natural cave quickly revealed itself as something far more extraordinary, a vast complex of massive artificial caverns, hand-carved from solid siltstone. To date, 36 grottos have been discovered, covering over 30,000 square meters, with individual cave chambers large enough to hold 1,000 people. Each grotto descends between 20–30 meters into the earth, and the entire complex represents the removal of nearly 1 million cubic meters of rock, all apparently carved by hand. What makes these caves truly baffling is their age and construction. Historical records from the region, which date back over 2,000 years, make no mention of their existence or construction. They seem to have been carved and then abandoned long before recorded history in the area began, their purpose and builders forgotten entirely. Even more mysterious are the technical aspects of their creation. The cave walls and ceilings are covered with uniform, parallel chisel marks in a systematic pattern that would have required extraordinary planning and execution. The marks are consistently spaced at about 60 centimeters intervals across every surface, walls, columns, and ceilings, throughout all 36 chambers, suggesting a single master plan. Engineers estimate that even with modern technology, excavating such a massive underground complex would be a substantial challenge. Without power tools, the labor involved would have been staggering, possibly requiring thousands of workers over decades. Yet no evidence of large-scale habitation that would support such a workforce has been found in the area. Perhaps most puzzling is how the builders managed to carve these enormous caverns in near-perfect darkness. The caves have no natural light source, and there's no evidence of smoke residue that would indicate extensive torch use. The precision of the carving and the consistency of the patterns across such vast spaces suggest a level of planning and execution that would be challenging even with modern lighting and equipment. What purpose did these massive underground chambers serve? Why do they show no signs of habitation? How were they carved with such precision in darkness? And why did such an extraordinary feat of engineering vanish completely from historical memory? The Longyu Caves remain one of archaeology's most impressive and enigmatic discoveries, a massive underground complex created with remarkable precision by unknown hands, for unknown purposes, then forgotten until a farmer drained his pond less than 30 years ago. The main penny. In 1957, amateur archaeologists excavating a Native American settlement at Nascape Point, Brooklyn, Maine, made a discovery that would challenge conventional narratives about pre-Columbian contact between Europe and North America. Among typical indigenous artifacts was a small silver coin, later identified as a Norse penny minted in Norway between 1065 and 1080 CE, during the reign of King Olaf III. The settlement, occupied by the Penobscot people, dated from approximately 1180 to 1235 CE, placing the coin's presence there almost 300 years before Columbus's voyage to the Americas. The implications were extraordinary. Here was physical evidence potentially supporting the Norse sagas that describe journeys to a land called Vinland, which many historians believe referred to parts of North America. The coin's authenticity has been verified by numismatic experts, confirming it is indeed a genuine Norse penny from the 11th century. What remains controversial is how it arrived at a Native American settlement in Maine. Mainstream archaeologists propose that the coin likely arrived through indigenous trade networks after initial Norse native contact in more northern regions, like Alon's Ox Meadows in Newfoundland, where archaeological evidence confirms a Norse settlement from around 1000 CE. The penny could have passed hand to hand through native trade systems over the subsequent centuries before ending up in Maine. Others suggest more direct contact, proposing that Norse expeditions might have ventured much further south than previously believed, reaching the Gulf of Maine and trading directly with the ancestors of the Penobscot. What makes the Maine penny particularly significant is its isolation. Despite extensive archaeological work at hundreds of indigenous sites across the northeastern United States and Canada, no other confirmed Norse artifacts have been discovered south of Alon's Ox Meadows. If this single coin represents evidence of direct contact, why aren't there more Norse items? If it arrived through trade networks, what other goods moved alongside it, and why haven't we found them? The Maine penny resides today in the Maine State Museum, either a lone traveler that journeyed through countless indigenous hands across centuries and thousands of miles, or perhaps evidence that European contact with North America began earlier and extended further than conventional history acknowledges. The Voynich Manuscript. In 1912, rare book dealer Wilfrid Voynich purchased a strange codex from the Jesuit college at Villa Mondragone near Rome. What he acquired has become known as the world's most mysterious manuscript, a 240-page illustrated book written entirely in an unknown script that has defied decipherment by the world's top cryptographers, linguists, and codebreakers for over a century. Carbon dated to between 1404 and 1438 CE, the Voynich manuscript contains approximately 170,000 characters, arranged in what appears to be words and sentences with consistent linguistic patterns. The script itself is written fluently, with few corrections, suggesting it represents a genuine language or sophisticated code rather than random meaningless symbols. What makes the manuscript particularly extraordinary are its illustrations, hundreds of detailed drawings of unknown plants, not matching any known species, astronomical diagrams, unlike any medieval European astronomical traditions, and strange scenes of nude women bathing in elaborate interconnected tube-like pools filled with green liquid. The manuscript appears to be divided into sections: botanical, astronomical, biological, cosmological, pharmaceutical, and recipes, suggesting it might be some form of scientific or medical text. Yet none of the plants, star formations, or medicinal preparations depicted match known historical records from any culture. Despite being studied by military code breakers who deciphered Nazi Enigma codes, linguistic experts who translate ancient dead languages, and most recently, advanced AI pattern recognition systems, the manuscript remains unreadable. Statistical analysis of the text reveals patterns consistent with natural languages. It follows Zipf's law, the frequency distribution pattern found in all known human languages, and shows word frequency and sentence structure similarities to known languages. Yet it matches no known language, living or dead. Some researchers believe it's written in an elaborate cipher, perhaps using a now-lost encryption key. Others suggest it might be a constructed language or an unknown natural language from an isolated community. A few propose it could be an elaborate hoax, though the radiocarbon dating, material analysis, and linguistic patterns make this increasingly unlikely. Perhaps most perplexing is why someone would create such an elaborate illustrated text in a script that no one else could read. If it was meant to hide secret knowledge, why include detailed illustrations that hint at its content? If it was meant to share information, why use an indecipherable script? Today the manuscript resides in Yale University's Beinecker Rare Book and Manuscript Library, hundreds of pages of fluently written text in a language or code that no one on Earth can read, depicting plants that don't exist and astronomical arrangements that don't match our night sky, created by an unknown author for unknown reasons. The Antikythera mechanism. In 1901, divers recovering artifacts from an ancient shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera discovered what initially appeared to be a corroded lump of wood and bronze. As conservation work progressed, the object revealed itself to be something that would rewrite our understanding of ancient technology, an intricate mechanical device of astonishing complexity. Dating to between 150 and 100 BCE, the Antikythera mechanism is now recognized as the world's oldest known analog computer, a sophisticated astronomical calculator capable of predicting solar and lunar eclipses, tracking planetary positions, and even accounting for the irregular orbit of the moon with remarkable precision. What makes this discovery truly extraordinary is its technological sophistication. The device contained at least 30 precisely engineered bronze gears, and likely had over 70 when complete, arranged in a differential gear system that wasn't rediscovered until the 16th century CE. Using advanced imaging technology, researchers have determined that the mechanism could track the metonic cycle, the Saros cycle, the Calippic cycle, and the cycles of several planets, all with mathematical accuracy that matches modern astronomical knowledge. The engineering precision is staggering. The teeth on the gears were cut at a precise 60-degree angle, with a tolerance of 5/1000ths of a meter, a level of manufacturing precision that many historians believed impossible before the invention of precision tools in the 18th century. The device was housed in a wooden box approximately the size of a mantel clock, with bronze dials on the front and back, and operated by turning a hand crank. As the crank turned, multiple pointers moved across the dials, showing the positions of the sun, moon, and planets for any selected date. What has puzzled historians most is the apparent technological isolation of the mechanism. Nothing of comparable complexity appears in the archaeological record for another 1,500 years. It's as if modern aircraft technology had appeared during the Roman Empire, only to be lost and forgotten until the 20th century. How did ancient Greek astronomers and engineers achieve this level of mechanical and mathematical sophistication? Where are the predecessor devices that would show the evolutionary development of such technology? And why does nothing of similar complexity appear in the historical record until the mechanical astronomical clocks of medieval Europe? Some researchers suggest the mechanism represents the pinnacle of a now-lost tradition of ancient mechanical engineering, perhaps building on earlier Egyptian or Babylonian astronomical calculating traditions. Others propose it might have been unique, the invention of a singular genius like Archimedes, or his intellectual descendants at the School of Rhodes. The Antikythera mechanism remains archaeology's most profound example of sophisticated ancient technology, a 2,000-year-old mechanical computer that forces us to reconsider what the ancient Greeks were capable of creating with bronze, wood, and mathematical insight. The Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone. In 1872, workers digging a fence post near Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire made a puzzling discovery: a small egg-shaped stone with elaborate carvings depicting faces, ears of corn, and various astronomical symbols. The dark, smooth stone, measuring about 4 inches long by 2.5 inches wide, had 2 holes drilled through it with remarkable precision, so perfect they appeared to have been created with modern drilling equipment rather than primitive tools. The mystery stone's composition is another puzzle. Initially identified as either dark basalt or granite, later analysis suggested it might be a type of quartzite, hornblende, or myelinite. Determining its precise material has proven challenging, raising questions about where it originated, as some of these stone types aren't naturally found in New Hampshire. The carvings themselves present multiple mysteries. They include a face on one side and an ear of corn on another, while other sides feature teepee-like structures, circles, and various astronomical or geometric patterns. Some of the symbols resemble ancient writing from Phoenician or Celtic sources, while others appear unique. The stone's purpose remains entirely unknown. Theories range from a ceremonial tool or astronomical calendar to a peace treaty marker or surveying tool. Some researchers have suggested it might be a thunderstone, an object believed by various cultures to have magical properties related to protection from storms. Dating the artifact has proven equally challenging. The quality of the drilling and the smoothness of the stone suggest modern tools, yet the weathering and style of the carvings appear much older. Some historians propose it might be of pre-Columbian Native American origin, while others suggest it could have been created by early European settlers, possibly Vikings or Celtic explorers who reached New England before Columbus. Still others consider the possibility it might be a 19th century creation, perhaps a hoax or an attempt to create a mystical artifact. The perfect drilling of the holes is particularly perplexing. Examination shows they maintain a uniform diameter throughout, with no widening at either end as typically occurs with primitive drilling methods. Modern analysis suggests they would have required a high-speed drill bit of the type not widely available until the late 19th century. Today, the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone resides in the Museum of New Hampshire History, an enigmatic object that continues to defy clear categorization or explanation, blending characteristics that seem both ancient and surprisingly modern. The Shroud of Turin. Few artifacts have generated as much scientific investigation, religious devotion, and ongoing controversy as the Shroud of Turin, a linen cloth bearing the negative image of a man who appears to have suffered physical trauma consistent with crucifixion. Measuring 14 feet 5 inches long by 3 feet 7 inches wide, the cloth contains a full-length, front and back image of a bearded man with wounds corresponding to those described in biblical accounts of Jesus' crucifixion, puncture wounds on the wrists and feet, lacerations across the back consistent with scourging, and wounds to the head consistent with a crown of thorns. What makes the shroud particularly extraordinary is the nature of the image itself. The marks are not painted on the surface, but are the result of a chemical change to the linen fibers themselves, a degradation that affected only the topmost fibrils of the cloth, in a process that modern science has been unable to replicate. The image contains three-dimensional information. The intensity of the coloration corresponds precisely to the theoretical distance between a cloth and a body it would have covered, allowing researchers to create accurate 3D models from the 2D image. This characteristic doesn't occur in paintings or conventional photographs. Radiocarbon dating performed in 1988 dated the cloth to between 1260 and 1390 CE, seemingly ending debate about its authenticity as a 1st century relic. However, subsequent research has questioned these results, suggesting the tested samples may have come from areas of the shroud that were repaired during the Middle Ages or contaminated by centuries of handling. More recent analysis of the cloth's weave pattern, pollen deposits, and historical tracing have led some researchers to argue for a much earlier origin, possibly from the Near East, during the 1st century. Perhaps most puzzling is how the image was formed. No traces of pigments, paints, dyes, or stains have been found that could account for the markings. The image penetrates the cloth at a microscopic level of only 0.2 micrometers deep, approximately the thickness of a single fibril, yet maintains remarkable detail and resolution. Some scientists have proposed radiation theories, suggesting a burst of energy might have essentially scorched the image onto the cloth. Others have suggested natural chemical reactions between a body and burial spices might have created the marks. Still others maintain it must be the work of a medieval artist, using techniques now lost to history. The shroud remains one of the world's most intensively studied artifacts, examined using electron microscopy, spectroscopy, thermography, 3D imaging, material analysis, and countless other scientific methods. Yet it continues to present characteristics that defy simple explanation, remaining either the most meticulously crafted forgery in history or potentially something much more profound, physical evidence of an event that changed the course of human history. The Egyptian electricity. Deep within the crypts and corridors of ancient Egyptian temples, particularly at Dendera, unusual hieroglyphic depictions have puzzled archaeologists and ignited controversial theories about advanced ancient technology. The most famous of these is the so-called Dendera light bulb, a series of carvings in the Hathor temple that appear to show large bulb-shaped objects containing what look like filaments, connected to a box and cables. Dating to approximately the 1st century BCE, these relief carvings bear a striking resemblance to modern electric lighting fixtures, so much so that they've sparked theories that ancient Egyptians might have possessed electrical technology thousands of years before its official discovery in the modern era. Supporting this controversial interpretation are several curious archaeological findings throughout Egypt. The temples show virtually no soot residue on their ceilings, despite being supposedly illuminated by thousands of oil lamps and torches over centuries, suggesting the possible use of a clean light source. Some underground tombs and corridors contain intricate painted scenes that would have been impossible to create in the darkness of these spaces without substantial portable lighting. Perhaps most intriguingly, archaeologists have never found convincing evidence of how workers illuminated the interiors of pyramids and deep tombs during construction and decoration. Oil lamps would have quickly consumed the available oxygen in sealed chambers, yet the artwork shows no signs of being created in poor lighting conditions. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig discovered what has become known as the Baghdad Battery, clay jars containing copper cylinders and iron rods that, when filled with an acidic liquid, like vinegar, produce a small electrical current. Dating to around 250 BCE in Mesopotamia, these devices prove that ancient civilizations could have understood basic electrical principles. Conventional Egyptologists interpret the Dendera light bulbs as representing lotus flowers, symbolic snake boats, or aspects of Egyptian creation mythology. They point to the surrounding hieroglyphs that reference Djed pillars and creation stories rather than technological instructions. Yet those who question this interpretation note the remarkable structural similarities to modern lighting technology: the bulb-like shape, the internal filament, the connecting cables, and the box-like power source. They suggest these carvings might represent actual technological devices used in Egyptian ceremonies or construction, knowledge of which was later lost or deliberately hidden from the uninitiated. Could the ancient Egyptians have possessed electrical technology thousands of years before Alessandro Volta created the first modern battery in 1800? If so, where did this knowledge come from, and why does it appear in only a handful of depictions throughout their vast artistic record? The Dendera light bulb remains one of Egyptology's most contentious images, either a misinterpreted religious symbol or evidence that ancient technological understanding might have been far more advanced than conventional history acknowledges. The Iron Pillar of Delhi. Standing in the courtyard of the Korea Islam Mosque in Delhi, India, is a metallurgical marvel that has confounded scientists for centuries. A 23.8 tall pillar of pure iron that has stood for over 1,600 years without rusting or corroding, despite exposure to monsoons and pollution. Weighing approximately 6 tons and believed to have been erected around 402 CE during the reign of Chandragupta II, the pillar bears a Sanskrit inscription describing the exploits of a king, identified as Chandra, who is believed to be the Gupta monarch. What makes this artifact extraordinary is its seemingly impossible resistance to corrosion. Iron typically oxidizes rapidly when exposed to moisture and air, yet this massive iron column has remained virtually untouched by rust for 16 centuries, maintaining a smooth surface and crisp inscriptions, despite standing unprotected in Delhi's harsh climate. Scientific analysis has revealed that the pillar is made of nearly pure wrought iron of exceptional quality, with a carbon content of just 0.08%, incredibly low for ancient iron production and challenging to achieve even with modern techniques. The metal contains unusually high amounts of phosphorus, 0.25%, which forms a protective passive layer of mesowhite iron hydrogen phosphate on the surface, creating a barrier against corrosion. This composition appears to be deliberate rather than accidental, suggesting the ancient Indian metalworkers possessed sophisticated understanding of metallurgical principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until modern times. Even more impressive is the pillar's construction. It was not cast in a mold, but forged as a single piece, a feat requiring extraordinary skill and technological capability given its size and weight. Modern metallurgists estimate that to create such a massive iron column would have required heating approximately 40 tons of iron to a consistent temperature of at least 1,300 degrees Celsius, a tremendous technical achievement for the 5th century. How did ancient Indian craftsmen create a corrosion-resistant iron alloy that modern science only fully understood in the last century? How did they forge such a massive single piece without the industrial technology we would consider necessary for such work? And why does this sophisticated metallurgical knowledge appear not to have spread or been applied to other iron creations of the same era? The Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as a testament to advanced ancient knowledge, either representing a pinnacle of metallurgical understanding that was subsequently lost, or suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed technological capabilities far beyond what conventional history attributes to them. The Koso artifact. Additional details. Earlier, we discussed the Koso artifact, but there's more to this perplexing discovery that deserves attention. When the 3 rock collectors, Wallace Lane, Virginia Maxey, and Mike Mikesell, broke open that geode near the Koso Mountains in 1961, what they found wasn't simply a metal object, but what appeared to be a complex mechanical component. The encased object consisted of a metal core surrounded by a ceramic casing, with what looked like an outer layer of hardened clay or stone containing fossilized shells. X-ray analysis revealed something even more extraordinary, a structure resembling a modern spark plug or electronic component, with what appeared to be a metal spring or coil surrounding a central shaft. The ceramic material was porcelain-like, similar to modern spark plug insulators, while the central metal shaft was magnetic. When the discoverers took their find to the geology department at the University of California, the examining geologists were reportedly baffled, unable to explain how such an apparently manufactured object could have become encased in a geode estimated to be between 500,000 and 900,000 years old. What makes the Koso artifact particularly compelling is how it seemingly combines modern design principles with impossible antiquity. The object appears to have been designed to conduct or generate electricity, with conductive and insulating materials arranged in a way that suggests functional purpose rather than random formation. Some researchers have noted its similarity to a spark plug, while others suggest it more closely resembles certain electronic components or capacitors. Yet it emerged from a stone formation dating to a time when no known species on Earth possessed the capability to create such technology. The artifact's current whereabouts remain unknown. After being photographed, X-rayed, and initially examined, it disappeared from public record, reportedly remaining in private hands before eventually being lost altogether. All that remains are the X-ray images, a few photographs, and the accounts of those who examined it. Was it truly a manufactured object, hundreds of thousands of years old? A natural formation that coincidentally resembled technology? Or perhaps a more recent object that became encased in stone through some unknown geological process that created the appearance of extreme age? Without the original artifact for modern scientific analysis, these questions remain unanswered, yet another ancient enigma that challenges our understanding of Earth's technological history. The Los Lunas Decalogue Stone. On the side of Hidden Mountain near Los Lunas, New Mexico, lies a boulder inscribed with what appears to be an abbreviated version of the Ten Commandments, written not in English or Spanish, but in an ancient form of Paleo-Hebrew that dates to around 500–900 BCE. First documented by archaeology professor Frank Hibben in 1933, the inscription contains 80 characters arranged in 10 lines, clearly corresponding to the Decalogue 10 Commandments from the Old Testament, using an archaic form of Hebrew that precedes the modern square Hebrew script by centuries. What makes this artifact extraordinary is its location, thousands of miles from any known ancient Hebrew settlement, in a region believed to have had no contact with Middle Eastern civilizations until the arrival of Spanish explorers in the 16th century CE. The inscription has been analyzed by various epigraphers and language experts, many of whom confirm it contains legitimate archaic Hebrew characters mixed with some Samaritan script, using an abbreviated form of the commandments similar to other ancient Hebrew religious texts. The weathering pattern and patina suggests considerable age, though precise dating has proven difficult due to the nature of the rock. Conventional archaeologists and historians typically dismiss the Los Lunas inscription as a modern hoax, perhaps created by early European settlers or missionaries attempting to convert local indigenous people. They point to small inconsistencies in the text and the mixing of alphabetic styles as evidence of modern creation by someone with incomplete knowledge of ancient Hebrew. However, proponents of its authenticity note several compelling counterarguments. The stone shows significant natural weathering and desert varnish consistent with centuries of exposure. Local indigenous peoples have oral traditions referring to the stone predating European arrival. And perhaps most intriguingly, early Spanish explorers in the region documented finding strange writing on rocks that they could not identify, long before modern archaeological knowledge of Paleo-Hebrew existed. If authentic, the Los Lunas Decalogue stone would provide extraordinary evidence of pre-Columbian contact between the Middle East and North America, suggesting Hebrew travelers reached the American Southwest nearly 2,000 years before Columbus. This would radically alter our understanding of ancient maritime capabilities and cross-cultural contact. The stone remains in situ on Hidden Mountain, a weathered boulder bearing ancient Hebrew commandments in the New Mexico desert, either evidence of forgotten ancient voyagers or an elaborate hoax created by someone with remarkable knowledge of obscure ancient scripts, long before such information was widely available. The Stone Maps of Ecuador. In 1984, an architect named Germain Villamar was exploring a cave system near the Ecuadorian town of La Mana when he discovered a collection of stones that would spark decades of controversy and speculation. These stones, 300 in total, feature intricate carvings and inlays that appear to depict global maps, star constellations, and mysterious symbols in a style unlike any known South American culture. What makes these artifacts particularly extraordinary is their cartographic content. Several stones appear to show continental arrangements from perspectives impossible to know without satellite or high-altitude viewing capabilities, including apparent polar views of Earth showing continent shapes with remarkable accuracy. Some stones seem to depict the continental shelves that would only be underwater today, formations that would have been exposed during the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower, over 10,000 years ago. The material composition of the stones adds another layer of mystery. Many are carved from a type of granite not found in the region, and several contain inlays of different colored stone precisely fitted into recessed areas, a technique requiring advanced stoneworking skills. Some stones feature symbols composed of a mysterious iridescent material that glows under ultraviolet light, a feature that would have had no purpose for cultures without UV lighting technology. Laboratory analysis of samples from the stones has yielded perplexing results. Some contain traces of platinum group metals, including iridium and rhodium, in unusual concentrations. Several stones were reportedly tested for age using thermoluminescence dating, with results suggesting they might be between 12,000 Monroe, 14,000 years old, far earlier than any known sophisticated cartographic knowledge should have existed. Conventional archaeologists generally dismiss the Lamana stones as modern fabrications, pointing to the lack of proper archaeological context in their discovery and the absence of similar artifacts in established museum collections. They suggest the stones were likely created to sell to tourists or to support alternative historical narratives. However, proponents of their authenticity note several features difficult to explain as modern forgeries, particularly the accurate depiction of underwater geographic features not widely mapped until sonar technology became available in the mid-20th century, and the presence of materials and manufacturing techniques not easily replicated even with modern technology. Most of the stones remain in private collections, with only limited scientific testing performed under controlled conditions, making definitive analysis challenging. If authentic, they would suggest an ancient global maritime civilization with advanced knowledge of geography, astronomy, and stoneworking techniques existing thousands of years earlier than conventional history acknowledges a civilization capable of mapping the entire planet from perspectives only possible with aerial technology. The Acambaro figurines. In July 1944, German merchant Waldemar Julsrud discovered a trove of clay figurines buried at the foot of El Toro Mountain near Acambaro, Mexico. What began as a few unusual ceramic pieces soon expanded into an astonishing collection of over 33,000 figurines excavated from the site, and their content immediately sparked scientific controversy that continues to this day. The figurines depict an impossible menagerie: humans interacting with dinosaurs, extinct Ice Age animals, and creatures resembling fantasy beings or unknown species. Men riding Triceratops, hunting Brontosaurus, and fighting creatures that resemble pterodactyls and Tyrannosaurus rex appear throughout the collection, alongside more conventional depictions of humans and familiar animals. What makes these artifacts extraordinary isn't just their content, but their potential age. In the 1950s, samples of the clay were tested using thermoluminescence dating by the University of Pennsylvania, yielding dates between 6,500 and 2,500 years old. Further radiocarbon dating of organic material found embedded in some figurines suggested even older dates, potentially placing them at 1500, might also 4500 BCE. If accurate, these dates would place the figurines thousands of years before humans should have had any knowledge of dinosaurs, whose fossils weren't scientifically identified until the 19th century. Conventional archaeologists and paleontologists dismissed the Acambaro figurines as an elaborate modern hoax, pointing to several inconsistencies. The dinosaur depictions contain anatomical knowledge that wasn't available until recent decades. The collection shows no signs of stylistic evolution typical of genuine archaeological finds. And the excavation wasn't conducted under controlled scientific conditions or officially documented by trained archaeologists. However, proponents of their authenticity note several challenging factors. The sheer volume, 33,000 plus figurines, represents an enormous undertaking for a hoax with no clear financial motive. The ceramic techniques appear consistent with pre-Columbian methods, and witnesses, including respected archaeologists, claim to have observed unopened strata being excavated with figurines found in situ, beneath undisturbed layers of soil. Perhaps most intriguingly, some of the dinosaur depictions show features that weren't known in the 1940s but have been discovered by paleontologists in subsequent decades, including feathered dinosaurs and certain postures now believed accurate based on modern fossil analysis. The majority of the collection remains in storage in Mexico, with limited access for scientific study. Without comprehensive modern analysis, using the latest dating techniques and material science, the Acambaro figurines remain in archaeological limbo, either one of the most elaborate archaeological hoaxes ever perpetrated, or potentially explosive evidence that human knowledge of extinct prehistoric creatures might extend thousands of years earlier than conventional science recognizes. As we conclude this exploration of mysterious artifacts, we're left with more questions than answers. Each object we've examined challenges conventional historical narratives in its own way, suggesting advanced ancient technology, anomalous knowledge, or impossible chronologies that don't fit neatly into established timelines. Skeptics argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and many of these artifacts have not been subjected to the rigorous scientific testing that would be necessary to overturn centuries of established historical understanding. Without transparent chain of custody, controlled excavation conditions, and comprehensive independent analysis, alternative explanations, from misidentification to outright hoaxes, must be considered. Yet, collectively, these anomalous objects present a compelling pattern. Across continents and cultures, from ancient times to recent discoveries, we continue to uncover things that shouldn't exist according to our current understanding of human technological development. The similarities between certain artifacts found thousands of miles apart suggest either universal principles of discovery or potential connections between cultures conventional history considers isolated from one another. Perhaps most significantly, many of these artifacts appear to demonstrate principles and capabilities that were supposedly beyond the reach of their creators: astronomical knowledge without telescopes, geographical information without aerial observation, metallurgical understanding without modern chemistry, and precision manufacturing without industrial tools. These mysteries remind us that history is not a closed book, but an ongoing investigation. New discoveries continue to push back the dates of human capabilities and achievements. Technologies once thought impossible for ancient peoples are regularly proven to have been within their grasp. And occasionally, objects emerge from the earth that force us to completely reconsider what we thought we knew. Whether these artifacts represent lost ancient knowledge, unknown civilizations, or simply our incomplete understanding of what our ancestors were capable of achieving, they serve as humbling reminders that the past may be far more complex and sophisticated than we've been taught to believe. The Earth has witnessed over 4.5 billion years of history, while human civilization as we understand it represents merely the last few thousand. What other secrets might still lie buried, waiting to be discovered? What other impossible artifacts might emerge to challenge everything we think we know about our past and potentially our future? The mystery continues, and with each new discovery, the story of human history grows more complex, more fascinating, and more filled with possibilities we've only begun to imagine. If you've made it to the end of this journey into the impossible, you're clearly someone who questions the conventional narrative and seeks deeper understanding. Hit subscribe now to join me for future explorations into hidden history, anomalous discoveries, and the mysteries that mainstream science hasn't yet explained. Leave a comment below sharing which artifact intrigued you most, or any personal encounters you've had with objects that shouldn't exist. Until next time, keep questioning, keep wondering, and remember, the truth might be stranger than we've been taught to believe.